Well, good evening, everybody. Before I gavel in, if you'd allow me, I just want to offer a little prayer over our members and the proceedings that we're engaged in here. Most Heavenly Father, we thank you for your protections and your guidance, Lord. This evening we lift up with mournful hearts our friend Doug LaMalfa, and Lord, we take comfort in the fact that he was a man of God and a man of strong faith, and we know that he is in your loving arms. We pray for his family. We lift up the Jackson family and Jonathan and his family with the loss of his father, and we also lift up the Baird family and lift up Dr. Baird with the passing away of his wife this in the last couple days. And be with, Lord, be with them, be with all those families, and provide them comfort during the difficult times. Lord, we lift up the folks in this country that provide us food and fiber and energy, the American farmer and rancher. We know they're struggling. We know they're having some difficult times. Lord, I lift up every member of this committee. Your scripture says, you know our prayers before we speak them, and I just ask that you minister to each one, whatever those needs might be, and provide us discernment as we engage in the incredible work of, as members of the Agriculture Committee, of really being stewards of what you have provided us through agriculture. And I pray all this in the name of my Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. All right, here we go. The meeting will come to order. We're meeting today to consider H.R. 7567, the Food, Farm, and National Security Act of 2026. I note that a quorum is present and that each member has before them copies of the material on our agenda today at their place on the rostrum. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee subject to the call of the chair at any point during this meeting. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good evening, everyone. Today we will consider the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. I appreciate all of you for your flexibility and dedication in rescheduling this markup after last week's bad weather. Before we begin, I once again want to acknowledge the empty seat in the room. Mr. Doug LaMalfa was a staunch advocate for agriculture and a dear friend, and his presence today is dearly missed. I also want to thank Mr. Newhouse for stepping up as our new chair for the subcommittee on forestry and horticulture. I would also like to send my sincere condolences to Congressman Baird after the untimely passing of his wife, Denise. Jim, our thoughts and prayers are with you and your family. And I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the passing of the father of a great member of this committee, Jonathan Jackson, whose father was a civil rights leader, Reverend Jesse Jackson. Jonathan, Penny and I lift you and your family up in prayer for the loss of your father. The importance of what we're doing today as a committee cannot be overstated. It is clear that the policies of 2018 are no match for the challenges of 2026, and an update to the 2018 Farm Bill is long overdue. The bill we're delivering today didn't spontaneously appear in the halls of Congress. It was formed in the fields, pastures, and town halls of our country. We visited 43 states and one territory, probably over 150 different listening sessions altogether, while crafting the new Farm Bill, and every provision is directly informed by what we learned from our stakeholders. This is evident by the overwhelming support this legislation has received from the broad stakeholder community. To date, over 200 organizations have come out in support of this bill. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act 2026 is very similar to its namesake in 2024, with key updates for 2026. The provisions span across all 12 titles of the Farm Bill and build on the historic agricultural investments, including the working families tax cuts this past summer. This bill restores regulatory certainty in the interstate marketplace, expands investments in rural communities, and brings science-based backed management back to our national forests. Farm Bill programs will improve risk management tools for specialty crop producers, low energy costs in rural America, and prioritize American commodities on the global stage. Importantly, the new Farm Bill will also expand producers' access to credit, promote new technologies like precision agriculture, and enhance conservation programs for working lands. Most of all, this is a practical Farm Bill that provides real and workable solutions. It is inspired by 149 bipartisan marker bills. This in addition to the many bipartisan priorities included in the Farm Bill that didn't have formal marker bills filed. And I'm proud of the input and contributions to this bill from members on both sides of the aisle. Since releasing the text of this legislation, this legislation has been mischaracterized in the press at times. And one of the most common misconceptions is related to the nutrition title. So I'd like to clear up any confusion about that now. Several investments across nutrition programs in 2024 bill were not able to be included in this bill due to budgetary constraints and the inability to have bipartisan dialogue on offsets. This includes several of my priorities, including exemptions earned from employment and training programs and from adult children in the household from counting towards SNAP eligibility. We also were not able to restore access to SNAP for certain formerly incarcerated individuals. Other provisions left out included crucial changes to strengthen program integrity in SNAP. Unfortunately, I was informed that none of these provisions were a priority of the ranking member, and that's why the bill before us today is different than the bill 2 years ago. And while we've not abandoned these priorities, more work is needed to ensure these investments are responsibly funded. It is irresponsible to move forward a bill that increases mandatory spending with no offsets. I also need to address the recent misguided reporting on conservation funding. Let me be clear, there are no cuts to the conservation title. Anyone saying otherwise is improperly analyzing the CBO score. Through the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, Republicans provide a historic investment into the permanent baseline of the conservation programs, an approximately 24% increase to the baseline. Legislation before you contains an increase across the board in conservation funding compared to the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024 and the 2018 Farm Bill. While we were limited in the reconciliation process, this proposal includes the bipartisan policy improvements to assist beginning farmers, advance soil health initiatives, protect private forest lands, and fund advancements in conservation technology. This title is widely supported by farmers, ranchers, foresters, sportsmen, and the environmental community. There's a lot of good being done here in this bill across all 12 titles. And for the good of the people we represent, I encourage all of you to vote based on what is in the bill instead of based on what is not in the bill. The ranking members denounced this bill because it doesn't contain year-round E15, doesn't provide emergency assistance for farmers, and doesn't change the tariff policy. I'm very supportive of all three of those things. It's just not our jurisdiction. If we were to broach those topics, we would need to be not the Agriculture Committee, but Energy and Commerce, Appropriations, and ultimately Ways and Means Committee, and those are items outside of our jurisdiction. Not that I wouldn't like to see them get done in this Congress. Throughout the creation of this Farm Bill was an open and honest process. My door was open to anyone who had practical, actionable items for improving ag policy. Every member was given the opportunity to provide input, and if I didn't receive your priorities, that comes down to a breakdown in party leadership. However, this weather display has been a blessing in disguise. After hearing claims from over 300 Democratic priorities that were not brought forward, I was shocked, and when my outreach to identify this list was ignored, I took action. So over the last week, I've been able to work individually with many of my Democratic colleagues to hear priorities that were not communicated to me over the last 8 months of negotiations. I believe your dialogue will be fruitful for our process today. If you are disappointed a priority is not addressed in the text, please know that I understand, as the bill is missing many of my priorities as well. But we must not let perfect be the enemy of good. Today, I hope the committee will work its will to improve this legislation and incorporate additional feedback from the many voices we represent. Members on both sides will offer amendments with policies I support. However, I will reluctantly have to oppose any proposal that is not additive to the process and violates my goal of a bipartisan, cost-neutral farm bill. Today is a step forward among many more to come. I commit to work with everyone who approaches the table in good faith, and as I have always done, as we meet the moment for our farmers, ranchers, foresters, and consumers. Again, thank you all for your work and engagement thus far. Our farmers, ranchers, and rural communities are relying on us to step up and advocate for them as we work through the 12 titles of this bill. Now recognize distinguished ranking member, the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for any opening remarks that she may have.
Mr. Chairman, before I begin my opening remarks, I'd like to take a moment as well to acknowledge the unfortunate and tragic loss this committee and its members have experienced in recent weeks. Doug LaMaffa, who is no longer with us but will always be with us. Jim Baird is attending, of course, to his family due to the recent passing of his wife, Denise, and Jonathan Jackson, whose father, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, also died recently. My heart and the Minority Committee, our heart goes out to them and their families. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge the brave men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces currently in harm's way and the 6 who have already tragically lost their lives in the war with Iran. Mr. Chairman, as we consider this legislation, it's important for us to take stock of where we are today. And I just want to say I'm not going to get in a rebuttal of process here, but 10% of our priorities that were handed to you were actually included into this bill. And over the last several weeks, instead of coming to committee staff or myself, your committee has gone straight to our members for some of those priorities we gave to you months ago to try to cut a deal to get them to support an absolutely flawed farm bill. So we don't need to get into it this early, into a farm bill markup, but I think perhaps your committee staff and the fact that they never actually handed us this text in this entire process. We saw it the night before the public did, and only because I complained publicly about seeing it at the very same time, tells everyone what this is. It has not been a bipartisan process. So with that, I want to start by saying, when you talk to farmers or farm groups, people who buy groceries or nutrition groups, the message we hear everywhere is the same. American ag and rural communities are hurting. Despite the administration's claims, all is not well in farm country. Commodity prices are well below the cost of production. Farm incomes are declining. Input costs remain high, and farm bankruptcies are up 46% over last year. Americans of all walks of life are facing an affordability crisis, and much of this is the result of economic and trade policies enacted by this administration and enabled by Republicans in this Congress. Mr. Chairman, it didn't have to be this way. The Republicans could have rejected the administration's global trade war that's devastated family farms and businesses across the country for the past year. The Supreme Court has now affirmed what we already knew. Congress, not the President, has the authority to levy tariffs. The President's trade war has been illegal this entire time, and Republicans have given up their power. My Republican colleagues should have fought to expand domestic markets, not allow our largest trade partners to be pushed into the arms of our biggest agriculture competitors. And Republicans should have worked with Democrats to pass a 5-year, 12-title farm bill. Instead, we are here to mark up a so-called skinny farm bill, the last pieces of the jigsaw puzzle of a farm bill. It didn't have to be this way. There are many policies this Congress could undertake to fix what bad policy and partisanship have caused. Despite making massive cuts to Title IV in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill and extending and modifying additional farm programs outside the regular process, Democrats entered into good faith negotiations with the majority. It was my sincere hope that we could agree on what we could agree on and leave out the more controversial elements of this bill that present issues for support for both some Democrats and Republicans. Today, we could move forward with the Farm and Family Relief Act. Today, we could pass year-round E15. Today, we could amend and remove the poison pills in this bill. Sadly, Republicans seem determined to continue down the partisan path, which leads us to the bill before us today and that we are about to mark up. To be fair, there are some bipartisan provisions in this bill which I appreciate because I led efforts on them. Codifying the Reconnect program to expand broadband access for rural Americans, making crop insurance more affordable and accessible for our veterans, and the PACE Act to improve credit and increase USDA loan limits. But despite those bipartisan elements of this bill, it represents a missed opportunity to address the most pressing challenges that our family farmers and our families are facing. And it contains those provisions that we know many Democrats will not support, and for the record, that many Republicans are hearing from the MAHA community about as well. This bill will not restore lost export markets or lower input cost. It doesn't help American children, seniors, and veterans afford their groceries, or states and counties avoid an unfunded mandate that we, this body, Republican-led body, shifted those SNAP costs to them. The bill ignores hemp farmers in Minnesota and elsewhere who followed the law and innovated in a new marketplace and whose entire supply chains and businesses are now under threat. It rolls back provisions from the 2024 Farm Bill that provide tribes with more access to USDA programs. My sincere hope is that the Senate will provide us a product that better meets the needs of the American farmer and rural communities, and that in the end, we can get a bipartisan product signed into law. I cannot vote for this bill today, but I remain hopeful that in the end we will get the product that America's farmers and working people deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The bill H.R. 7567, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026, is now before the committee for consideration. Without objection, a first reading of the bill will be waived, and it will be open for an amendment on a title-by-title basis, and after that for amendment at any point. I'd like to remind members that only amendments germane to the subject matter before us today shall be in order. No motion or proposition on a subject different than that under consideration shall be submitted under the color of amendment. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the Chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment which a recorded vote is ordered. And without objection, we will vote on amendments using an electronic voting system. I now recognize myself to offer a manager's amendment to H.R. 7567, which is at each member's spot on the rostrum. This amendment includes amendments that are technical in nature or to address scoring implications. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is waived. Does any member wish to speak on the manager's amendment? Off to a good start, seeing none. The question is now on the manager's amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the manager's amendment is agreed to. Moving on to general debate, any member who wishes to speak on the bill will be recognized under the 5-minute rule. Do members have remarks on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take a moment and reflect on just how important the Farm Bill process is to our constituents and the American people. Just 2 weeks ago, massive wildfires ripped through western Oklahoma and up into Kansas. Hundreds of thousands of acres were burned, homes, community centers were destroyed, and first responders in my district were injured on the job. It was truly devastating. But this is certainly not the first time a disaster of this magnitude has occurred in Oklahoma. And I know I'm not the only member here whose district has been devastated by wildfires or other natural disasters. But events like these serve as a reminder to us that the programs we get to review in the Farm Bill discussions matter in more ways than we often realize. The Permanent Livestock Program, like LIP and LFP, provide financial relief to producers who experience livestock and pasture losses through no fault of their own. Without these programs, Producers would suffer undue economic hardship when they need assistance the most. However, we have an opportunity today to vote for a bill that goes much farther than just disaster recovery. The bill before us is 802 pages of policy that is aimed at making life better back home. To name a few provisions among many, this bill reauthorizes a suite of critical research, rule development, and credit programs that will invest in our communities and create rural resiliency for decades to come. This bill also focuses on expanding and investing into market access programs abroad, and it ensures that voluntary conservation programs continue to reflect the needs of producers. The bottom line is, all of these programs under review today make a difference. I want everyone in this room and those who are listening online to be reminded just how much this bill will impact you, your neighbors, and our friends across the country. I've had the honor of serving on this committee since May of 1994, and since then I've authored one farm bill and parts of 4 others. I've sat through a total of 8 markups, and I've endured sweet victories and some very painful losses. So I know firsthand that the journey we have before us will not be easy, but it will certainly be worthwhile. I thank the chairman for bringing forth this bill today, and I look forward to getting it across the finish line. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Congressman David Scott for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. Thank you, lady. Thank you, Chairman Thompson. First of all, it's absolutely crucial that our committee pass a farm bill that, first of all, helps our farmers. Our farmers are suffering, and also provides stability and ensures food security for our great nation. However, as written, I believe this bill fails on both. Our administration's disastrous trade policies are causing a farm crisis. Reckless tariffs have resulted in multiple trade wars and a staggering loss of international markets. Buyers have already abandoned our American farmers, and instead they've turned to our competitors like Brazil and Argentina. Unfortunately, this bill does not provide additional economic assistance for our farmers, for our producers who were hurt the most by these tariffs. And further, the bill continues the majority's attacks on federal nutrition programs like SNAP. Ladies and gentlemen, last year, Republicans cut $187 billion in funding from SNAP, the single largest cut to a nutrition assistance program in American history. However, instead of restoring the $187 million in SNAP, cuts passed in H.R. 1, this farm bill removes positive investments, including in the House 2024 Farm Bill. And at a time when families are facing higher prices at the grocery store, the bill eliminates increased funding for the Emergency Food Program and GusNIP. And Lord knows I'm extremely disappointed that this farm bill does not make our history-making 1890s student scholarship program permanent. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1890 land-grant colleges and universities are an important part of the history of our great nation. Let me tell you, this scholarship fund is an incredible example of what we, Democrats and Republicans, can achieve through bipartisanship. You all were here, And when we created the amendment to make the scholarship program permanent and to increase the funding. And since it was created in 2018, the 1890 scholarships have helped African American students earn degrees and begin their degrees in agriculture and food sciences. It is crucial that we ensure that this program goes into the future. It is the greatest example of black members of Congress, white members of Congress, Republican members of Congress, Democrats members of Congress, doing one of the greatest achievements in the history. It tells the greatness of our nation. When William Tecumseh Sherman tore up the South, he went to President Lincoln and said, we got to restore it. And William Tecumseh Sherman and President Lincoln got together and they established the state colleges. But in the 1890s, separate but equal came, and everywhere in the South, they had put a white college, they put a black one. That is what we have here. Now, I also want to thank you in this committee. President Trump endorsed it. And I hope, Chairman, you and maybe some of my Republican friends will give me an opportunity to speak with the president, thank him, but he always talks about the work he's done on this bill. We got to get it done. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the other gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you for your work on H.R. 1, which included some historic wins for American farmers. And I want to highlight a few of those wins. The committee achieved the first meaningful investments of the farm safety net since 2002 in H.R. 1. These investments were long past due and necessary to help producers respond to increased costs of equipment, fertilizer, and fuel. Through H.R. 1, we increased reference prices between 10 and 20%, and we enhanced the agricultural risk coverage program, authorized 30 million new base acres, and made a $6 billion investment in crop insurance. With H.R. 1, we were able to extend a much-needed helping hand to the American farmer. Now, here's how this additional language will help. Credit. As we've seen in the last 5 years, higher interest rates have driven up borrowing costs and narrowed production margins for producers around the country. In the credit title, we enhance financing options for producers through updates to loan limits, expanding access to ensuring faster turnaround times. We support beginning, young, and small farmers by streamlining access and cutting red tape. We reauthorize and improve the heirs property relending program based on my colleague from Georgia, Representative Sanford Bishop's bill, the Heirs Act. We create an expanded approval pilot program that streamlines access to capital, which includes provisions from a bill that I authored, H.R. 7475, that addresses the bridge loan gap that was highlighted during Representative David's and my subcommittee hearing on financing farm operations in July. We have a lot of specialty crop wins. As you know, specialty crop producers have been a historically underserved group due to challenges in developing a specialty crop safety net. Through the establishment of a specialty crop advisory committee and a specialty crop coordinator, this farm bill will help address the gaps in the safety net and enhance the effectiveness of programs, as well as improve and expand insurance program for our specialty crop producers. I also want to mention the ready-to-use therapeutic foods. I'd like to mention a letter from the American peanut, dairy, and soy producers thanking the committee for the inclusion of language that advances the use and procurement of American-made, ready-to-use therapeutic foods, also known as RUTF. This provision allows us to continue saving the lives of children around the world while supporting American jobs and American growers. I've seen firsthand the critical role RUTF plays in addressing global malnutrition, and I am proud to have Manna, one of the leading suppliers of this nutrition, in my district. They are the largest RUTF manufacturer in the United States of America. I want to talk about the bipartisanship of this bill, specifically Titles 1, 5, and 11. Now, some on the other side of the aisle have called this bill partisan. They've said it's full of poison pills. I want to set the record straight for the Americans that are watching this. My subcommittee, the subcommittee I'm privileged to chair, the General Farm Commodities, Risk Management, and Credit Subcommittee, works on Titles 1, 5, and 11. Title 1, Commodities, includes language from 5 bipartisan bills and no partisan bills. Title 5, Credit, includes language from 8 bipartisan bills. Title 11, Crop Insurance, includes language from 4 bipartisan bills. Now, unlike what some Democrats would have you believe, this bipartisanship continues throughout the rest of the titles. This may go down for people who actually look at the facts as the most bipartisan farm bill ever. And Mr. Chairman, I'm committed to work with anybody who will work in good faith, as I know you are, to include additional provisions in this bill. I want to thank you for your leadership, Chairman Thompson. I want to thank you for the work you did in H.R. 1, and I want you to know that I look forward to working with you to carry this bill the rest of the way across the floor and have it signed into the law. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I want to associate my comments with the chair and the ranking member. For the families of Lamafa, Baird, and Jacksons, we mourn in their losses and pray for them, and the men and women who are serving in harm's way during this action of war. Let me begin by saying that folks are hurting in farm country. As a third-generation farmer, I can tell you every week I go home and I interact with my farm community, and times are tough and bankruptcies are up. And normally, I think most of you, I would hope, know that I'm enthusiastic. I try to be enthusiastic about American agriculture, but I'm not enthusiastic about this markup. I can't help but restate that the damage that's been done, I think, over this last year to our democracy under this administration includes a failed tariff strategy, taking away SNAP, and demolishing agencies dedicated to diplomacy like USAID and other humanitarian efforts, just to name a few. It's unfortunate that we have to be in this room less than a year to debate whether it's right to cut programs to ensure Americans have access to food, people who are food insecure. It's not right, Mr. Chairman. We must restore regular order and think that that's part of America's safety net. Compounding this ill-advised reorganization that is happening with the United States Department of Agriculture, and yet we have not had one single oversight hearing to receive, and I am receiving calls with regards to Farm Service Agency offices that are not fully open or staffed or even closed as to this writing. The USDA to urge them to make sure that they remain open. This is a vital link, a lifeline for our ag communities to farm programs. It's our job today, I think, that we sit here and debate the pros and cons of this bill that sits before us. With the recent Supreme Court ruling on tariffs, Congress must not continue to abdicate its role as a co-equal branch of government. It's time that stops. Congress has the power of the purse, which is why we must restore the SNAP funding that was cut and provide resources not only to our farmers, our ranchers, dairymen and women that desperately are in need. In my district, California's 21st, it's the #1 SNAP district in California, with nearly 30% of the households participating. An interesting dichotomy, incredible agricultural production, but a lot of people who are food insecure. And therefore, it's important to note that through the entire state, there's 5.5 million people in California that rely on SNAP as a part of their safety net. Think about that. As always, I said, food is a national security issue, and we must look at each title as a foundation to Americans' production of food and fiber. It's imperative that we find a path forward to restore the food safety net programs along with the commodity programs. And it's the glue that has kept the Farm Bill together since 1973. Whether we can put that toothpaste back in the tube remains to be seen. It's also America's safety net. In the state of California, our farmers and ranchers, dairymen and women, produce half the nation's fruits and vegetables. 20% of our dairy production in the country comes from California. 80% of the citrus production. Specialty crops clearly is California leading with over 400 different commodities. We produced last year $61.5 billion at the farm gate, and over $24 billion was exported. These tariffs are hurting our farmers throughout the country. And I cannot comprehend how it is a plan in this United States Department of Reorganization plan that we relocate DC-based staff to 5 regional hubs, yet not one of those hubs includes California, the #1 agricultural state in the nation, the top ag exporting state in the nation, and the top nation recipients of SNAP. Give me a break. Madam Secretary of Agriculture, come before this committee and justify your reorganization effort and explain to us what the purpose and what the efficiencies will achieve. I'm at a loss. I would like to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, 2 letters that I've submitted to the Secretary of Agriculture to come and explain what her reorganization plan's all about.
Without objection.
Thank you. Let me close by saying that it's imperative that we try to work together. This is my 4th farm bill, and I think we have to try to find a path forward over the next several months between efforts that are going on in the Senate, and I think some of the landmines that we have in this bill here, or some people call poison pills, hopefully will be worked out. It's my intent to continue to try to work on a bipartisan effort so that we can sustain the agriculture economy in America, which is food is a national security issue. And I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the sake of time, I've uploaded my opening statement to a YouTube page. I'm going to encourage my colleagues to go and look at it. It's awesome. And I support the bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And I'll be sure to check that out. Now, please recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to speak directly to the MAHA movement, to the millions of Americans who voted to make America healthy again. I'm a Democrat. I know we don't agree on everything, but I think we share some common ground because I share your outrage. I think it is wrong that ultra-processed junk is cheaper than fresh food. And I'm sick and tired of big ag profiting off pesticides while small family farms get squeezed out of business. I'm disgusted by corporations pumping toxins into our air and water. Chronic disease and cancer are skyrocketing while our government cheers them on. And I believe the direction this farm bill is going, the direction this country is going under Republican leadership, is a betrayal of MAHA. I can point to example after example. PFAS, toxic forever chemicals. They're linked to endocrine disruption, decreased fertility, lower sperm counts. I've been working on eliminating PFAS for years after my constituent got cancer from PFAS in his firefighting gear. MAHA moms and influencers thankfully helped propel PFAS into public debate. And instead of siding with MAHA, what did this administration do? They delayed setting limits for PFAS in our drinking water. Who knows why? Maybe ask the chemical companies. A lot of people don't know this, but a lot of pesticides have PFAS in them. How about glyphosate? For years, many of us have been sounding the alarm. It's another toxic chemical sprayed on our food. It's the main ingredient in Roundup. There's dozens of class action lawsuits because we now know that for decades, chemical companies hid the fact that Roundup causes cancer. Again, many in MAHA have rightly spoken out. So can a single Republican on this committee tell me why Donald Trump issued an executive order to expand production of glyphosate? And now, big surprise, we have a farm bill that doubles down. This bill grants corporate immunity to the chemical companies. Look it up, Title 10, Section 10205. Section 10206 goes on to prevent localities from regulating pesticides. Section 10207 allows more toxic chemicals to be dumped into our water. Section after section of this bill, one giveaway after another to the pesticide companies. What lobbyist asked for this? Was that drafted in the Monsanto boardroom or something? Follow the money. Follow the money. Big ag and chemical companies are two sides of the same coin. all part of the same corrupt machine. One makes the chemicals, the other profits from driving family farms out of business. Both sides buy off politicians, and both sides profit when the rules are rigged against the little guys. And that's exactly what this farm bill does. The chemical giveaways are tied at the hip to a larger, more structural problem with this farm bill. It does nothing to improve our food system. Now let's move on to nutrition because I have limited time here. Seniors who take pills on an empty stomach wind up in the emergency room. Working people who can't afford to buy healthy food end up with chronic disease. Kids who are hungry don't learn. So clearly, hunger and health are intricately linked, which is common sense. You can't be healthy if you're hungry. But this farm bill, instead of addressing our hunger crisis in this country, 42 million Americans who can't afford food, this bill makes the crisis worse. Last year, Republicans made the largest cut to nutrition assistance in American history. Veterans, family with teens, seniors, people aging out of foster care, all kicked off food assistance. In Massachusetts, thousands of people are losing access to food this month because Republicans took their food assistance away in order to give billionaires another tax break. And by the way, when it comes to students, I've introduced a bill to boost school meal reimbursement rates. That would mean more scratch-cooked meals, more local foods in our cafeterias. Not a single Republican will co-sponsor it. Your farm bill rewards the same broken system that made America sick in the first place. Your farm bill empowers big ag and enables them to keep dumping toxins in our food. Your farm bill tells local farmers to get big or get out. Your farm bill makes food less healthy and more expensive. In short, your farm bill is a betrayal of MAHA. Now, I'm not here to pretend Democrats are perfect on every issue, but when it comes to standing up against big ag and chemical companies, combating hunger, and fighting for healthier food, we are a hell of a lot better on these issues, a hell of a lot better. This farm bill is corporate control with a wellness label slapped on top. And to be blunt, it sucks. End the pesticide loopholes, end the cuts to nutrition assistance, and oppose this Republican farm bill. It's a blank check to those who want to protect the broken status quo, and none of us should be complicit.
Gentleman's time
yield back.
expired. Now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank the staff for all their work. There's no question agriculture is suffering some dire times. No question about that whatsoever. And this bill holistically addresses every issue you could possibly address to rectify that situation, other than the issues outside the jurisdiction of the committee. And so I commend you for that. And, you know, some of our friends on the other side of the aisle, at least based on what I've heard so far, none of my growers would agree with all that. And in fact, I've got a letter here from the North Carolina Farm Bureau strongly supporting passage of this farm bill that I'd like to include for the record. And with that,
Without
I'll yield
objection.
back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize gentlelady, Dr. Adams from North Carolina, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin my comments, I do want to express my concern for and sympathy to all of our members and those who have suffered. And I thank those of you who have expressed concern regarding the loss of my sister. I'm just returning from New Jersey, but thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I've been talking with farmers and families across my district, and what I'm hearing is concerning. Farmers are facing a lot of uncertainty. Markets are swinging up and down. The cost of fertilizer, fuel, and equipment keeps rising. Trade policies have disrupted export markets they spent years building. Economists warn that costs are climbing. Crop prices are weak and more farms are going bankrupt, which is not exactly the golden age that was promised. The numbers are stark. Farm bankruptcies rose 46% in 2025. USDA says 15,000 farms were lost last year alone. In Pennsylvania, there were 10 farm bankruptcies in 2025, up from just 2 in 2024. Those aren't just numbers. They're family farms shutting down, generations of hard work coming to an end, and communities losing part of their foundation. As U.S. farmers struggle with shrinking export markets, competitors like Brazil and Argentina have strengthened their foothold. aided by U.S. bailout initiatives. Market share built over decades have been lost, and this bill does nothing to help farmers win it back. Right now, farmers are sitting across the table from their bankers trying to secure loans for the next planting season. They're making big decisions in an unstable environment. The administration's bailout is not enough, and repeated bailouts are a sign that the underlying system is broken. To make it even more unstable, after the Supreme Court struck down Trump's tariffs last month, he immediately said he was going to impose a 10% global tariff, then said it would be 15%. And then there was the $175 billion question, unanswered. What's going to happen to the money the government has already collected in import taxes now declared unlawful? Farm groups have been clear. They need steady, reliable support, and this bill doesn't provide it. And it's just not farmers who are struggling. Families feel it every time they go to the grocery store. In my district, the average monthly grocery bill is now over $1,000. The cost of fruits and vegetables alone has gone up more than 5%. Wages aren't keeping up, and more families are falling behind. Yet this bill doesn't offer meaningful help to working families, to seniors, to veterans, or people with disabilities trying to afford basic food. But we shouldn't be surprised. Over the summer, Republicans cut SNAP by $187 billion and shifted more of the costs onto states and counties that are already stretched thin. Governors and state lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans, are scrambling to figure out how to keep people fed. After 20 years in the General Assembly of North Carolina, I can tell you that states cannot absorb costs like this without cutting other services. And even though this committee heard from governors and expert witnesses about this issue, this bill does nothing to undo those cuts or delay cost shifts. However, this bill does call for a GAO study on rising SNAP administrative costs. But when Republicans require states to pay 25% more of those costs, the reason is obvious. States don't need another study. They need resources, and these issues are connected. Nutrition programs aren't just for farmers, for families. They also support farmers. And whether a person uses SNAP to buy food at the local store or farmers markets, or USDA purchases commodities through TFAP, that money moves through the supply chain. It supports the truck driver, the producer, the grocer, and the farmer. Farmers need customers. Families need food. These programs link the two. In North Carolina alone, more than 9,000 individuals and families filed for bankruptcy last year. That's an 11.4% increase. When both farm bankruptcies and family bankruptcies are rising, that's a clear warning sign. Something isn't working. And beyond what this bill fails to do, we should look at what it includes. It strips states of their right to regulate agriculture by overturning voter-approved animal protection measures, even though the Supreme Court already ruled on this issue. It gives broad liability protections to large pesticide companies, limiting the ability of farmers and families and even states to seek accountability. It's not strong, forward-looking farm bill that farmers and families deserve, and it does not meet the seriousness of the moment.
Time
I
has
yield back,
expired. Now
Mr. Chair.
recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership for bringing this farm bill to markup. I also want to send out my prayers and thoughts with Doug LaMalfa. He'll tell me hello, Admiral, every time he sees me anymore. Jim Baird and his wife, and Jonathan Jackson and his beloved father. This legislation reflects what matters most to Mississippi's farmers, foresters, and rural communities. We are blessed with remarkable producers in our state, men and women who work long hours to feed, fuel, and clothe this nation despite serious economic pressure. Over the past several years, they have faced one of the toughest farm economies in decades, high input costs and high interest rates that have squeezed margins across the board. Mr. Chairman, farm or food security is national security. A strong farm bill is about more than farm policy. It is about the future of rural America. In Mississippi, agriculture and forestry are economic engines. They support small businesses, sustain local communities, and provide jobs across the entire state. When farmers hurt, rural town hurt. When agriculture is strong, rural America is strong. Title I is foundational. I appreciate that the reference prices were increased in the big, beautiful bill. That was an important step forward. This bill builds on that progress and strengthens the farm safety net to better reflect today's economic realities. I am proud this bill includes H.R. 5468, the Community College Agriculture Advancement Act. This legislation ensures that community colleges can successfully compete for federal grants to carry out agricultural education, research, and outreach activities. It helps to modernize equipment and infrastructure, supports professional development for faculty, and encourages collaboration with land-grant universities and other institutions. It also promotes apprenticeships and work-based learning opportunities so students can gain hands-on experience and move directly into the workforce. In rural states like Mississippi, community colleges are often the front door to opportunity, and this bill strengthens that pathway. It also includes H.R. 3476, the Forest Conservation Easement Program Act, legislation authored to create a dedicated tool to keep working forests as forests while remaining privately owned and productive, a major priority for forestry states like Mississippi. Finally, I want to recognize the leadership of President Trump and USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins. Their commitment to rural America and restoring stability in the farm economy matters. I appreciate the Chairman's leadership, and I proudly support this farm bill. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Mrs. Hayes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first like to say I plan to use every second of my time. My constituents have been waiting years for a farm bill. They've been waiting for us to get this done, and it is literally our jobs. So trying to gavel out early in the interest of time is a disservice to the people who have been waiting for us to get this done. Today, we are considering a farm bill that fails to address the needs of farmers and families across the country. The Farm Coalition was one that worked strengthening our farmers and feeding hungry people. This committee created and reformed the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program to be the most effective anti-hunger program in the history of this nation, feeding 42 million Americans across the country and lifting millions out of poverty. Unfortunately, last year, when Republicans advanced H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill, it cut SNAP by $187 billion, and it was a betrayal of the Farm Bill Coalition. But I was not surprised. From the Fiscal Responsibility Act to the 2024 Farm Bill to the Reconciliation Bill, it has been a top priority for Republicans on this committee to take food away from hungry families, children, veterans, and everyone in between. The farm bill we're going to mark up is unacceptable and does not meet the moment. It is filled with partisan poison pills, like a blanket liability exemption for $1 million pesticide corporations, rolling back the environmental quality incentives programs, and it includes nothing to address the administration's tariffs and trade wars that are deeply impacting our farmers. Additionally, this legislation does not address the $187 billion in SNAP cuts, which have already seen individuals lose access to benefits. During the government shutdown, many of my colleagues spoke about how their districts were deeply impacted by people not getting their SNAP benefits. And yet we come back to this committee and introduce a farm bill that does nothing to close those gaps or address what we learned during that time. This bill does not take into account any feedback from the states and the counties who have been sounding the alarm about the cost shift provisions and the impact on the viability of the program in their states. States will have to make difficult decisions if they want to keep their SNAP programs running, including raising taxes or restricting eligibility. I will be offering a series of amendments to address restoring food security for Americans, the administration cost shift to states, and the lack of crop insurance provisions for small farmers and others, because there's still time to address these things and improve this legislation before we vote it out of committee. I look forward to productive discussions tonight and tomorrow and the next day, and as long as it takes for this markup to conclude. And I hope that we find some bipartisan agreement that improves this bill before we send it to the House floor. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too, we're all going to miss Jim Amalfa, his wisdom, his wit, his friendship, and I know he's always played a valuable role in this committee. And I too also offer our condolences to Mr. Baird and to Mr. Jackson. I speak in favor of the Farm Bill. I was here in the 115th Congress when we passed the last Farm Bill. The new one is now 2 years over date. The last Farm Bill was great, but it's out of date. It needs to be made current again, and this Farm Bill definitely does that. Now, in Nebraska, we're the number one of 50 states for beef production. We're in the top 5 for pork, corn, soybeans, ethanol, popcorn. It's important. Now, I represent Omaha. It's more, and we got some ag on the sides of Omaha, and particularly in Saunders County, but we have tons of agribusiness. And the financial health of our farmers and ranchers directly impact all these agribusinesses in Omaha. So this Farm Bill is also important to this business community. Some of the highlights in this bill: it's going to help out our Nebraska hog producers. It's going to provide regulatory certainty to various manufacturers. It's going to transfer Food for Peace to the USDA and returns the program to its original intent of addressing the global hunger crisis through the purchase of U.S.-grown commodities. It reduces barriers for beginning farmers trying to gain access to credit. First-generation farmers who want to get in the door, we're going to help them get started. And it also incentivizes further research and adoption of precision agriculture technologies. Some of my initiatives include helping farmers navigate the FSA loan application process, financially supporting the future farmers of American 4-H students, great organizations, enhancing the cybersecurity of our agricultural supply chains, more effectively tracking foreign farmland purchases, and streamlining the administration of the SNAP program. I am pleased that many of these initiatives have garnered bipartisan backing and want to thank both my Republican and Democrat colleagues for their support. I look forward to listening to the debate on these amendments. I look forward to hopefully increasing the bipartisanship with the final bill here. But let's not be fooled. We got to get this Farm Bill passed for our farmers and ranchers. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Farm Bill is our opportunity to address the real issues facing farmers and families across the country. Yet, this effort feels like we're just going through the motions, not doing the hard, thoughtful work the committee owes the people we serve. There was no meaningful effort to negotiate and put forth a bipartisan product. The bill ignores the alarm bells from farmers and families in red and blue states that our nation's most effective anti-hunger program is at risk after the financial rug was pulled out from under them in H.R. 1. And there's a large, stark gap between what's in this bill and what producers and growers are experiencing on the ground. The farm economy is under real strain. Net farm income has fallen sharply. Input costs are up. Export markets have been destroyed thanks to the current trade war. And bankruptcies reached 15,000 last year, with the crisis hitting the hardest in the Midwest. Don't just take my word for it. A group of 27 trusted former USDA and farm group leaders sent a letter to this committee last month expressing concerns about, and I quote, harmful and compounding effect that administration policies are having on our farmers. Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to enter that letter into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I share their concerns. Staffing cuts and reorganization at the USDA, continued delay in passing year-round E15, cuts to food aid, both international and domestic, persistent labor challenges, lost markets, deteriorating trade relationships. These are the same concerns I hear reflected on the ground, and this bill fails to address any of them. And of course, we can't talk about the state of the farm economy without talking about tariffs. For farmers, the Supreme Court's tariff ruling comes after much of the damage is already done. For months, they've been operating in chaos. Markets they spent years building disappeared almost overnight. And it's just like in 2018, buyers are turning to countries like Argentina and Brazil. That's not theoretical. That's lost contracts, lost income, and real uncertainty heading into planting season. Producers, growers, and ranchers don't want handouts. They want stability. They want to know that if they grow it, they can sell it. So when we sit here and talk about what this farm bill should do, it ought to start with that reality. At the same time, rural communities like those in Southeast Ohio, Northern Pennsylvania, and Central Illinois are being hollowed out by hospital cuts, childcare shortages, and small business closures. This is not spin. This is the lived reality for farmers and rural families and communities trying to hang on. And this crisis runs from the farm gate to the dinner plate. While farmers struggle to stay afloat, families in Cleveland are paying more and getting less at the grocery store. Prices continue to climb for the 1 in 5 households in my district who depend on nutrition assistance. That means impossible choices. We haven't had a hearing in this committee on anything touched by the Farm Bill in nearly 6 months. And the result is a bill that leaves small producers, specialty crop farmers, families, and tribal communities behind. And this bill takes new aim at the very partners helping hold communities together. It shifts costs onto charitable food networks like the Gold Star Standard Cleveland Food Bank in my district that already is stretched thin. It undercuts conservation programs that farmers rely on to manage risk. It shortchanges research institutions and land grants, including by missing the opportunity to make 1890 scholarships permanent for schools like Ohio's Central State. And it is impossible to divorce what we are considering here today from the cuts that Republicans made in H.R. 1 at a time when 47 million Americans are food insecure. This committee chose to crack the Farm Bill coalition in half and use food assistance as a pay-for. The Farm Bill is supposed to be the foundation of both farm stability and food security. We should be focused on rebuilding the coalitions that reflect the full system and pushing for durable bipartisan solutions that actually meet the moment. That's how we rebuild trust. That's how we break this cycle of gridlock. And that's how, after years of delay, we deliver a Farm Bill that actually works for the people it's supposed to serve. Sadly, this bill and this process falls well short of that standard. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work you've done on the Farm Bill and the positive changes that this will bring to the ag industry, especially folks in my district. I'm proud to represent over 10,000 producers in one of the most diverse ag districts in Illinois, which is why I look forward to voting in favor of the 2026 Farm Bill and the Ag First policies it includes. The 2026 Farm Bills, off the historic investments made in the Working Families Tax Cut Act, include $56 billion into our commodity programs, $6 billion for crop insurance affordability, $285 million per year for ag trade and market development, and the elimination of the death tax. Our farmers, producers who produce the food, fuel, and fiber that this nation runs on, they play an estimated role in our communities, and it's only right that we support them and have their backs at the times they need it. That's why this Farm Bill exists. It isn't for good times, but it is for bad. My district is home to staples like corn, soybeans, but also livestock, dairy, specialty crops like peaches, apples, and grapes. We have rice. We also have just recently started growing cotton. Since last time we did that was since 1920s. While these commodities are very different, they share many of the same goals, including access to credit. Today, producers still face barriers when seeking access to USDA loans, especially family operations where multiple siblings farm under a single entity. This often leads to unnecessary barriers when applying for USDA loans. I was happy to see the introduction of my bill, the USDA Loan Modernization Act, to address this issue and provide increased access to credit for farming families. Now, I'm also pleased that the bill has the Solar Act has been included in the Farm Bill, because we've got to do what we can to allow farmers, our landowners, to do whatever they need to do with their own property, but not subsidize them twice. One, whenever they put in a solar plant, but also by taking prime farmland out of production. We've got to get this problem straightened out. Large solar panel tracts are eating up acre after acre of prime farmland in rural America, and my constituents have had enough. We need to establish guidelines for solar panels, protecting and ensuring local communities have a say in the approval process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for working with me on this important issue and including a legislative fix in the Farm Bill. Another one of my priorities is to ensure that our producers are able to not only feed our folks at home, but around the world. In 2024, Illinois exports were more than $6 billion worth of corn and soybean. MAP and FMD play a critical role in moving my producers' commodities from their fields to foreign markets. The Farm Bill doubles funding for these trade promotions and makes access programs. Lastly, I would like to voice my support for finding a legislative fix to Proposition 12. State ballot initiatives should not be able to impose standards for livestock produced across state lines. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to passing the Farm Bill out of this committee, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Now recognize the gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our ranking member for putting this markup together. It's been nearly 8 years since Congress passed the long-term farm bill. In that time, the economic reality facing our farmers has changed dramatically. Input costs are up, markets are unstable, interest rates are higher. And Kansas producers are operating in a completely different environment than when the last bill was signed into law. In my home state of Kansas, agriculture is our largest economic driver. From the wheat fields in western Kansas to cattle operations and other row crops across the state, agriculture powers our rural communities, supports small businesses, and feeds families across the country and across the world. Kansas has a long history of agricultural leadership in Congress because we understand that when agriculture is strong, our entire economy is strong. That's why it's deeply frustrating that we've seen a delay and lack of prioritization of this bill. Farmers plan in seasons and years, not in short-term extensions. It's wrong for leadership to keep pushing this off. The folks I talk to back home aren't asking for political games, they're asking for stability. Right now, what many of them feel instead is pure chaos. When those costs go up for farmers, they go up for families at the grocery store too. Just last year, nearly 700 farms in Kansas closed. Farm bankruptcy rates were up 46% over the previous year. If that's not a warning sign that federal policies are failing our neighbors, I don't know what is. Before our last markup, former Republican Senator Pat Roberts joined me for a farm bill discussion, and he said, and I quote, "We know that the most important thing when you get down to it is to get a bill passed to provide farmers certainty and predictability." And that hasn't changed. He also warned that too many lawmakers were favoring ideology and partisanship over getting a bill done that actually benefits the agricultural professionals that we're supposed to be serving. Last year's budget law upended the traditional Farm Bill coalition by cutting nearly $200 billion from the nutrition title. These historic cuts to the nutrition title jeopardize the path forward for this bill and for future farm bills. The nutrition title's bipartisan foundation began with a senior Republican from my state, Senator Bob Dole. He put it plainly by saying American agriculture is neither Democratic nor Republican. Farm legislation is usually developed in a bipartisan basis. He was right then and he's right now. You cannot decimate a core title of the Farm Bill and expect bipartisan support to continue to hold. Just like you would not be able to cut crop insurance and expect bipartisan support to continue to hold. You cannot cut things like crop insurance and expect producers to feel secure. The coalition only works if everyone at the table is actually respected. I want to be clear, there are constructive provisions in this bill, but there are also sections that need improvement, key gaps that can and should be addressed. Over the next few days, I'm going to work in good faith to make those adjustments. My goal is simple, to pass a bipartisan bill out of this committee that works for all producers, from family farms to large operations, row crops, livestock, commodity, and specialty crops. And that's going to maintain the coalition that made the Farm Bill durable for decades. After years of delay, farmers and ranchers need certainty and predictability. Rural communities need stability. Families need to be able to afford groceries. That only happens when we do the hard work of building a bipartisan bill. The Farm Bill has not and should not be a partisan exercise. As a Midwesterner and a Kansan, I'm going to keep pushing to uphold our state's tradition of pragmatic, bipartisan agricultural leadership, because our producers, our communities, and our country are counting on us to get this right. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Thompson, for holding today's markup and for your leadership throughout this process. This bill is a result of countless Farm Bill listening sessions that you and others, all of us, conducted all over the country, including in our state of Kansas, and I appreciate all of your work on that. Agriculture is the backbone of the Big First District of Kansas and of our country. The Big First is home to over 60,000 farms and ranches, and each one represents a family business navigating real economic pressure. These farmers and ranchers do not ask for handouts. They ask for policy that reflects the realities they face every day on the ground and regulatory certainty so they can continue to work to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. The farm economy is in a difficult place. Over the last 5 years, input costs have drastically increased, interest rates have made borrowing more expensive, and Mother Nature has proven once again to be an unreliable business partner. Despite this, our ag producers answer their calling each day to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. And they deserve a Congress that answers that call alongside them. Last summer, we secured historic agriculture investments in the working family tax cuts. That legislation strengthened the farm safety net, updated reference prices, and bolstered crop insurance so producers could better manage risk in an increasingly volatile world. Today, we build on that foundation. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act focuses on the next set of challenges facing rural America. This bill expands access to credit, giving producers more options to invest for the future, including provisions from the Investing in Rural America Act, legislation I co-sponsor to ensure capital flows to the communities that need it most. It strengthens rural development programs, lowers energy costs, promotes innovation in biofuels, supports broadband expansion, protects rural health care access, and invests in water infrastructure. When rural America thrives, the rest of the country does as well. And this legislation provides and support our communities have asked for and needed for years. I'm also proud that this farm bill will build upon legislation I introduced and work done by the Trump administration to permanently move the Food for Peace program to USDA, its rightful home, to ensure it prioritizes American-grown commodities and remains focused on its original intent. Food for Peace was born in Kansas from generous farmers who believed they could use their excess crops for global good. For decades, it has shipped American-grown commodities to a hungry world while strengthening our national security and supporting producers right here at home. This legislation provides that support needed for programs like Food for Peace and McGovern Dole to deliver life-saving aid, all while increasing accountability for taxpayer dollars and supporting American farmers. This legislation will reduce trade barriers and open new markets for Kansas producers who rely on trade relationships to efficiently sell their commodities to willing buyers. It advances precision agriculture, supports research at our land-grant universities, and promotes voluntary, locally led conservation programs like EQIP and CRP without adding unnecessary and needless regulations. President Eisenhower, who hailed from the Big First District of Kansas, used to say, quote, "Farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from a cornfield." Too often, federal policy is written far from realities of rural America by bureaucrats with little knowledge of our farmers' day-to-day lives. This committee has vowed to do the opposite. We have listened to producers on the ground, taken their feedback seriously, and provided certainty without getting in their way. That is what this farm bill is all about. The world does not wait for Congress. Our global competitors are not slowing down. Rural communities are counting on us. Today, we have the opportunity to strengthen national security, invest in rural America, and ensure the next generation of farmers and ranchers can continue to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. It is time to take that opportunity and make it a reality. I've been on the floor of the House of Representatives 34 times as part of my Farm Bill Impact Series to argue for a fiscally conservative 5-year farm bill that delivers certainty without over-expanding the scope of government. I'm proud to see that priority becoming reality. I'll be voting for the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026, and I look forward to advancing this legislation for the farmers, ranchers, and rural communities in Kansas and that we all represent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Congresswoman Salinas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. The people of Oregon's 6th District sent me here to represent their interests and needs, and since I first arrived to Congress in 2023, I've consistently advocated for the economic and safety net priorities of Oregonians. Despite some positive provisions for Oregonians in this Farm Bill reauthorization, when taken as a whole, this bill is unacceptable. It fails to meet the needs of Oregonians and should in no way be considered a bipartisan compromise. My district is home to a wealth of agricultural diversity, from Christmas trees to hazelnuts and, of course, our world-famous Willamette Valley wine grapes. I have fought to ensure all our producers' needs, including specialty crop growers, are prioritized in the Farm Bill. I'm pleased to see the text establishes a Specialty Crop Advisory Committee and creates a framework for future specialty crop disaster assistance. As ranking member of the Forestry Subcommittee and representing a state that boasts 30 million acres of some of the world's most productive forests, I've made it my goal to invest in our wildland firefighting workforce, timber industry, and forest recreation research and management priorities. As such, I'm grateful that the chairman's proposal includes parts of my bill, the Timber Innovation for Building Rural Communities Act, which would reduce the match requirement for the Wood Innovation Grant Program by nearly half and establish a platform for measuring and tracking carbon emissions, sequestration, and storage of wood products. Even with some of these welcome additions to the Farm Bill, they do not make up for all the ways this bill is lacking. To start, my home state of Oregon is nearly 50% forested. With that comes the reality of forest fires, which are increasingly frequent and more devastating. Despite this reality, the Farm Bill would actually turn back the clock on the best practice wildfire mitigation strategies by requiring the Forest Service to suppress fires within 24 hours under what is known as the 10 a.m. policy. This practice is so outdated that our own government Forest Service website calls the 10 a.m. policy in quotes, a strategy of the past that unfortunately helped create the wildfire crisis of today. Instead of bolstering our wildland firefighting workforce through this Farm Bill, we are instead making the job of firefighters more difficult through outdated and rejected fire science policy. On top of endangering our firefighters with illogical mandates, this administration has also cut 4,000 workers from the Forest Service and has gone as far as greenlighting detentions on firefighters by ICE. This past August, my constituent, who is here legally on a U visa, was arrested at a fire camp during an active fire on the Olympic Peninsula. Tell me what message this sends to our firefighters about how much we value the life-saving work they do on our behalf. Across the board, families and farmers are struggling to make ends meet, and this bill does little to nothing to make up for the harm caused to farmers from the Trump administration's hostile trade policies and the harm caused to families when this committee slashed nearly $200 billion from SNAP last year. I recognize this Farm Bill is repurposing dollars from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act to fund market access and foreign market development programs, but the impact of that funding is blunted by the tariffs that have led to nearly $44 billion in agricultural trade deficit and skyrocketing input costs. Let's not forget that the funding for these programs was off the backs of millions of people who would be kicked off their SNAP benefits at a time when grocery prices are only skyrocketing. In fact, these cuts to SNAP will cause nearly 800,000 Oregonians to lose their food benefits. Of these Oregonians, 1 in 4 are children and 1 in 8 are seniors. In less than a year, every state will also be required to pick up double the cost of administering the SNAP program. In Oregon, that's $80 million the state is expected to absorb. As ranking member of the Horticulture Subcommittee, I have consistently said that specialty crops have been left behind for too long. The majority's Farm Bill does not do nearly enough for the specialty crop growers in my district. There's no new money for disaster assistance, no enhancements to specialty crop insurance, and nothing to address the headwinds producers are facing from rising input costs and labor difficulties. This bill only perpetuates the status quo, leaving specialty crops behind. And I'm not finished. This bill comes up short in so many other ways. It does not include direct disaster relief for farm workers who keep our food systems running. It does not include summer food delivery for hungry children in rural communities. It does not include my bipartisan and bicameral Domestic Organic Investment Act that would give organic producers tools to increase capacity, modernize their operations, and expand their businesses. I could go on. My colleagues and I in the minority understand that compromises must be made to get a farm bill passed. None of us expect to get everything on our wish list. At the very least, we expect good faith engagement and a good faith proposal that matches our commitment to bipartisanship. Instead, we were locked out of this process and only given 5 business days to review the text, consult stakeholders, and prepare for this one-sided hearing. The only reason we ended up with more time to review the bill was because of a blizzard, not bipartisanship. Farmers deserve better. Families deserve better. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and the committee staff for all their hard work in bringing this bill before us today. I come from Iowa, where agriculture is the backbone of our economy. I'm proud to represent one of the most productive agricultural states in America, the state that leads the nation in production of pork, eggs, corn, soybeans, and biofuels. Farmers and ranchers across our country feed our families, power our industries, and anchor our communities. Since I came to Congress, I have heard one thing loud and clear. Farmers need Washington now more than ever to do its job and pass a strong farm bill that is workable. As I stand here today, farm country is in a lot of challenges and under a lot of pressure. Producers are dealing with volatile markets, tightening margins, and growing uncertainty. This bill before us builds upon the historic work this committee has done during the Working Families Tax Cut and delivers farmers the tools they need to meet these challenges. This bill includes more than 15 bills that I have sponsored or co-led as a result of the years of listening to the farmers, rural communities, and working families in Iowa. To highlight just a few of these bills, this farm bill includes Farmland Act to keep China away from our farmland. Iowa farmland belongs to the Iowa farmer. It includes the SAFE Act to ensure we strengthen our response to animal disease outbreak while protecting our agricultural markets. It includes the Fridge Act to open new export markets for our producers abroad. And it also includes Prop 12, making sure that we preempt states like California from hurting our hog producers. Today, this legislation expands on investments in rural communities, restores regulatory certainty, and promotes agricultural research and innovation. It also gives American farmers and rural communities the tools they need to feed America and the rest of the world. I didn't come to Congress to leave problems for the next generation. Our producers can't afford more delay. They need Congress to act now. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill and deliver certainty, investment, and opportunity that American agriculture deserves. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize for 5 minutes the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we always have a choice. And today the choice before this committee is whether we uphold the legacy of the Farm Bill or we weaken it. For generations, Congress understood something fundamental. Feeding families and supporting farmers are not competing priorities. They are inseparable. The Farm Bill has endured because lawmakers on both sides of this dais recognize that agriculture policy and nutrition policy rise and fall together. Farmers need customers, families need food, and when we invest in both, America is stronger. That is the tradition we inherited, and it is the standard this bill must meet. As the only member of Hawaii's congressional delegation serving on one of Congress's agricultural committees, I come to this markup carrying the voices of communities where the connection between agriculture and hunger are impossible to ignore. In the weeks leading up to today, I traveled across every county in Hawaii holding Farm Bill listening sessions. I met with farmers facing skyrocketing costs and shrinking margins, ranchers worried about shipping expenses and market instability, indigenous producers working to sustain traditional crops central to our culture and food security. Their message to me was clear. Farmers are struggling to stay afloat. Ranchers are thinking about selling off their cattle and closing their businesses. Families are struggling to afford groceries, and hunger is growing, whether Washington chooses to acknowledge it or not. At the same time, unnecessary tariffs imposed by this administration have added pressure on both ends of the food system. Farmers are paying more for equipment, feed, and supplies, while families are paying more at the checkout line. These policies squeeze producers and consumers alike. making an already difficult moment worse. This is the reality in which this farm bill is being written. So let's be honest about what this bill does and what it also fails to do. Completely disregarding egregious cuts to SNAP does not mean hunger has suddenly disappeared. Eliminating food insecurity statistics does not mean families are suddenly food secure. Ignoring the problem does not solve it. It simply leaves struggling Americans hungry in the shadows. Nutrition programs are not an add-on to farm policy. They are part of its economic foundation. SNAP supports farmers, grocers, truckers, and rural communities nationwide. When families can afford food, farmers have stable markets. Weakening nutrition programs weakens agriculture itself. And process matters too. Taking pieces of Democratic priorities, placing them into a draft bill, and calling it bipartisan without meaningful engagement with our ranking member does not make this legislation bipartisan. Bipartisanship is not selective inclusion. It is genuine negotiation and shared decision-making. That has not happened here. Now, there are provisions in this mark that I fought for and that I support. The Tropical Plant Health Initiative provides long overdue recognition for crops vital to Hawaii and other tropical regions. Reauthorizing Native Hawaiian and Alaska Native Serving Institution grants strengthens indigenous producers and agriculture education. Expanding rural hospital technical assistance recognizes that food security and community health go hand in hand. These provisions matter, but they cannot outweigh the larger failures before us. This draft walks back progress towards fairness in the Thrifty Food Plan for my state, Hawaii. It scales back food security for microgrants. It weakens tools that allow non-contiguous states to purchase local food, and it fails to meaningfully address the disproportionate costs faced by farmers separated from markets by thousands of miles of ocean. Once again, non-contiguous states and territories are treated as an afterthought. Hawaii is not an afterthought. Our farmers are not expendable, and our families should never be collateral damage. The Farm Bill has always represented a promise that America will support those who grow our food and those who need help putting it on the table. That promise is why the bill has historically earned broad bipartisan support. But the legislation before us today fails to meet this moment. If we want the Farm Bill's legacy to continue, if we want future Congresses to view it as the rare opportunity where Americans can come together to solve real problems, then we must do better than this. We must write a bill that confronts hunger honestly, supports farmers meaningfully, and reflects the full partnership that has defined this committee at its best. Because preserving the tradition of the Farm Bill does not happen by invoking history. It happens by living up to it. And today, we are not yet there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Mrs. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this markup on a much-needed farm bill. Our farmers cannot wait any longer. We need to pass a farm bill now, not 6 months from now, not a year from now, now. It's long overdue. The men and women who feed and fuel our nation deserve certainty. They need to know what's ahead in order to properly plan for future crop years. Delays in Washington create real consequences in rural America. As many of you know, I'm a third-generation family farmer in Illinois who understands the daily challenges of maintaining a family farm. Ag issues are personal to me. And more than that, agriculture is the heartbeat of the communities across my district. To give you perspective, my state is proudly home to America's most hardworking farmers and best fertile farm ground. Nearly 3/4 of Illinois' land mass is prime ag land that produces 15% of all U.S. soybeans and 13% of U.S. corn. My district alone has 21,000 farms that comprises over 8 million acres. All of this contributes to 31% of the state's agriculture sales. Given all of this, I am thankful that we finally have a president who understands the issues facing our farmers. Under the previous administration, our producers were left behind, crushed by overregulation, record inflation, and bureaucrats in this town who have never stepped foot on a working farm. Standing up for agriculture has been a major priority for President Trump and House Republicans. This committee was able to secure historic wins for our farmers and the working family tax cut by directing billions toward farm safety net programs, including money for disaster assistance programs, trade promotion programs, and agricultural research programs. Yet there is still much to do. This farm bill fills in the missing pieces by providing over $1 billion to specialty crop programs, clarifying that California's Prop 12 cannot and will not be imposed on producers outside of California. It ensures access to credit for beginning farmers and codifies President Trump's reforms into the national dietary guidelines. This bill will hold Congress to its promise to deliver policies that support agriculture. Now is not the time to play politics with our food supply. Food security is national security, plain and simple. I encourage my colleagues to stand with America's farmers and get this bill across the finish line. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Benzinski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to be very clear at the outset of this markup. This conversation is bigger than the bill text in front of us today. It's about whether we are serious about meeting the moment for American agriculture and rural communities, or whether we are simply checking a political box. Midwestern farmers are the best in the world at what they do. They feed, fuel, and power this country every single day. But right now, even the best are struggling because policy hasn't kept up with reality. Input costs continue to soar, markets are tight, and farmers across the Midwest are saying the same thing. They don't want ad hoc assistance. They want to take pride in their work and earn a living from what they grow. And this farm bill doesn't get them there. That is the heart of this issue. Farmers in my district aren't asking for handouts. They're asking for functioning markets. They're asking for fairness in input costs. They are asking for risk management tools that reflect what they're actually planting. They're asking for conservation programs for producers that protect the land for the next generation. And they're asking for research and innovation that keeps America competitive. This bill does not rise to that challenge. Instead of building a forward-looking, bipartisan, truly bipartisan farm bill in 2023, when we had the opportunity to do it the right way, we are now debating what feels like the leftovers. After so much was jammed into the big ugly bill, we are left with a narrow proposal that fails to confront the real pressures facing farmers and families. It does not meet the moment, and it reflects a broader pattern. This bill is a perfect example of how this majority in this Congress works. It ruptured the historic Farm Bill coalition by decimating SNAP, and now that they've broken it, they're not even willing to acknowledge it needs to be fixed and negotiate with Democrats to find a viable path forward. For decades, the strength of the Farm Bill has been this coalition. Farmers and families, rural and urban, production, agriculture, and nutrition policy working together. That coalition wasn't an accident. It was a recognition that agriculture policy and food policy are deeply connected. When you break that coalition for partisan gain, you weaken the entire bill. What Republicans broke, they don't even have the courage to fix. And we've seen this partisan divide play out in real time. Nationwide, year-round E15 is a perfect example of this. We walked right up to the finish line with bipartisan support with a common-sense solution that would expand markets, lower fuel costs, and strengthen rural economies. Instead of getting it done, leadership chose to punt. That's not governing, that's avoiding hard choices. Meanwhile, farmers are still dealing with fertilizer price volatility. They're still dealing with seed and chemical costs that are far higher than where they were just a few years ago. They're still facing unpredictable export markets, and rural communities are still waiting for meaningful investment. This bill is a vanity project. What should have been a bipartisan farm bill in 2023 is now an underperforming partisan bill in 2026, so that Republicans can say they worked on a farm bill without seriously grappling with whether it actually solves the problems in front of us. I believe very deeply in a farm bill. I believe in what it represents: stability, partnership, and a long-term commitment to rural America. But that means we have to be honest when we're falling short. While this Farm Bill misses the mark on helping our communities, we still have a chance to get it right. If this committee is serious, truly serious about delivering for farmers, rural communities, and families, then now is the time to roll up our sleeves and fix these glaring issues. That means negotiating, that means listening, that means putting politics aside and building something durable. The farmers in my district don't want sound bites. They don't want performative votes. They want policy that works, and they deserve nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Lady Chair yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Fenseth, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank you and your staff for the leadership in creating and crafting this strong bipartisan farm bill that is written by farmers and for farmers, by rural communities and for rural communities, not by D.C. for D.C. And it builds upon our accomplishments in H.R. 1. As a fourth-generation farmer raising the fifth generation, I know firsthand that the farm economy and farmers across southern Minnesota have faced compounding challenges over the past several years, including decreased commodity prices, bad trade deals or no trade deals, increased input costs, and the trade disruptions. The agriculture title of the Working Families Tax Cut made the most significant investment in the farm safety net since the 2002 Farm Bill. Boosted conservation funding, doubled funding for trade and market access programs, made crop insurance farmers' #1 risk management tool more affordable. The legislation before us today builds upon those successes, and it reflects the bipartisan priorities of farmers in southern Minnesota and across the country. I was pleased to see the bill include several pieces of legislation I introduced to ensure farmers and rural communities have access to the credit necessary to succeed, including the PACE Act, which I introduced with Ranking Member Craig, to modernize FSA loan limits and ensure farmers, especially beginning farmers, have access to the financing they need to maintain and improve their operations. Rural communities across southern Minnesota rely on partnerships between the farm credit system and local lenders to build and improve essential facilities like rural hospitals. The Investing in Rural America Act legislation I worked on with Congressman Davis was included in this bill and will ensure rural America has access to the capital it needs to remain the best places to live, work, and play for generations to come. Moreover, I was honored to work with Congressman Gray to introduce the USDA Express Loan Act, legislation that will cut red tape and enable timelier, more efficient credit approval and delivery. I commend the chairman for his focus on the importance of food and farm security to our national security throughout this bill. This bill also doubles funding for MAP and FMD, critical tools for expanding international markets for American agriculture. In southern Minnesota, with over 3,000 pig farms, our producers use the best animal care standards in the world. If not addressed, California's Prop 12 will continue to cause significant harm to small and medium-sized producers, and it will increase market concentration. Our legislation will protect the producers I represent from other states' use of political science to mandate wrong-headed production standards. I look forward to working with members of the minority party who are focused on passing a bipartisan farm bill because it's the right thing to do for farmers in rural America, not focused on running for higher political office and a job promotion. As we begin this process, let me be clear, this legislation delivers for farmers and rural communities in the state of Minnesota. With me today, I have letters and statements of support from farmer-led organizations from across Minnesota, including the Minnesota Farm Bureau, the corn growers, Minnesota soybean growers, pork producers, turkey growers, cattlemen's, and the Midwest Dairy Coalition. I even have a letter of support from the Midwest Council on Agriculture, which is led by the Democrat former Ag Chair Colin Peterson. Every American is affected by the Farm Bill, and this legislation responsibly addresses their needs across all 12 titles. I look forward to the markup before us today, and I encourage my colleagues to find it in themselves to rip the D and the R off our sweaters and stand shoulder to shoulder to bring this bipartisan product across the finish line for farm country and every American across this country. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 649 days. The majority had 649 days
to invite us to the table, to work together, to effectively respond to a farm economy that no longer resembles the one that we had the last time that this bill was before us. And I'm thankful that I've always had farmers and ag stakeholders by my side. In 2023, they helped me get to a yes because the majority worked with me on the important things that I needed to provide for the people in my district. But this is different today because farm bankruptcies went up 46% just in the last year alone. Input prices are at levels never seen before, and American farmers are losing billions because of a global trade war. And today, their voices are not being heard by this committee. And no matter what your politics are, the statistics don't lie. Fewer than half of farms today will be profitable this year. Instead of creating good policy, the administration doubled down on trickle-down economics that give tax cuts to the ultra-wealthy in the hopes that something will trickle down to middle America. You may be surprised to learn that the #1 driver of the economy in Illinois is not what happens in Cook County, it's what happens in Carroll County and Fulton County and McDonough County. It's agriculture. It's why I'm so proud to be one of 5 members of this committee and sitting next to my sister from downstate Illinois, Congresswoman Budzinski. We have 5 fighters from Illinois in this committee that we fight for hardworking, humble people who just want an honest and fulfilling life. People like Tom Muller, a corn and bean farmer from Taylor Ridge, who's been farming for more than a half a century. He told me that the cost of fertilizer and seed has skyrocketed, but the sale price for his crops have plummeted. Export markets continue to shrink, and access to conservation and research is out of reach, and he fears for farmers like him who will go out of business. Down the road in Illinois City, Phil Forer, he is also feeling the pinch. His costs aren't just unaffordable at the gas pump and at the grocery store. He's now paying through the roof for nitrogen and phosphorus and needs policy that will expand the market for what he grows. He's a big supporter, as I am, of year-round E15, and he doesn't want a handout. I listened to my local farmers just today, and they understand that this is not a perfect bill, but I say, why can't it be a perfect bill? I fought for years for better crop insurance and appreciate the expanded loan caps for producers that's in this bill, but why aren't we restoring and expanding domestic markets by providing mandatory funding for local food procurement or allowing year-round E15? Instead of finding solutions here, we're just shoving an incredible burden onto the states to ensure our vulnerable neighbors can eat. Where's the meaningful direct funding for conservation programs like EQIP that provide essential service to our farmers? Trump's trade wars destroyed the international markets. Where's the policy that will restore and increase our markets for our farmers? Funding levels in this bill don't even account for inflation. Paired with FSA and NRCS cuts, these programs are going to struggle to succeed. It's like saying to a farmer that the 2018 Farm Bill has enough funding for what you need here in 2026. It only gives the illusion of certainty, and it certainly will not be enough as this Farm Bill ages 5 years. Our farmers and agribusiness should not have to accept just the minimum. 64,000 families in my district have to find food through SNAP. The folks at the Save-A-Lot on West State Street in Rockford tell me that if people lose their SNAP, they may not be able to stay in business. They're going to create a food desert in the area. Additionally, our farmers are going to lose $30 billion in SNAP revenue. Our farmers and our farm towns deserve better. This markup gives us a chance to amend the bill and save farmers from losing their livelihood. Let's include the amendments that will do real good, not a second-rate, lackluster hope that something will trickle down to middle America or a struggling parent. We have to provide investments to revive our food systems, restore and strengthen domestic markets, and make agriculture of America the force to be reckoned with around the world. We're so much better than this bill, and I look forward to a great markup, a great debate. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now I'll recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Mrs. Kamick, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am so happy that we are finally here working on this much-needed Farm Bill. It's been a long time coming. Farmers and producers across the country have been operating in limbo for years, and that spans across a lot of different administrations. That uncertainty makes it hard to plan, invest, and quite frankly, even survive. The Farm Bill is not just another piece of legislation. It is the backbone of American agriculture, food security, and our rural communities. For Florida, this markup comes after years of compounding challenges. Our producers have endured hurricanes, 3 in my district alone, historic flooding, and most recently a brutal historic freeze that hit specialty crops, citrus, and nursery operations particularly hard. These are not one-year losses. For perennial crops like citrus trees, you lose decades of work overnight, and recovery is not quick. It takes time, flexibility, and a safety net that actually reflects how farming works today. Now, tonight, it's early in the night, but I've already heard an incredible amount of blaming being thrown around the room and pointing of fingers of which administration to blame. You know, the farm economy, it is hurting. But candidly, our producers don't care who broke it. They just want it fixed. Decades of overregulation, high input costs, labor issues, broken systems, and natural disasters have made it damn near impossible to produce a crop. That is the reality. Now, no bill is perfect, and no bill ever will be perfect. But I am really proud of this Farm Bill. And as the only member of Congress representing Florida agriculture in both the House and the Senate, I want to say that there are some tremendous wins for my home state, the Sunshine State. First, I want to highlight improvements to the Tree Assistance Program. This legislation modernizes TAP to recognize economic realities. Covering trees and plants that are no longer productive after a disaster, not just those that are completely destroyed. This gives producers the flexibility to replant different varieties or move operations if needed. And more importantly, it requires USDA to make decisions within 120 days. That kind of accountability, certainty, and flexibility matters, and I dare any member in this committee to challenge that. It also allows for upfront TAP payments. And that's huge. When a hurricane or a freeze hits, growers don't have extra cash sitting around to replant first and then hope that help comes later. There is a critical cash flow needs and relief when needed when disaster strikes, especially after freezes and hurricanes. Secondly, I'm very encouraged by the creation of the Specialty Crop Emergency Assistance Framework. Specialty crops are high value, high input, and historically underserved by disaster programs designed around row crops. Now, of course, I may be biased because I represent Florida, which is home to over 300 specialty crops. And in the winter months, I must remind everyone, feeds 193 million Americans. This framework in particular directs USDA to calculate assistance based on prior year specialty crop sales and explicitly considers higher input costs and diverse business structures. That recognition matters. It matters to producers who grow fruits, vegetables, and tree crops and who have too often been forced into one-size-fits-all disaster programs. Now, just as importantly, the bill provides higher payment flexibility for full-time producers, those who derive at least 75% of their income from farming, ranching, and for many Florida specialty crop producers, this change will make the difference between meaningful recovery or no recovery assistance at all. Third, the continuation of the specialty crop block grants and market news funding gives states the flexibility to respond to producer-driven priorities. In Florida, these programs support everything from disease research to marketing, food safety, and export readiness, and they are a critical tool for keeping our specialty crop sector competitive. I'd also like to highlight the incorporation of key provisions of my bill, the Rural Internet Improvement Act. These provisions will bring rural development and broadband investments, including the reauthorization and expansion of USDA broadband programs. In rural Florida, connectivity is not a luxury. It is essential for precision agriculture, disaster response, telemedicine, and workforce retention. These provisions help ensure that rural communities are not left behind. Now, I want to note the importance of stability across the safety net, provisions that ensure USDA can continue servicing sugar loans during lapses in appropriations, provide the certainty that those producers need, regardless of what is happening in Washington. Mr. Chairman, as I said, no farm bill is perfect, but this bill reflects a real effort to listen to our producers. I encourage my colleagues to support, and with that, I yield back.
His time has expired. Now, please recognize the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for five minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot going on in the headlines today, from overseas wars to rising costs, but when you get right to it, I think we can all agree that most of our families are still most worried about the basics, like putting food on the table after a long day of work. And the food on the shelves in our grocery stores doesn't just magically appear. It gets there because of the tireless work of our farmers, farm workers, ranchers, and growers. Serving on the House Ag Committee is a true honor. It's something that I chose when I came to Congress, not something that was handed to me. And it comes with great responsibility. It's our duty in Congress to support our farmers and rural America, to ensure that American people don't go hungry and keep our rural economies strong and competitive. But I won't sugarcoat it. Congress has been falling flat in meeting those objectives. We've been kicking the can down the road for 3 years now, and I'm tired of it. Because at the end of the day, our farmers and ranchers are the ones who have paid the price. In New Mexico alone, we've lost over 200 farms. That's 200 family legacies lost, 200 local employers gone, and 200 reminders to this committee that inaction and instability have irreparable consequences. Many of these farms in my home state might still be open today if our farmers had the certainty and support that they deserve from Congress. And of course, we've got to address the big elephant in the room. It's shameful that this farm bill does nothing to reverse the $187 billion cut to SNAP made by the Republican tax law. 1 in 4 New Mexicans rely on SNAP benefits, including many people with disabilities, seniors, veterans, and children. A majority, 62% of them, are folks who work. And SNAP doesn't just help families put food on the table. It supports our local grocers, farmers, and rural economies. Every $1 invested in SNAP generates nearly $2 in local economic activity, supporting everyone from farmers to truck drivers to local grocers. Cutting SNAP hurts producers and working families. That's why the bill before us shouldn't be about partisan politics. It should be about whether we're going to support our farmers and keep this country fed. As a representative of New Mexico's 2nd District, I have the privilege of representing thousands of chili farmers, onion farmers, dairy producers, cattle growers, tree nut producers, ag supply chain operators, food bank operators, and more. Now, 2 weeks ago, I met with many of them in my district, members of my New Mexico Agricultural Advisory Group. And the concerns I heard from them are the concerns that I'll be raising in this room over the coming days. We've got to step up and get the job done for our farmers and the hardworking American people who rely on food assistance. That's going to take compromise. It's going to take listening. It's going to take open-mindedness from everyone in this room. Now, I'm proud to have worked across the aisle with our chairman, with the ranking member, and many of you to secure critical bipartisan wins for our producers and constituents. And I have faith that we can do the same in this farm bill. That's why I filed common-sense bipartisan amendments to provide financial support and resources to farmers, ranchers, and producers to create wildlife corridors on their land that benefit both wildlife and agricultural productivity. To stop this administration's effort to prioritize Argentinian beef at the expense of our American cattle growers. To honor our veterans and stop disrespecting their service to our country by rolling back harmful SNAP red tape for veterans. And granting much-needed stability to our rural counties by extending Secure Rural Schools funding for 5 years, so no county is left wondering how it's going to pay for its critical roads and education services. There is bipartisan support for each of these measures across my district and across the country, and hopefully in this committee. And there's no reason that we can't put politics aside, pass these common-sense solutions to make life better for our farmers, ranchers, and producers, not to mention everyday folks who are at the grocery store. Now, we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good, and it's our job to use the next few days to improve this bill and make it as strong as possible for America. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to hear each other out, take this process seriously, to show up, and remember why we're sitting in this room, to deliver for the people who feed this country and the families who depend on us to get this right. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes.
It's so often dysfunction, Mr. Chairman, that grabs the headlines in this town. I don't think you, sir, and this committee get enough credit for what we did last Congress, which is to pass a comprehensive farm bill out of this committee on a bipartisan basis. It was a good piece of work. We accomplished so many of those bipartisan priorities last year in the reconciliation package. We strengthened crop insurance. We made sure that we increased reference prices in Title I programs. Clearly, we're in a totally different input environment than we were 7 years ago. Number 3, we addressed conservation programs, particularly working lands conservation. And then we also put into place some much needed reforms to SNAP. Now, a lot of that was done in reconciliation. But there were a few policy items that we were not able to get through the rules of the Senate. And so that's what brings us here today, sir, as you well know. We've got a little work to do. And what's before us is a solid piece of work. I think every farm bill probably should be judged by whether or not it is pragmatic and whether or not it is bipartisan. And boy, the numbers just don't lie. When you look at the marker bills, the bills that we have all introduced, staking out what agricultural policies do we care about for our country, for our district. Those are really the building blocks of these bills. Sometimes the people back home will say, oh my gosh, how could you read a bill that big? The reality is, this is like 180 bills that we've all been working on for 2 years. Those are the building blocks. And when you look at those 181 marker bills and you try to figure out, well, were they a Republican priority or a Democrat priority, or were they a bipartisan priority? Here's what the numbers say. I suspect you all know it already, but 149 were bipartisan. 18 were Republican only. 14 were Democrat only. This is an overwhelmingly pragmatic and bipartisan farm bill that takes care of the business that we were not able to get done last year. I'm looking forward to the debate and to the conversation we're going to have over the next couple of days, because we all know that our farmers and ranchers and everybody living in rural America, they deserve it. They deserve this work product. There's a lot of things our producers simply can't control, and frankly, we can't control for them. No matter how we vote, we don't control the weather. No matter how we vote, we do not control input costs, and we sure don't control prices. But we can make sure that the hardworking folks of production agriculture, that they have a predictable and consistent policy framework so they can make decisions for the next 5 years, understanding what the rules of the road are. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank everybody for showing up, for doing the work, for filing those marker bills that have meant that this bipartisan work product is ready for prime time. It is ready to help rural America. It is ready for us to take action. With that, sir, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Access to food is like getting health care at your doctor's office. It's necessary for a thriving America, but at a time when everyone is struggling with the cost of living, Donald Trump and Republicans took away $187 billion in food assistance away from the American people, making it much harder for the 42 million people who rely on SNAP to keep their American dream alive. These cruel cuts have also damaged the bipartisan coalition that has always been key to getting a farm bill passed. Investing in food assistance isn't just the right thing to do. It also grows the American economy. For every dollar invested in food assistance, nearly $2 in economic activity is created. Additionally, SNAP supports nearly 400,000 jobs in trucking, manufacturing, warehousing, and on farms. Every agricultural group benefits from SNAP, and a strong nutritional title has been the consistent key to getting farm bills passed. But instead of trying to rebuild this coalition, this flawed farm bill doubles down on the big, ugly bill's failures. It doesn't restore any SNAP cuts. It doesn't invest in the food banks overwhelmed by those struggling to afford groceries in the Trump economy. It ignores the bipartisan group of governors that asked Republicans to delay the big ugly bill's SNAP cost shifts because they threaten to destroy the entire program. You can't slash nutrition programs, ignore the tens of millions of Americans struggling to afford food, and call it governing. Despite what my friends across the aisle may say about the legislation, a farm bill that makes no effort to undo the largest cut to food assistance in American history doesn't meet the moment. A farm bill that does nothing to help farmers being crushed by Trump's reckless tariff strategy doesn't meet the moment. And a bill that provides no emergency assistance to farmers on the brink of losing their farms fails to meet the moment. While Republicans had the opportunity to work together in a bipartisan way and deliver for our farmers and families, they chose loyalty to Trump instead. My district has the fourth highest SNAP participation rate in the country. As someone who grew up struggling with food insecurity, frequently unaware of where my next meal would come from, I know the pain recent Republican food assistance policies have caused them. It's why I can't look at my hungry constituents seeing the same pain in their eyes that I once experienced, and in good conscience support this bill. I urge a no vote on this farm bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Craig, for holding this markup. I would like to express strong support for the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. This bill is about keeping America fed, secure, and strong by standing with the men and women who feed and fuel this country. At a time when input costs are at record highs, commodity prices are at painful lows, and many producers are wondering if they can afford to put a crop in the ground, Congress must act. It is time to provide farmers with the legislative certainty they deserve by passing a long overdue farm bill. Since the 2018 Farm Bill expired in 2023, farmers have been forced to rely on short-term extensions of outdated policies that only deepen the challenges facing the farm economy. Last year, this committee secured major victories for agriculture through the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, but our work is far from finished. Without passage of a new farm bill, we risk letting vital programs and policies lapse at a time when producers cannot afford further uncertainty. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026 builds on the successes of H.R. 1 by further strengthening the farm safety net, enhancing conservation programs, and supporting critical enhancements to the agricultural research and extension complex. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act contains a number of bipartisan wins that will strengthen our rural communities by supporting rural hospitals, businesses, water infrastructure, and broadband, restoring regulatory certainty by addressing issues like Proposition 12, implementing science-based policies by promoting agricultural innovation and protecting essential crop inputs, increasing access to capital for new and beginning farmers, and prioritizing American farmers on a global scale by furthering trade expansion and promotion programs. However, this bill is not just a win for farmers and rural communities. It is a win for all taxpayers. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act eliminates fraud by transferring Food for Peace to the USDA, holding the USDA and states accountable for SNAP errors, and taking additional common sense steps to streamline programs and improve financial integrity, all without increasing federal spending. Additionally, this bill promotes policies that will increase long-term affordability, strengthen our food supply, and lower everyday costs for all American families. By making necessary supply chain improvements, promoting efficient new technologies, and expanding reasonable access to capital, this bill prevents price spikes before they happen to keep everyday essentials more affordable. With resounding industry support, this must-pass legislation delivers improvements that benefit farms, rural communities, and every American family. I urge my colleagues to stand with America's farmers and rural communities to support the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McDonald-Rivet, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Craig. So every time I'm at a microphone, I tell people proudly that I get to represent the hardworking men and women of mid-Michigan. And as the great former Senator Debbie Stabenow used to say, in Michigan, we make things and we grow things. Our district, my district, invented the middle class, and our communities are fueled by family farms. So at home, one thing unifies all of us. And frankly, I think it unifies every member of this committee. We think about the future of our families, our kids, and our country. From the potato farmer in Munger, I'll let you know on my hand where that is later if you'd like, to the UAW worker in Flint, this economy is not working for us. People are working harder and making less while costs are rising. The people in my district need us to pass real solutions to make things better. So I've been really looking forward to this markup all year because this is the space where we are supposed to be finding real solutions, lowering costs, supporting family farmers, and helping working families put food on the table. In short, I want to get to yes on this. As we begin the conversation tonight, we need to understand the realities on the ground, that families and farmers are at a very real breaking point. Our farmers, as is mentioned multiple times, have not seen an update to the Farm Bill since 2018. For decades, they have had to grind out just to make ends meet, and this year, policies from this committee have made things worse. Chaotic tariff policies have not only increased the prices of goods our farmers use in the field, but it's also taken away many of their customers. I read a report yesterday that showed farmers across our country have lost $44 billion last year alone. Let's just sit with that for a minute. $44 billion. Back at home, I see the consequences. I hear a news story nearly every day while touring fields, shopping at the grocery store, or grabbing a cup of coffee with our growers. Farmers are having very real conversations about closing their generational family farms. This is what is happening. I don't think that we can sit idly by and let it happen to the people we represent. We have a greater responsibility to the people who expect us to show up and work for them. It's not just about the family farmers who need the solutions. It is everyday working families adding hours to their schedules, getting up an hour early, and still struggling to make their bills. In my district, 70% of our jobs pay less than $60,000 a year. 70%. And with the costs they face, from healthcare to groceries, and especially now, gasoline, all of them are up, and it makes it impossible to get by. And I do have to talk about this. Instead of helping, this committee made things worse by cutting $200 billion from SNAP and food assistance in H.R. 1. And yes, as someone who 2 years ago was an appropriator that helped craft a state budget, I can tell you that our state cannot afford the costs that this committee has forced on them. Strong state economies will buckle under these costs. Bipartisan governors have asked for a relief in the state provisions. I do remember when we did that. I remember asking this very room, what is the percentage of hungry children that we are willing to tolerate? Well, if you want to come to mid-Michigan, you will meet more than 150,000 people who rely on these benefits for their food, and the cuts in this committee are making things harder. I've seen food bank lines run out of food before they get through the lines of people who showed up asking for help. We need to do much, much better. So today, as we sit down to shape the future of our nation's agricultural policy, I carry with me this reality of the farmers and families who sent me here to represent them. And I'm determined to get things done for them. Big things we in this room can do for them. We can fix SNAP cuts, and we can rein in dangerous tariff strategy that is crushing farmers and families. I do want to say that looking at the text in front of us, there are a lot of pieces in here that really will help. Disaster relief will provide much needed stability for growers in mid-Michigan. We grow a ton of specialty crops: potatoes, dry beans, cherries, pickles. Growers will see a meaningful change to the level playing field for their crop insurance, giving them much needed certainty. This bill updates loan limits and supports rural and development, and I have worked with Rep. Venstra to prevent foreign entities from snapping up our farmland. Make no mistake, things are hard, and we need solutions for the moment. I look forward to talking about all of that and how we use this opportunity for this farm bill to work with our colleagues from both sides to deliver for farmers and families who are relying on us. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you for the incredible work you and your staff have done to bring this farm bill together. I would also like to commend you for your leadership during the reconciliation process, which delivered historic investments for production agriculture in the One Big Beautiful Bill. The number one issue I heard from producers in Texas' 13th Congressional District was the need to strengthen the farm safety net. Through the One Big Beautiful Bill, House Republicans were able to update price loss coverage reference prices, enhance the agricultural risk coverage program, and make higher levels of crop insurance coverage more affordable for all. These provisions are providing essential risk management tools for farmers facing persistently high input costs and declining commodity prices. I was also proud to have secured essential funding for USDA's animal health programs in H.R. 1, ensuring America's livestock producers are prepared to combat foreign animal disease outbreaks like foot and mouth disease, African swine fever, and the New World screwworm. While the One Big Beautiful Bill delivered historic wins for production agriculture, this farm bill expands on those successes, securing greater access to credit for producers, enhancing working land conservation programs, and increasing investments in rural America. I would also like to highlight some of the initiatives I led that were included in this legislation. One of my biggest priorities included in my Agricultural Infrastructure Stability Act, which will provide critical risk management for the cotton producers, gins, and co-ops in my district. Persistent droughts and natural disasters have devastated cotton production in Texas in recent years, which has reverberated throughout the entire supply chain, causing many businesses to close or consolidate. This provision directs the Federal Crop Insurance Corporation to develop new crop insurance policy to help cotton producers manage increased risk associated with harvesting crops that would have been failed in the early growing season. Through this insurance policy, we can help ensure additional cotton volumes are harvested and produced, strengthening the downstream supply chain and improving financial stability across the entire cotton industry. This bill also includes my Rural Health Care Technical Assistance Program Act, which codifies and expands an existing USDA program that provides critical technical assistance to rural hospitals and healthcare facilities, helping to improve financial and operational performance. In recent years, many rural hospitals, in my district in particular, across the U.S., have been forced to shut down, but this provision will help prevent closures and strengthen essential health care services in our rural communities. I'm also proud to have my Dietary Guidelines Reform Act included, ensuring greater transparency, integrity, and evidence-based nutritional information in the dietary guidelines Americans process. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy's Make America Healthy Again dietary guidelines are simple: eat real food. This will build on the Trump administration's historic reset of the U.S. nutritional policy and promotes real science-backed recommendations that support the American people's health and well-being. Finally, in this legislation, I was able to establish a pilot program to review crop insurance penalties for late planted corn in the Texas Panhandle. New seed variants have allowed corn producers in my district to maintain the same production levels in a shorter growing period using less water from the Gala aquifer. This pilot program will help determine how planting dates impact yields and irrigation use, ensuring producers can make the best decisions for their operations while eliminating unnecessary reductions in their crop insurance coverage. Overall, this farm bill contains strong common sense provisions that support America's farmers, ranchers, and rural communities so that they can continue feeding and clothing the world. I would again like to commend the work of Chairman Thompson and his staff for writing such an impactful bill. And I am excited for today's markup and hope we can finally deliver a full 5-year farm bill that provides our agricultural producers with the certainty they need to remain in operation for generations to come. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now I'm pleased to recognize parent of one of America's newest soldiers, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to the ranking member and to the committee members. There was nothing greater than to send my middle son off to the Army, even though I'm Air Force, and to serve our country as is his dream to do. And you'll hear me talk today about young people and fulfilling their dreams. Since joining the House Agriculture Committee, I've devoted significant time to meeting and speaking with people across North Carolina's 1st Congressional District to hear their concerns, their issues, those things that impact their daily lives. And for too long, our farmers have faced an uphill battle, rising input costs, tariffs, labor, and natural disasters, especially for us in North Carolina, have taken their toll. We can add one more thing to that list, if we may, and that's continuing to kick down the road the Farm Bill. Farmers are waiting on a new Farm Bill. Farmers can't keep waiting. They need our help genuinely now. Nearly 15,000 farms closed this past year. 91% of farmers identified financial issues as the top factor impacting their mental health. And I believe, the American people sent us here to figure this stuff out and help solve the problems for them that they're facing. For the State of the Union, I invited Nathaniel Simmons from Hyde County. Mr. Chair, 17 years old, Ranking Member Craig, an 8th-generation farmer. He started at the age of 9. He conveyed the challenges of keeping young people in agriculture. They're seeing their parents and the neighbors struggling and working from sun up to sundown, just trying to figure this stuff out, how to make ends meet. Young people are left having to decide whether it's even worth it, whether they can fulfill their dreams. Yet, instead of being discouraged, this young man, like many others, he's waking up, he's putting his boots on, and he's stepping up for the challenge. If we want a strong and prosperous nation, everyone, we must invest in young farmers and fuel it, because without them, there is no food on our tables, and there is no future for our country. We must keep agriculture within reach for young people. Fundamentally, we must allow young farmers to live the American dream right there on their farms. The farm is not just about the farm itself, though. It's about communities. For those of us in these rural areas, the farm is helping the grocery store. It's helping Napa and convenience stores. The Farm Bill is not perfect. We know it's not perfect. And I've heard from many stakeholders. We have a ways to go, but to be clear, farmers cannot keep taking it on the chin. So no matter where this bill ends up, I look forward, and this is my commitment, it's to the chair, to the ranking member, and to anyone who was sent here by the people to genuinely work on these issues impacting our farm families, consumers, and rural communities. With that, thank you so much, Mr. Chair and our ranking member.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back.
And I yield back.
Now I recognize the gentleman from the great dairy state of Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Craig. I'd like to read a quote here. It will not be doubted that with reference either to individual or national welfare, agriculture is of primary importance. In proportion as nations advance in population and other circumstances of maturity, this truth becomes more apparent and renders the cultivation of the soil more and more an object of public patronage. That was written by George Washington in 1796. So when I talk to some of my colleagues who think that we should be going through this process to ensure that we can feed our people, I would remind them that the first president of the United States was an agronomist, and he understood that as we grow as a nation, that we must help our agriculture industry. It's a privilege to be here today to deliver Farm Bill 2.0 for America's farmers and rural communities. Agriculture is the cornerstone of Wisconsin and the backbone of our nation. Wisconsin farmers help keep America fed, and when agriculture succeeds in Wisconsin, rural communities thrive, supply chains stay strong, and families across the country benefit. And that's why it's so important that we get this right. Under the Working Families Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we made significant strides in supporting farmers, ranchers, and rural communities in Wisconsin across our nation. We've got $56 billion investment in various Title I provisions, $6 billion investment in Title XI crop insurance, provides additional investment in specialty crop research initiatives and specialty crop block grants that will support a growing and thriving specialty crop industry. This significantly helps our cranberry farmers, and Wisconsin is the #1 producer of cranberries in the entire world. We're the #1 producer of ginseng for the country and the #3 producer of potatoes. This provides $125 million per year, the first mandatory funding in history for the Agricultural Research Facilities Act, ensuring that the American agriculture universities have the infrastructure required to lead the world in agricultural science, technology, and innovation. Provides $1.5 billion over the next decade in livestock biosecurity, supporting more large animal veterinarians, USDA laboratories, vaccination developments, APHIS, and the assistance for farmers impacted by animal disease. It gets rid of the death tax. So the reason that family farms go under is because they owe the government 30+% of the value of their farm when they try to go to the next generation. That is gone. $15 million per person exclusion, and that's going to be remarkable for revitalizing our family farms and making sure it goes to the next generation. Permanent small business deduction would increase to 23%. It extends 100% immediate expensing of capital improvements, immediate expensing for new manufacturing and production facilities in America, and increases the 179 small business expensing threshold to $2.5 million. Renews opportunity zone programs for better targeting rural America. And following the enactment of the 2017 Trump tax cuts, small and medium-sized family farms saw their effective tax rates decrease by upwards to 6%. We provided critical support for farmers, improved food security, and promoted sustainable agriculture. But as farmers know, there is more work to do. This Farm Bill 2.0 invests in and addresses critical challenges. Wisconsin is not a dairy state, it is the dairy state. And this legislation supports our dairy farmers by refining the important work in H.R. 1 to support dairy risk management tools, increases the funding for market access programs and foreign market development program, enhances financing options for producers who are unable to obtain credit from a commercial lender, provides resources to new, young, beginning, and veteran farmers in transitioning to farming. They are the next generation, and we must help them. Protecting and enhancing the ability of commercial lenders to provide rural America with a reliable source of credit and capital. Maintain mandatory funding for the Organic Agriculture Research and Extension Initiative at $50 million per year. Organic Valley was started in my district in the state of Wisconsin. We're going to continue to support the organic production through the National Organic Program, Organic Production and Market Data Initiative, and the National Organic Certification Cost Share Program. That codifies the agriculture grants for veterans education and training services. That's AgVets, it's my bill, and that was brought in under H.R. 1230. Addresses the concerns about the conversion of private forest land, allows livestock auctioneers to invest in packaging, and creates a pilot program for the life of the Farm Bill to allow a small number of custom exempt facilities to sell meat producers directly to consumers within the state. And my district has the 4th largest population of Amish in the country. It's going to help them tremendously. But beyond the policies of this program, it's about people. It's about the families who rise before dawn to tend their crops and care for their livestock. It's about the communities that depend on the success of their farms to thrive. It's about feeding a hungry child and helping break the scourge that is the endless cycle of recidivism that has created a permanent underclass of formerly incarcerated Americans. I'm so very happy to stand with my colleagues here on both sides of the aisle to get this farm bill through and give our farmers what they need, and that is certainty. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time expires. Now, please recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Craig. This farm bill process has long been known as one of the most bipartisan acts of Congress, and it's my hope that as we take up the largest and most consequential piece of legislation that this committee produces, that we can live up to that reputation and ensure bipartisanship is truly reflected in this markup. But expectations for a meaningfully bipartisan process are unfortunately very low this year. And that is because for the first time, as I understand it, in the history of the Farm Bill, significant portions have been stripped out and taken up and tucked away in what was an extremely partisan reconciliation process. So now we're left to try to pick up the pieces and make the best of a process that will produce a non-traditional and severely limited Farm Bill. But yet, I remain hopeful and optimistic. I'm just a freshman here in Congress, so I was not around for the Farm Bill processes over the past several years, but I have hope. I have hope that we can make this bill better than what's been presented by listening and actually implementing some of the ideas that come from this side of the aisle. So with that said, I respectfully ask for careful consideration of the amendments offered today and for good faith participation from members of this committee on both sides of the aisle throughout this markup. You know, I represent a district in Alabama where the individual median income is just about $33,000. That is the reality my constituents live with every single day. In my district, about 1 in 4 households rely on SNAP benefits, and yet we are here today working on a farm bill that has been described as skinny. And that's in part because SNAP in the nutrition title is largely not addressed. It was taken out and gutted during reconciliation, and it is the irony is not lost on me in calling a bill that historically provides food security skinny when this year's bill likely won't provide much food security as it has done in the past. Over $185 billion was cut from the SNAP program that already only supplemented about $6 a day for low-income people to eat. $6 at a time when eggs in Alabama cost about $6 a dozen. It's like this committee has forgotten where food comes from in some of the policies and acts that it has supported in conjunction with this administration. You know, every dollar taken from SNAP was money taken from our farmers. Every dollar taken from SNAP was money taken from our farmers. Every dollar taken from the school lunch program was money taken from our farmers. Every ounce of beef that comes into America from Argentina is money taken away from American farmers. Every increased price due to the tariffs, every market limitation due to the tariff policies is money taken away from our farmers. But there's good news. We have an opportunity to recognize the error of our reconciliation ways and support and restore the support for our farmers and food security for those who need it most. But this bill is not just about one title, as we all know. Titles 1 through 12 all matter. Together they shape the entire landscape of our farm, food, and national security systems. For more than 5 decades, Congress has recognized that the Farm Bill only works when all of its titles work together as part of a single agricultural framework. From the field to the fork, from conservation of the land to the commodities and specialty crops grown on it, from protections for farmer credit to rural development of the communities where those farmers live. And so far, this text does not go far enough. It falls short of our land-grant colleges. It falls short for our specialty crop producers. It falls short for rural development, for socially disadvantaged farmers, and for beginning farmers who are trying to break into an increasingly more difficult industry. And given the amount of time we knew this bill was coming, many of these provisions had the opportunity and quite honestly, the responsibility to American farmers to be stronger. That is why the amendments I will offer today and tomorrow, they provide support for rural healthcare systems that communities depend on. They strengthen our land-grant universities that serve as the backbone of agricultural research and extension, and require a clear guarantee that SNAP benefits will still be there if a state cannot or does not meet the cost-sharing requirements. These are real-world consequences that deserve serious consideration, and I sincerely hope we can strengthen them today through this markup process. I believe we can still work together. on what remains before us. I believe this committee can choose dialogue over division, participation over posturing, and people over politics at the end of the day. The constituents who sent each of us here to Congress deserve nothing less from each and every one of us here. They deserve a process that reflects respect, seriousness, and bipartisan cooperation. I hope today we can give them just that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I believe everyone in this room knows that food security is national security, and the men and women who farm our land don't just grow crops, they sustain our economy, our communities, and our country. Like many Iowans, I grew up helping on my family's Century farm, helping to raise sheep, plant row crop, learn early on that farming demands faith, stewardship, and long-term investment. That long-term investment is what we think about when we think about this year's Farm Bill. Over the past few years, I've traveled across Iowa on my Farm Bill listening tour, and I've met with farmers, co-ops, ag lenders, rural leaders, Iowans, Americans, right in the heart of our country. And their message was clear. We need stability. They asked for certainty, market protection, and real opportunity for the next generation of Americans to keep farming. I've worked to turn those conversations into bipartisan legislation. And I'm proud that the bills before us tonight include 19 of my legislative priorities, alongside strong provisions from colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This bill builds on the investment we made in the farm safety net of $66 billion that was passed this summer to expand opportunity. And I fought to include provisions that include lowering barriers for farm ownership, helping new and beginning farmers provide access to credit, to codify our Reconnect broadband program to ensure that rural communities have the infrastructure modern agriculture depends on. We included provisions to strengthen the oversight of agricultural lands and enhance in agricultural biosecurity and cybersecurity protections, priorities that I'm proud to have helped champion. This bill also strengthened animal welfare protections by cracking down on cruel puppy mills through improved coordination with enforcement both at the federal and local levels. We've done a lot of good things in this bill, Mr. Chairman, and I'm proud to say that Iowa farmers had a direct hand in what's been included. But the Farm Bill is only part of the equation for Iowa's 87,000 family farms and hundreds of thousands of farmers across our country. They need certainty when it comes to things like biofuel policy. While we've made meaningful progress over the last year, including my work to extend 45Z tax credits and the support of friends on both sides of the aisle here, there's more to be done, both in sustainable aviation fuel and in biofuels. But passing this Farm Bill is an important step forward for America's agriculture. But that's not the sole job alone. We owe it to our farmers, our families, and our friends to deliver certainty and stability in the market. And that means year-round, nationwide E15. We have the opportunity right now to show that Congress can still meet the moment. I hope we seize it. I'm proud of the bipartisan legislation that has brought these priorities together, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it. We can pass a farm bill that matters, a farm bill that helps America, and a farm bill that moves forward with year-round nationwide E15 to help both the farmer and the family when it comes to feeding a family as well as fueling up at the pump. I look forward to moving this bill forward. Again, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. I agree with the Ranking Member that this Farm Bill fails to meet the moment. I was happy to see that there are some major wins in the bill. I'd like to thank Chairman Thompson for including my U.S.-Israel Agriculture Cooperation Improvement and Expansion Act, which supports the BARD Fund. This program will solidify our alliances in the Middle East and ensure continued collaboration between Israel and American agricultural scientists, creating innovation that benefits everyone. I was also happy to see that a portion of my REAP Modernization Act was included in the bill. The Rural Energy for American program is a lifeline for farmers and rural small businesses to make energy efficiency improvements and cut their electrical bills. But this bill still has a long way to go. I'm troubled to see that it wipes out state and local regulations on pesticide use and labeling. I'm also troubled that the bill, as written, will make it harder for people who have gotten sick from pesticides to find justice in courts. I'm also concerned that the bill doesn't address the growing hunger crisis in America. It doesn't reverse the record SNAP cuts in the big ugly bill, even though they were harmful and unpopular with the American people. It doesn't restore critical bipartisan programs to get farm fresh food to schools and food banks. It doesn't restore the market share that our farmers have lost to competitors in Brazil and Argentina, and it doesn't make food more affordable for hardworking families in the flailing Trump economy. However, I believe that we have a great opportunity here to make a bill that supports American farmers, lowers costs, and helps feed working families. Today, we have a chance to ensure that localities can make common sense policies to protect their communities from toxic chemicals. We can support American ecology and eradicate invasive pests like the spotted lanternfly. We can reverse some of the unpopular and harmful SNAP provisions from the big ugly bill and restore anti-hunger programs that were canceled by DOGE. We can work to cut rural energy costs and lower costs at the grocery store for American families. We can support a robust agritourism economy that allows our farmers to have multiple streams of income and encourages Americans to know where their food comes from. We can commit more money to agricultural research and support national security as well as farm security. Today, I look forward to hearing my colleagues' amendments to this bill and call on my colleagues to consider my amendments as we work towards a farm bill that truly meets the moment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Please recognize the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Newhouse, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and as well as Ranking Member Craig. I just want to say I'm pleased to be able to speak in favor of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. I'm delighted to mark up this important piece of legislation, something that I think we can all agree on is long overdue. You know, as a third-generation farmer, my son being now the fourth generation, and also as a proud member of this committee, I know all too well the importance of the Farm Bill and happy that with the work that was put into this year's version. I want to take a few minutes to highlight some of the provisions that I'm most happy to see that will greatly benefit my constituents in Central Washington as well as farmers around the country. For those of you who may not know, Washington is home to over 300 specialty crops. This Farm Bill provides over $1 billion in support for specialty crops in critical areas such as research, market competitiveness, and protection from pests and diseases. It also addresses other issues for the industry, such as waiving the matching funds requirement for the Specialty Crop Research Initiative, making improvements to the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program, and establishing a Specialty Crop Advisory Committee with a member seat on the Federal Crop Insurance Corporation Board. Throughout my years in Congress, I've heard repeatedly of another important matter, which is the need for a standing framework for specialty crop economic and disaster assistance. Specialty crops often must wait months to receive vital assistance, and that's just unacceptable. The bill before us addresses this issue by providing a framework for USDA to use for future disaster and economic assistance for specialty crops. The need for a simplified, consistent framework for specialty crop assistance is long overdue, and I'm glad we are taking action today to address this long-standing issue. Another portion of the legislation that I'm particularly excited about is the trade title. We make significant investments in the Market Access Program and the Foreign Market Development Program, a priority that I have championed for years, as I have the Technical Assistance for Specialty Crops, Emerging Markets, and Priority Trade Funds. Trade promotion and access to new and emerging markets is critical to ensuring the success of farmers in my trade-dependent state of Washington and across the United States. The trade title also includes a provision that transfers the Food for Peace program to the USDA. Food for Peace plays a critical role in preventing starvation in places around the world that need it most, while also providing American farmers additional market opportunities. It makes sense to move this program to USDA and allow a commodity-focused agency to manage and execute the program's mission while ensuring accountability and that funds will be spent responsibly. You know, these are just a handful of the common sense provisions in this bill, and while I'd love to speak about more of them, I'll just end today by urging my colleagues to vote in favor of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your many trips around the country to get valuable input and to listen to farmers in so many different states. And I also want to give thanks to the staff that worked so diligently on this piece of legislation. It is a product that I truly believe will benefit our nation's farmers, our ranchers, and also our rural communities. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back. Now, please recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our farmers are the heart and soul of rural upstate New York. They really are the very best of who we are. Up before dawn in the freezing cold to milk the cows, out in the sun, beating down to pick the apples. No excuses, no complaints, no days off. Really, nobody works harder. And they don't ask for a hell of a lot in return. Just a fair shot to make a decent living doing the work they love, work that very often has been in the family for generations. I represent 4,547 farms across nearly 1 million acres, and almost all of those farms are family owned. And the average net income is just over $45,000 a year. So these are families who are just trying to keep it together and make it work. And the thing is, these families aren't just up against the conditions, they're up against a system that has been rigged against them. Big ag monopolies around here have all the lobbyists and corporate PACs. They spent close to $30 million in the last election. It's literally 600 times the amount an upstate family farmer makes in an entire year. And they've used all that influence to stack the deck in our farm economy. They get bigger and richer, and our small family farms get crushed and left behind. And so I came to Congress and I asked to serve on this committee to change that. I want a farm bill that puts upstate New York's small family farms first for once. And I've been listening to all the opening statements here, and it sounds like, a whole bunch of people on this side say this is a terrible bill, a whole bunch of people on this side say this is a great bill. I think the answer is somewhere in between. And I'm going to come into this markup with an open mind. Bill includes a lot of my priorities for upstate New York's family farms. Also includes some stuff I very strongly oppose, and it's missing some stuff that needs to be added. The good stuff, upstate New York grows the best apples and makes the best cider in the world, period. It's not up for debate. I know this, having grown up a few blocks from not a cider mill, but the cider mill in Endicott. So the Farm Bill has my bipartisan legislation to cut red tape, waive fees, make it easier for our apple growers to take advantage of cutting-edge research and innovation. I thought you'd like that part. Farm Bill also includes my bipartisan legislation to deploy middle-mile broadband across rural America. This is going to connect our rural communities to economic development, public health, basic necessities that are easy to get in the cities, but too often a luxury in upstate New York. I also know that our dairy farmers are at the mercy of a complex and bureaucratic and outdated price-setting system that too often pays too little for their product. A lot of time they can't even recover their costs, and they're literally operating at negative margins. So I'm proud that the Farm Bill includes my bipartisan legislation to update the milk pricing formulas with the most accurate, most up-to-date data about dairy farmers' actual costs. When we have fair prices for milk, that's good for dairy farmers, it's good for consumers, and it's good for our rural economy. Really thankful to the folks at Dutch Hollow Farm and Skodak for working with me on that. I'm also glad to see this bill extend the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act to cover breakfast. And one of the things I've heard time and again visiting upstate New York's family farms is anxiety for the next generation. Older farmers at the end of their careers who want the farm to stay in the family, younger farmers at the start of their careers who want the same thing, but the barriers are so high, the margins are so small, and the uncertainty is so much. So the Farm Bill includes my bipartisan legislation to improve access to credit for the next generation of farmers. It cuts red tape, makes it quicker and easier to get capital, because why should it be so easy for investment bankers on Wall Street to get credit and so damn hard for young farmers in Stephentown and Kinderhook? So there's a lot of good stuff in here, but there's also stuff that I very strongly oppose and will not support, including immunity for pesticides manufacturers and handouts to the chemical companies. We've got provisions in here that could interfere with labeling practices for kosher and halal foods, and language that could let USDA outsource good union jobs with CSCA. These are harmful provisions, and I'll support amendments to remove them. And finally, there's some stuff that's been left out of this farm bill, including some things that have to be added to earn my support. I want us to undo the devastating SNAP cuts from the one big ugly bill. Congress never should have cut public health by $1 trillion to fund tax breaks for Wall Street, and we need to undo that. We need to do more to address the housing crisis in rural America, and I'm hoping that we will add my bipartisan bills to make tractors safer, SNAP benefits more secure, irrigation systems less expensive, yogurt more accessible for kids, and utility bills lower for rural families. At the end of the day, the question for me here isn't whether this is a good bill for a political party. I'm looking for whether it's a good bill for upstate New York. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Weed, for 5 minutes.
I tell you what.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to stand in support of this farm bill. Since I joined Congress, I've heard from our farmers over and over again on the importance of getting a farm bill done. We've got so many important parts done with the working families tax cuts. Our farmers depended on the investments we made for them, and it was incredibly disappointing to see our friends across the aisle not support those investments. However, I am hopeful that we can have strong bipartisan support this time around and get this strong farm bill passed so our producers can get the help they desperately need. As we so often hear around here, food security is national security, and hopefully that is reflected during this markup. Wisconsin has such a rich agricultural heritage, ranging from the traditional row crops of corn and soybeans to specialty crops like Door County's famed cherries and 60% of the nation's cranberry crops, to our world-famous Wisconsin dairy. America's dairy land has been producing world-renowned cheeses, butter, and yogurt for generations. Our producers in Wisconsin's 8th District and beyond deserve to have our support. This farm bill does exactly that. For our dairy farmers in general, the unprecedented increase in support for trade promotion programs will provide our farmers with new opportunities to grow. The bill increases support for our specialty crops and organic programs. These, of course, will help ensure Americans have access to healthy, high-quality American foods. It also ensures that USDA will safeguard the use of common names, which is vital to the many, many cheesemakers in my district to remain competitive. Everyone knows that cheeses made in Wisconsin, such as Parmesan, Feta, Gorgonzola, and all the others, are better than their European counterparts, and people all over the world deserve to have access to that, no matter how hard they try to implement unfair trading practices. In H.R. 1, we were able to authorize production cost surveys for dairy farmers and processors to increase transparency to help manage risk for both. Additionally, we were able to expand the Dairy Nutrition Incentives Program to include all dairy milks and hard cheeses. Later on in the markup, we will hopefully add in yogurt as well. This move provides an excellent opportunity to encourage SNAP participants to make healthier choices at the grocery store. I think all people should be consuming more whole milk, cheese, and yogurt. They are some of the healthiest choices families can make, and it is a good use of SNAP dollars to incentivize that. Additionally, this bill codifies the important adjustments that the Trump administration has made on dietary guidelines, ensuring that Americans are being advised on their decisions based on science and transparency. This is vital for every American family to make the most healthy decision for themselves. Along the lines of SNAP, I'm also proud that the provision from mine and Representative Brown's EBT Fee-Free Act has been included in the manager's amendment. This will ensure that neither SNAP participants or retailers ever must be subjected to potentially costly EBT processing fees. Neither consumers nor retailers could shoulder any more unnecessary fees. Now they never have to worry. I want to reiterate my support for this bill, and I want to thank the chairman and the rest of the committee on not giving up on their commitment to rural America to get this farm bill done. This is the first step. I hope our friends across the aisle will join us in supporting this vital lifeline to our producers when so many of them are struggling. I also hope our friends in the Senate can do their job and also pass their version of the Farm Bill so we can finally get this to the President's desk, and let's get the job done. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Mannion from New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to Ranking Member Craig. I serve on this committee to represent the interests of a district where agriculture matters. Dairy, specialty crops, family farms that have been there for generations. I also represent families who are managing an affordability crisis and are stretching every dollar. Farmers in central New York and the Mohawk Valley are facing rising input costs, closed export markets, and uncertainty heading into the next planting season. At the same time, grocery prices remain elevated and working families are feeling it every single week. Historically, the Farm Bill has always worked when we work together to address the concerns of farmers as well as families that rely on nutrition assistance. Yet this proposal fails to restore the $187 billion in SNAP cuts, including the unprecedented cost shift to states, which governors across the country have said will undermine the program's financial integrity and long-term viability. And these cuts aren't just devastating to those who find themselves in a position where they need food assistance. They've resulted in lost markets for farms across central New York and the Mohawk Valley. The government has literally taken a customer away from our producers. In New York alone, 46,000 children and 291,000 adults with disabilities rely on SNAP. And in New York 22, over half of the SNAP households include a person with a disability. These are seniors on fixed income. These are veterans. These are families caring for a loved one with higher medical costs and fewer work options. SNAP averages about $6 a day. That is not excessive by any reasonable measure. And instead of building bipartisan consensus, the bill includes poison pills like shielding large pesticide corporations from accountability and overriding state animal welfare standards that farmers have already invested in meeting. It does nothing to address the root cause of rising farm costs, the inflationary unpredictable tariffs that farmers in my district tell me are squeezing their margins and limiting market access. It does nothing to meaningfully stabilize family farm income as bankruptcies rise and USDA projects further income declines. We should be doing better. We should be supporting farmers and real market relief and predictable conservation funding. We should be protecting SNAP so children, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities don't go hungry. We should be restoring stability to rural economies instead of shifting unfunded mandates onto states and counties. That's why I support the Farm and Family Relief Act, real assistance for family farmers, protection for SNAP recipients, and reasserting congressional authority over the tariffs driving so much of this pain. I do want to acknowledge one important inclusion, what I see as a bright spot in this piece of legislation, and that's the bipartisan Rural Micro-Entrepreneur Assistance Program that I introduced with Representative Zach Nunn. It's getting more expensive to chase the American dream, especially in our rural communities, and this language will increase the maximum loan amount available to rural entrepreneurs to $75,000 to better reflect current business startup and expansion costs. It also expands how that money can be used, giving flexibility to use up to half of those funds for construction and real estate improvement costs. These common sense changes will give business owners the resources to improve their physical spaces and revitalize our main streets. I'm grateful that this bipartisan practical reform is included because strengthening access to capital for rural micro businesses is exactly the kind of targeted economic development we should be advancing and an example of what's possible when we work together across the aisle. We have a couple of long nights ahead of us. I hope we use that time to make this bill worthy of the farmers and families that we represent. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan, for 5 minutes.
First, thank you, Chairman Thompson, for being a champion for Pennsylvania farmers and rural communities across America, and for your leadership on the Farm, Food, and National Security Act. In northeastern Pennsylvania, I represent dairy farmers, specialty crop growers, and small multi-generational family farms who are being forced to working longer hours for thinner margins. They're battling rising feed costs, supply chain disruptions, and unfair market pressures. Congress has a responsibility to ensure federal farm policy works for them, not against them. This farm bill answers that call. I am particularly proud that it includes my bipartisan Local Farmers Feeding Our Communities Act, co-led by my colleagues Representative Riley, Representative Pingree, and Representative Valadao. Far too often, the conversations around hunger leaves out the very people who grow, raise, and produce the food our families depend on. This program will reduce the barriers between our farmers and their local communities by creating a clear path to put fresh fruit, healthy fruit foods like veggies, milk, and cheese on the plates of the people that need it. I'm also proud this farm bill also prioritizes specialty crop competitiveness, delivers long overdue regulatory relief, so American farmers and ranchers can focus on producing food instead of navigating red tape, and provides critical support to rural America, including strengthening rural broadband, expanding access to health care, meeting child care needs, investing in workforce developments, streamlining permitting processes, and modernizing rural water infrastructure. These are challenges I hear from the people across Pennsylvania's 8th Congressional District every single day, and I'm proud that we have found ways to address these needs with bipartisan support. Finally, Mr. Chairman, while there were several policies that we were not able to include in this bill, I look forward to working with you to address them moving forward. Chief among them is the Training and Nutrition Stability Act, which would remove the disincentive for individuals to participate in Learn As You Earn programs through the SNAP Employment and Training Program. I know this is a shared priority, and I'm committed to finding a path forward together. I urge my colleagues to support this important bill, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Maryland, McLean Delaney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you to our chair and our ranking committee member. As the only Maryland federal delegate on the House Agricultural Committee, I take this work very seriously and proudly represent Maryland's 6th Congressional District, which represents Western Maryland and our Montgomery County Ag Reserve. The work of this committee touches every corner of our communities, supporting farmers, strengthening small towns and main streets, and protecting the land and water for future generations. It also helps our U.S. competitiveness and our national security. And there's no moment that when the responsibility matters more than when we come together to craft a farm bill. And this is a personal issue for me because I grew up in a farming family. The Farm Bill is more than legislation. It is really a blueprint for our future and for our American agriculture. Coming in as a first-time member of this Congress, I was honored to join this committee, not only to tackle the critical issues faced by farm country, but also to do so in a bipartisan spirit. This is the principle that this committee has uniquely upheld, even in the most challenging and divisive of times. And we have the opportunity before us to put politics aside and work for the betterment of the people we represent. While I appreciate the majority's efforts to reauthorize the 2018 Farm Bill, a long overdue step, the bill before us still falls short. It doesn't address the deeper economic struggles producers face or the hardship that millions of working families, small businesses, and manufacturers continue to endure under a trade war that cost our farmers over $25 billion and contributed to a 46% increase in farm bankruptcies. I'm glad to see that farmers are due some relief under the Supreme Court and when they struck down the president's reckless tax scheme, but the president shows no bounds. In retaliation, he has placed a 15% levy on imports. When will this stop? Trump's illegal tariffs have cost my hardworking Maryland families over $1,700 per household and $4 billion statewide, with Western Maryland farmers and small businesses being hit the hardest. We, as Democrats in our caucus, have offered a solution. The Family and Farm Relief Act would give our farmers the certainty they need in the trade war and provide stability for rural communities. This current bill still does not meet that need. We also cannot ignore what this moment demands. Families across this country are still struggling with higher grocery prices, yet this bill does nothing to restore basic food assistance, even after Republicans cut over $187 billion from SNAP in H.R. 1. 42 million people rely on SNAP, including in my district 1 in 9 Marylanders, half of them children. At a time when food costs are rising, we should not only be pulling away assistance like my colleagues in this room did just a few months ago. Instead, I want to work on restoring support. This bill rolls back even modest gains made in the 2024 Farm Bill, including funding for fruit and vegetables incentive programs. And many Maryland families and farms utilize SNAP, but also many farmers sell into the SNAP program. This legislation also has an opportunity to address the broader hurt felt across rural America. The committee has the tools to strengthen rural broadband, invest in child care, bolster housing, address the skyrocketing costs of utilities, and more in the rural development title in this bill. But it barely moves the needle. We have a chance to do better, and we can. Right now, we face a real risk. Splintering our bipartisan coalition that has sustained the Farm Bill for nearly a century. Since 1933, farmers, rural communities, and advocates have come together across party lines to make a Farm Bill a reality. And what is stunning is that same coalition once drove tractors from across the country to the Capitol in 1979, standing shoulder to shoulder in protest when the bill before them failed to meet the moment. I remember that moment. My dad spoke about it. Their determination built the framework that supports our food systems and rural economies to this day. If we lose that unity, we put politics above the needs of farmers and rural communities. We risk more than just a bill. We risk undermining nearly a century of bipartisan collaboration and the trust of the people who feed and sustain our nation. I look forward to working with my colleagues to craft a Farm Bill that truly works, one that reflects the needs, the resilience, and the voices of rural America. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Messmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to support the Farm, Food, and National Security Act to help the 9,300 family farms in my district. This bill represents years of hard work, and it incorporates answers to nearly a decade of requests, not just from farmers, but American families, rural schools and hospitals, and small businesses. The Farm Bill before us does not just keep family farms operating. It also lowers consumer energy costs, invests in rural infrastructure, improves opportunity for conservation and recreation. It enhances access to food for Americans struggling with hunger, and it bolsters the security of our food supply chains against international threats. This is not a partisan bill, as detailed by my colleague, Representative Johnson. In fact, several of the bipartisan priorities I introduced this year have made their home within the text of this Farm Bill. These include the DoD and USDA Interagency Research Act, co-led with my friend, Congressman Don Davis, the SNAP Online Access Act, which I introduced alongside the gentleman from California, Representative Adam Gray, the Restoring America's Floodplains Act, which I drafted in partnership with Congressman Gabe Vasquez, and the Biomanufacturing and Jobs Act, which I introduced alongside Ranking Member Angie Craig, Representative Mark Alford, and Representative Kristen McDonald-Rivette. While these are just a small snapshot of the cumulative impacts of this year's Farm Bill, these 4 bills represent the shared Republican and Democrat priorities with profound impacts on not just Indiana, but the rest of the nation as well. The DoD and USDA Interagency Research Act, for example, strategically incentivizes public-private partnerships to leverage innovation in both American agriculture and defense sectors to address risks to our most critical resource, food. The SNAP Online Access Act provides a modern solution to the food deserts in both urban and rural America by allowing SNAP families to purchase their groceries online. The Restoring America's Floodplains Act reshapes the way USDA formats floodplain easements by ensuring that farmers, landowners, and local conservationists remain at the heart of flood prevention efforts that protect communities and revitalize injured watersheds. The Biomanufacturing and Jobs Act directly expands markets for American food products to the USDA's BioPreferred program, enhancing the productivity of a $489 billion market that accounts for 100,000 jobs in Indiana alone. These are the kind of common sense bills that make up the 2026 Farm Bill. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act to provide stability for this generation of farmers and secure the viability of the next generation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to you and the ranking member for the tremendous amount of work you've put into this bill. But sadly, I still feel this bill is a disappointment for farmers, for families, and for rural America. It is a very challenging time to be a farmer or to live in a rural America. Farm bankruptcies are up 46%. We lost 15,000 farms last year alone. We continue to see consolidation hurt small and medium-sized farmers who just can't make ends meet. Big farms are getting bigger and smaller farms are closing their doors. And even though grocery prices keep rising, Republicans slashed SNAP by $187 billion in the big ugly bill, taking food off the table for 42 million Americans, seniors, children, veterans, people with disabilities. And then they handed the states the bill. Some governors have said that they may have to drop SNAP entirely, and this bill does nothing to fix that. The tariffs have been an unmitigated disaster, causing chaos and hurting the American farmer. Here's a story from one farmer in Maine. He was trying to buy a single piece of equipment to process organic Brussels sprouts. It's only made overseas. Because of the economic chaos coming out of Washington, he has to guess the weight of steel on the day it arrives and hope prices won't spike before the machine clears customs. And this bill doesn't help farmers impacted by Trump's trade wars. Meanwhile, Maine's iconic blueberry industry is suffering. The acreage down, the prices down, the cost doubled. Our dairy sector has collapsed from over 600 farms to 140. While this bill makes some policy tweaks, it makes zero investment to help those farmers and families. We should be investing in resilience for farmers facing the challenges of extreme weather, heat, drought, floods, invasive species. While I was glad to see this administration launch a regenerative agriculture pilot program, I am deeply concerned that they are merely shuffling funds from other areas already funded and have set so far no standards. You could be claiming you were regenerative because you were doing no-till while still spraying glyphosate on your fields. The bill also provides insufficient funding to support farmers who are organic or transitioning to organic, which is a proven standard that helps soil health and has clear standards. We are also cutting other conservation programs that help with soil health. The Republicans are reshuffling $1 billion from EQIP, a core conservation program that is oversubscribed in Maine and across the nation. They're also eliminating farmland conservation transactions that give beginning farmers and underserved farmers access to affordable land. They're failing to increase GUSNIP, which would provide more funding for fruits and vegetables, stripping tribal authority for the food distribution program, and eliminating tribal access to agriculture mediation programs that help resolve loan disputes and farm transition. And buried in the energy title is a severe restriction on USDA funding for solar on farmland. And while I understand we can't put solar panels on all farms, it is written so broadly that it would effectively end solar investments for rural businesses, beginning farmers, and rural development programs alike, at a time when energy prices are unsustainable for families across the country, and farmers need every support they can get to bring down costs. This bill includes harmful pesticide language that is a handout to Big Chemical, that preempts states' rights and creates a liability shield that prevents people from fighting for their health claims. I will submit an amendment to remove this, and I thank the MAHA movement for seeing the importance of this and working hard on making the public aware of how harmful this would be to our health. This bill does not do enough to deal with the PFAS challenges that our farmers are facing, yet another toxic chemical. So I hope we can amend this bill and make it good enough to improve this so that we can all vote for it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Now, please recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
We do once again want to remember our prayers to the families of Doug LaMaffa and to our colleague and friend Jim Baird in the passing of his wife, and also to our colleague Jonathan Jackson in the passing of his father. I want to begin tonight by recognizing the hard work that has gone into this year's Farm Bill, Mr. Chairman. There are many strong, meaningful provisions in this legislation, and they deserve to be commended. First, we're saving our pork producers from California's disastrous Prop 12. Families who have raised hogs for generations in North Carolina have been living under the uncertainty because of one state's decision to impose its reckless standards on the rest of our nation. When outside mandates drive up costs or shut producers out of the markets, it doesn't just hurt farmers, it ripples through small towns and working families. That's not how interstate commerce is supposed to work. The Constitution gives Congress the responsibility to protect the free flow of commerce among the states. Needless regulations like Proposition 12 are not how agriculture is meant to function in America, and I'm grateful that these protections are included here by incorporating our Save Our Bacon Act. Second, I strongly support reauthorizing and strengthening conservation programs like EQIP and CSP. These voluntary programs give farmers the tools to be good stewards of their land while keeping their operations productive and viable. Conservation works best when it is locally driven and built on partnerships, not federal mandates that increase cost for farmers and for taxpayers. There's so much in this legislation that supports farmers and producers. However, we're not yet where we need to be. We should continue to work to ensure that programs like SNAP operate with integrity and clear eligibility standards consistent with congressional intent. We must ensure we're not increasing the size and authority of the bureaucratic state of Washington. And when we invest federal research dollars, those investments should prioritize American interests first and foremost, not embed preferences for partnerships with multinational institutions that may not share our values or priorities. This Farm Bill makes important progress, but if we're serious about fiscal responsibility, draining the swamp, and protecting American farmers, these concerns will be addressed by adopting some amendments that will be offered. I look forward to working with my colleagues to strengthen this legislation so that it fully reflects those principles and the values of the millions of Americans who are directly impacted by this bill. Mr. Chairman, again, I commend and thank you for your hard work, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. He yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carvajal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Craig. I am proud to represent California's Central Coast, an agricultural powerhouse that is essential to our state's status as the vegetable and fruit basket of the world. Agriculture is our region's largest industry, and the essential food we grow benefits families locally, nationally, and around the globe. The Farm Bill is a critically important piece of legislation for many stakeholders in my district and across our nation as well. That is why it is so essential that it is done right. Unfortunately, the current bill falls short of that. Since our last Farm Bill proposal, marked up in 2024, my staff and I continue to engage with committee members, their staffs, and stakeholders to find common ground and to pursue solutions, bipartisan solutions, that best support our producers, farmers, farm workers, and families. Something that can be a win-win for everyone. When reviewing the bill, I was pleased to see some of the bipartisan measures my colleagues and I worked on that were part of the proposed 2024 Farm Bill found their way back into the bill, including provisions drawn from legislation I worked on with the late Representative Doug LaMalfa to support specialty crop mechanization projects, as well as my Fire-Safe Electrical Corridors bill with Representatives Valadao, Costa, and Fitzpatrick to simplify the process of removing hazardous vegetation near power lines to allow for a more streamlined approach to combating wildfire risk. While this Farm Bill contains some remnants of past bipartisan cooperation, the committee's inability or ability to work collaboratively on mutually agreed upon Farm Bill policies has diminished since the Trump administration's return to the White House. In the lead up to the introduction of this bill, Democrats were excluded from the drafting process, and the result is legislation that reflects just that. As expected, the bill includes no provision reversing the big ugly bill's $187 billion cut to SNAP, nor attempts to delay the detrimental administrative and benefit costs shifts it places on states. This decision to not address these major issues will result in millions at risk of having their benefits being cut or being kicked off the program entirely due to the looming cost shift onto states. In my district alone, more than 119,000 people depend on SNAP, and thousands of them will feel the impacts of these decisions. This bill not only fails to address these concerns, but also removes positive investments from past efforts that would have provided millions in additional funding for fruit and vegetable incentive programs. And if that wasn't enough damage, the majority also chose to eliminate the additional investments in the Emergency Food Assistance Program that were included in the 2024 bill, including $134 million for the food bank commodities and $100 million for storage and distribution support. This is unfolding at a time when families' food costs are surging and farmers' input costs are rising as a result of President Trump's misguided tariffs. On the Central Coast, specialty crops comprise the lion's share of agriculture commodities, and President Trump's reckless trade wars have impacted many of these local growers and businesses in the area, including the loss of international markets for their products. This president continues to simultaneously play both the role of chief arsonist and firefighter, creating the problem, then stepping in to take credit for fixing it, often at taxpayers' expense. Yet this problem has not fixed businesses, and everyday families continue paying the price for these foolhardy tariffs. Even with this administration's announcement of farm assistance for specialty crop growers, producers across the country are expected to receive only $1 billion in aid to mitigate the impacts of these tariffs. This is only a fraction of the sector's outstanding need, according to the American Farm Bureau Federation. While I was pleased to see additional provisions in the Farm Bill for specialty crops, this bill does not do enough to address farmers' current needs. Outside of the needs of families and farmers, this bill also fails to make any improvements in the area of animal welfare, whether that's not including bipartisan bills like the Greyhound Protection Act or attempting to overturn California's Prop 12. This Farm Bill retreats progress and seeks to undermine current humane standards in place.
Gentleman's time has expired. I thank the gentleman. And I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a monumental day for our farmers and rural communities across the country. The Farm Bill represents not just an historic piece of legislation, but our continued commitment to the men and women who feed America and the world. So I want to use my time to highlight not only what we have already done in this Congress, but the good that this bill will provide to each one of our districts. To start, last July, President Trump and the Republicans delivered the largest investment ever in our agricultural sector. That bill reduced the cost of crop insurance for our farmers, doubled agricultural trade programs that send our products around the world, invested in animal disease prevention to protect our food supply, and made critical tax provisions permanent like the death tax exemption, and much more. Promises were made and kept. Now we are taking a critical first step to pass a full 5-year farm bill with the Farm, Food, and National Security Act. I applaud Chairman Thompson for leading on this legislation, which should have bipartisan support. After all, this bill is not only budget neutral, but includes several critical provisions to help those in rural America. The Farm Bill in front of us expands rural broadband, boosts farmers' ability to get credit, and cracks down on our adversaries buying up farmland, just to name a few provisions. And I'm proud to have been involved in multiple items that have been included in this Farm Bill. First, my Rural Broadband Assistance Act is in this bill to help small towns like those in my district get access to federal broadband programs. My district in Southern Ohio is one of the least served areas in the country, and this will help it get connected to the modern economy. Broadband has been my #1 priority since I joined Congress, and I'm proud to help deliver results back to Southern Ohio. Nearly all the water infrastructure in my district is well beyond its life expectancy. I led legislation to reauthorize the vital water infrastructure programs at the USDA to assist rural communities in modernizing their water systems. That is also in this bill. And I'm proud that this bill backs up the Trump administration to stop the takeover of our prime farmland by solar panels. This is a massive issue in Southern Ohio and across rural America, and stopping this takeover is a huge win for the next generation of farmers. Special thanks are due to Congressman Bost and his team for all their efforts in leading this charge. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what this bill will do. By passing this bill, we have the chance to help our rural communities and reduce costs for our farmers, and in turn, reduce costs for all Americans. The American people spoke loud and clear in November 2024. They wanted us to deliver results. We delivered on the 4th of July, and it's time for us to deliver again. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to passing this bill to make America and agriculture great again, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Hearing no further discussion, the committee will now move to consideration of the bill. And with time for staff need some time to be set, or we able to move right ahead? Okay. All right. Get staff to the table. By the way, you all did great.
Thank you.
We kind of thought it was going to be 10 o'clock. So thanks for yielding back 40 minutes. My intent is to go no later than 11:59. My life experience says nothing good happens after midnight. So I've experienced those markups that go into the wee hours, and it's painful, and I don't think it's effective. So,
Mr. Chairman, may I just say that Mr. Crawford wins the award for
yes, he does.
Best opening statement.
Innovation and creativity.
Yes, there you go.
YouTube, no less.
I got to go read it.
Oh, hello.
Are you awake?
No, I am not. I really need to go drink some coffee, but
Just had some.
did it help?
Probably helped too, actually.
Yeah, there you go. That's the problem. That's what I worry about. Oh, if I go drink some coffee, I'll feel better, but then in 2 hours, I want to go to sleep. And, we have to get up.
Anyone been recognized yet?
Not yet. We've been waiting for staff to get in place.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
It's going to be an offer of their job.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have that before. We'll tell you what number we got.
All right. I think we have everyone in place. And so we're going to proceed with consideration of the bill. Does any understand that Mr. Blazinski has a amendment at the desk under Title I. We're just dealing with Title I right now.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Second. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 2.
Okay, members will suspend while the amendment is being distributed. All right, everyone has it? Very good. Ms. Buzinski has offered amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 2, offered by Ms. Buzinski of Illinois.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment would require a mandatory base acre update to better align Title I commodity programs with current planting realities. The goal of this update is fairness, fiscal responsibility, and strengthening the long-term integrity of the farm safety net. As you all know, this is an issue I've spoken about in our last 2 committee markups, and I even introduced a bill on this topic last summer with Congressman Johnson. If this had been a normal Farm Bill process, I would have appreciated a debate on this topic, but Republicans pursued a partisan path with reconciliation that included only a voluntary update. I want to be clear, a voluntary update does nothing to address the root problem here. Title I payments are still made on historical base acres, not necessarily on what a farmer plants today. The fact that there has been no mandatory base acre updates since the 1990s means that there are egregious discrepancies between what is being planted and what we are paying for. It's outrageous that a farmer can be paid for one commodity while planting another. Think of it this way. A farmer may have base in cotton and collect a payment of upwards of $100, but let's say they planted corn, and maybe they get a crop insurance indemnity too. Our current setup allows farmers to collect payments from USDA for multiple crops on the same acre and still compete in the market. And that's not to mention that we make payments on acres that aren't even planted. In my view, funneling money to unplanted acres is not in the best interest of farmers, and it's certainly not in the best interest of taxpayers. How is this not waste, fraud, and abuse? We need to get serious here. If we allow this to continue, we deserve any scrutiny that comes our way about these programs. A mandatory base acre update strengthens the credibility of the safety net. It would strengthen taxpayer confidence, and it is our role to take that seriously. I don't think any farmer out there would tell you things on the farm are the same as they were 30 years ago. They'd tell you that things aren't the same as they were 5 years ago. So why are we clinging to a program set up that does nothing to address that? Agriculture in 2026 does not look the same as it did decades ago. Our policy should not be frozen in a different era. Illinois and Midwestern farmers want a safety net that reflects the risks they face today, not the planning decisions of generations ago. A mandatory base acre update is a practical, responsible step in that direction, and I urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
And gentlelady yields back. Other members that wish to speak on this? Anyone on the Republican side? Ms. McDonald-Rivet. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Representative Buzinski for raising this really important issue. It's our responsibility to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars and to ensure that our farm programs reflect actual production. Under current law, payments are still tied to base acres established decades ago, meaning some producers can receive support for crops they no longer plant, and in some cases for land that is no longer in production. A mandatory base acre update would modernize the system by aligning payments with what farmers are actually growing today. For states like Michigan, where planting patterns have shifted significantly over time, this ensures fairness and accuracy in programs that support producers. And for taxpayers across the country, it ensures their dollars are being spent efficiently. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? If not, I will. Ms. Kamick is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question for the amendment offered. Do you have a price tag on this?
Well, actually, I don't. I mean, I think this will end up saving taxpayers money because we haven't done the update in decades. So if we're not having to provide financial assistance continuing on acreage that isn't planted right now, my cases that I'm making is I think we are providing financial assistance to farmers that are not planting on the acreage that they're getting the financial assistance for. So I think this would come out as a benefit to taxpayers if we did an update on what is the actual acreage that farmers are actually planting on.
But you didn't support the voluntary base update.
Well, my point is if it's voluntary, are farmers really going to be, I think it has to be mandatory so that we get a real accurate description and understanding of what the acreage is that is being farmed. If it's just up to a farmer to decide whether they're going to report the acreage that they're planted or not, I just don't think that we're going to get a real accurate read. And that's why a mandatory base acre update, I think, is necessary. And we haven't done it in decades.
But I do believe in previous cost estimates, it was exceptionally expensive. But that's why we went with a voluntary. But I yield, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Generally yields. Mr. Scott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take up the whole 5 minutes, but I'm opposed to this amendment. Every farmer I know wants a voluntary base acre update, not a mandatory base acre update. And I hope you'll listen to what the author of the amendment said, that they think there's a problem if it's up to the farmer to decide. And I don't know any farmer in favor of a mandatory base acre update. I know a lot of farmers in favor of a voluntary base acre mandate, and I think that we should support the farmers in their position on this. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Crawford is recognized.
Yeah, I think that anytime you start mandating things, thank you, Mr. Chairman, anytime you start mandating things, farmers reflexively resist, and that's for good reason. What we've seen, for example, a mandatory a livestock ID program, when you were able to demonstrate market value for premise registration and they could actually benefit from it at the market by a gain of 25, 30, 40 cents a pound, then you started seeing premise registration taking place because there was a market demand for it. That's when you got accountability, and you took that extra step in record keeping and so on because the market would actually reward you for it. So if we could find some way to reward farmers for updating base acres on a regular basis, find a way to do it, I think then you'd see an uptake that would address your concern. But when you mandate it, the nature of farmers is to reflexively say no thank you, and I think that's what we're going to run into this time around. That's why I oppose that amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? If not, I'll take liberty of my time. I'd like to thank General Lady for raising this issue before the committee. I know there are some areas of the country that would benefit from a full base update, but I also had to be mindful of those who stand to lose significantly from a mandatory base update. Under the base acre provision of H.R. 1, this committee carefully threaded the needle to help significantly expand the safety net without penalizing producers who've availed themselves of the planting flexibility that's been a hallmark of Title I since the 1996 Farm Bill. As I understand, Secretary Rollins and the folks at USDA have already begun working to roll out these additional 30 million base acres that we added as a part of H.R. 1 agriculture title to give beginning farmers and underbased producers access to the farm safety net. So this committee's worked diligently to find a solution on base acres that is a net gain for all producers. And for that reason, unfortunately, I'll be opposing this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Any other members seek recognition? Mrs. Takuda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to express my strong support for this amendment. This is going to help a lot of our farmers, and at this time, I'd like to yield my time to Representative Baczynski.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, there are Midwestern farmers that would definitely benefit from a mandatory base acre update. So to say that there aren't any farmers that would benefit, I just want to make it clear the farmers that I represent definitely would. I understand Southern farmers, which I know the members that spoke up in opposition to a mandatory base acre update. Southern farmers might see opposition to this, but when you look at reference prices, and one of the things I've consistently said on this committee is to make sure that a farm bill is geographically balanced, that it weighs the the pains and the frustrations of Midwestern farmers with the same pains and frustration as Southern farmers, and doesn't give our Southern farmers an unfair advantage if it relates to reference prices or base acreage. And I think just asking for a system that we've been based on that's decades old, asking farmers to do that update and making it mandatory so that we get a real full picture of what's being planted, I think is a fair request. But I'll yield back.
Ms. Takuda, the main time is yours.
Thank you. I yield back.
Yield back. Okay. Other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment. All right. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor?
Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw the amendment.
The gentlelady withdraws the amendment. Thank the gentlelady. Now, I understand, Mr. Carbajal, you have an amendment at the desk? Under
Yes,
Title
Mr.
I?
Chairman, amendment number 24.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 24, offered by Mr. Carbajal of California.
Without, I think that the amendment has been distributed. Everyone, what's that? Carvajal's? All
Thank
right.
you.
So without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Each year, states across the nation experience natural disasters resulting in substantial damage to farms and agriculture lands. In 2023, farms in my district alone experienced over $200 million in losses due to storms. I'm sure each of you can relate and have seen losses in your districts at some point as well. Even withstanding USDA disaster programs and safety net offerings, many producers are still left with uncovered losses from natural disasters like hurricanes, floods, droughts, tornadoes, and wildfires. In 2024, 47 states experienced natural disasters with uncovered losses totaling over $9.3 billion. In 2023, all states except Alaska experienced natural disasters with uncovered agriculture losses totaling up to $10 billion. That same year is when California producers experienced unprecedented weather events. Early year storms lasted onto March, bringing multiple atmospheric rivers, intense rainfall, and subsequent flooding. The subsequent months of August and September saw severe impacts to state from Hurricane Hillary. All told, it is estimated that my home state was hit with a staggering $2.4 billion in agricultural damages and losses. At the end of 2024, we supported a proposed bipartisan supplemental package that included $21 billion in natural disaster assistance to producers. The package also included a pilot to allow some funds to flow from USDA to states via a block grant mechanism. This authority has largely been replicated in Section 1004 of this bill. Last year, using this authority, USDA issued general block grants and provided roughly $1 billion in ad hoc disaster funding to select states, with those states in turn aiding producers. Despite the $21 billion in assistance for several disaster types, such as tornadoes, fires, flooding, drought, the general block grants USDA chose to implement only provided funds to states that experienced uncovered losses due to hurricanes, with all other disaster types being deemed ineligible. To date, roughly $1 billion in general block grant funding taken from the general funds allocated by Congress to all producers have gone to only 6 states. Eligibility criteria and data requirements for the states were not made public before the USDA began accepting grant applications, nor have the finalized block grant awards to these select states been made publicly available. The $1 billion awarded to these handful of states provides money to producers in those states for losses that existing programs, federal programs, do not cover, allowing them to receive money on top of other federal disaster assistance. All of this ultimately creates questions about equity for impacted producers in other states. As we are all aware, Congress has created many state block grant programs across multiple agencies and jurisdictions. To my understanding, in every case where block grants are created, Congress establishes a framework for the program to ensure states receive funds in equitable manner and administer such funds in compliance with federal requirements. Mr. Chairman, should we intend to give USDA new block grant authority to address natural disasters, we must practice good governance and lay out a framework here as well. That is why my amendment would ensure continued accountability for any federal tax dollars given to state governments. It would also require transparency, both in the USDA process of determining state and disaster eligibility and how states would administer awarded funds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize to speak on the amendment, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes. Okay, recognize Mr. Costa for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak on behalf of this amendment that our colleague is offering. I think that it's not just California, but all of our states are challenged with the unpredictability of weather. Farmers can be, and ranchers, dairymen and women, the best, but you pray for rain, and it doesn't always come when you want, and then oftentimes you have other kinds of natural disasters that affect it, whether they be hurricanes or tornadoes or other factors that devastate regions of our districts and our states. And therefore, I think this amendment has good merit. I think it provides an effort to compensate those who are devastated by the impact. And I support the amendment, and I think it's something that clearly we need to have more tools in our management toolbox to deal with the devastation that weather events cause, regardless of where we farm. So I support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. Now recognize Mr. Austin Scott for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. And I say this respectfully with my good friend Salud, who I've traveled the world with, especially Africa, and places that actually benefit a lot from our RUTF and other programs. My district has been hit by disasters, going Hurricane Michael, Ida. I mean, we've had hurricane after hurricane in our district, and I would just suggest to my colleague the reason I'm opposing this amendment is because the better place to write this is in the actual disaster bill. And that is what we've been doing, is when we have a disaster, we've actually been writing those parameters in that bill. And if you put this in this farm bill, you're going to lose your opportunity, I believe. At least it's going to require additional agreements to get additional changes into the disaster bill. So I just suggest that the better place for this type of language is in the actual disaster bill after we see what the damage is. And we go to pass that disaster bill on the floor of the House of Representatives. With that, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the amendment for that reason, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying thank you to Mr. Carbajal for bringing up this amendment. As we all know, block grants can be used as incredibly effective and useful tools for delivering assistance to producers, especially for crops that don't benefit from the established USDA farm safety net programs. Of course, as we've seen in the actions of this administration, it's easy to use block grants to pick winners and losers among those who could receive assistance. This amendment will help establish uniformity, transparency, and accountability in these block grants so they don't simply become a blank check for states to use recklessly or inappropriately. Again, I just want to say, Mr. Carbajal, I think this is an excellent amendment. And at this point, anyone? Okay, yield back to the chairman.
Kelly yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Carvajal's amendment? If not, I'll take the liberty of providing my time. I want to thank the gentleman for his amendment. The ability to streamline the block grant negotiation process remains a top priority. It is critical that we're able to provide states with as much discretion as possible to negotiate these block grants in a way that best suits their needs. Now, I have some concerns about removing some discretion from the ability of the Secretary and states to negotiate terms around block grants that could hinder their ability to respond to unique challenges or disasters that they may not be able to contemplate as we sit here today. So I oppose the amendment, but would appreciate the opportunity to keep working with Mr. Carvajal as this process moves forward to ensure that we are appropriately balancing the interests of all the stakeholders. And I yield back my time. Anyone else seek recognition? If not,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Carvajal.
if there's no more speakers, I would like to withdraw my amendment and hope that we might discuss opportunities to address these issues in the future. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Scott's constructive feedback, and I'm hoping we will continue to work on this issue.
Well, Mr. Carvajal, you have my promise we'll do that. Look forward to it. Very good. We're going to move on. I understand that Mrs. Takuda from Hawaii has an amendment under Title I. Amendment number 96. No. Oh, okay. Very good. So if not, recognize Mr. Crawford has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. Would like to call up amendment number 137.
Very good. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 137, offered by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas.
Without objection, amendment will be considered as read. Now recognize the distinguished gentleman to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank you and your staff for working so hard with me on this joint priority. I'm glad we both understand that advanced partial PLC and ARC payments is a necessary policy change. Understanding the importance of keeping this bill cost neutral, and since CBO unfortunately scored the provision, I do intend to withdraw my amendment, but I think it's important that we have a little bit of a conversation about it first. So, and I also would like to pursue this maybe in some other avenues. This is only one half of my bill, the Bridge the Gap for Rural Communities Act. The other half suspends payment limitation for crop year 2025, recognizing that securing our nation's food supply means tying the farm safety net to the acres of our family farmers cultivated instead of subjecting them to arbitrary cutoffs that add another squeeze to producers who can't afford another squeeze. But getting back to the amendment in front of us, this amendment simply gives farmers the option to receive 50% of the projected PLC or ARC payments several months early in the years the Secretary projects a payment will trigger. This will help farmers with cash flow issues, which right now is pretty much everyone, and allow producers to save on interest expense. To be clear, this is not a novel or revolutionary idea. It was actually part of the predecessor program to PLC and ARC. But in the 2008 Farm Bill, Democrats decided to play political games and gutted advanced partial payments to be used as a budget gimmick. That has put farmers in a situation where PLC and ARC payments are paid in full a full year after harvest. And let's just pause and think about how ludicrous that is. Why in the world are payments coming out a year after the crop they're meant to as a protection tool for? And let's remember, payments are only triggered in years when farmers are losing money on a crop, so we're already hurting farmers in years they're already down. It's far past time we correct this issue created by Democrats a decade and a half ago. We're facing existential crisis in agriculture, and I understand this is not a silver bullet, but it is a simple way to align policy to help farmers when they need it most and bolster our nation's food security. Mr. Chairman, if on your commitment to continue working with me to advance this policy, I'd be happy to withdraw this amendment.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman for bringing forth the amendment. It, as well as his diligence in working towards improving certainty and cash flow for producers. I believe the provision has merit. In fact, it's something we've been working together on for months. But unfortunately, with the updated February baseline, the Congressional Budget Office has changed their methodology in scoring provisions that interact with the Commodity Credit Corporation. Now, what should have been budget neutral will cost billions. And so, I commend Mr. Crawford for his efforts to move the payments for farm program payments. This effort should right to ship after House Democrats arbitrarily in the past used Title I payments timing to pay for nutrition spending in the 2008 Farm Bill. So we're not able to include this amendment at this time due to budgetary constraints, but look forward to working together with the gentleman to get this across the finish line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I will withdraw the amendment.
Very good. Does anyone else have a amendment under Title I?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
This is number 132.
Amendment number 132, offered by Mr. Rouser of North Carolina.
I now recognize distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
I thank the chairman. The amendment would simply restore tobacco as an as an agriculture commodity under the Commodity Credit Corporation Charter. Let me give you a little history on this, on why this is the case. And this goes back to a previous life of mine. I think maybe only Frank Lucas and David Scott were here at the time. But in 2004, when the tobacco quota buyout was negotiated, there was some concern that there might be an effort later on to reconstitute a tobacco program. And so we excluded tobacco from the CCC charter for that reason. But the purpose, again, was the purpose of the language was to prevent any reconstitution of the program. It was not to prevent access to ad hoc disaster assistance or ad hoc economic assistance. And I should add, this change ensures that tobacco farmers are not excluded from assistance, but it does not ensure that they get any assistance. So really, this is a technical correction with regard to the original intent of the negotiation back in 2004. As it works now, when Congress passes a disaster package, tobacco is included. But if the administration proactively issues payments to farmers and it's coming from the CCC, then tobacco is excluded. So this corrects that wrong, and it's very much a technical change. CBO scores it budget neutral, 0. It is not retroactive, only prospective. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mr. Davis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. As the congressional district that produces more tobacco in this nation, I do want to speak on this and thank the gentleman from North Carolina, my colleague, for bringing this forward. And I believe that this will go a long ways in helping, giving an opportunity for tobacco farmers. And I can tell you, I've spoken to so many along the way, and anything we can do up here that just makes sense to help this population, this group of farmers that are doing what they can to, again, make ends meet. I'm grateful for that. So thank you for that. I am supporting this, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman. Yields back. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Rouser and Mr. Davis. I just would remind my colleagues that in 2004, Congress passed on a bipartisan basis the Fair and Equitable Tobacco Reform Act. That legislation ended federal support for tobacco in our country in exchange for making payments of almost $10 billion to our nation's tobacco farmers. Unfortunately, I have to say that this amendment would undo the provisions of that act and limiting the use of CCC dollars to support tobacco. If this amendment is adopted, it would restart the government's ability to use taxpayer dollars to promote the domestic consumption of tobacco and the marketing of tobacco as well. To me, that seems very inconsistent with the Make America Healthy Again agenda. And of course, the past is littered with examples of the government buying surplus tobacco from farmers and ending up having to dispose it. So again, I appreciate my colleagues in the situation they're in their states, but I believe this amendment just doesn't meet the reality of where Americans are with regard to tobacco and public health. So I urge members to vote no.
Thank the gentlelady. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Rouser's amendment? If not, I'll take liberty of my 5 minutes. I think both of the gentlemen from North Carolina for their commitment to finding a solution on this issue. The ability for tobacco to be eligible for CCC funding has been heavily debated, but now that we are over 2 decades past the origin of prohibition, and tobacco growers have missed out on critical assistance while other commodities receive support, I think it's time to put tobacco on a fair and equal footing with each other and with other commodities, and I support this amendment. And if no other members seek recognition, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And that is does any other members have amendments under Title I? I'll give you 2 chances. Any other members have amendments? Any other members have amendments under Title I? Hearing none, Title I is now closed. Are there any amendments to Title II?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vasquez is recognized. Ms. Vasquez has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 122. I'm proud to offer this amendment, which would strengthen...
Just a second.
Sure.
The clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 122, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to offer this amendment to strengthen wildlife habitat connectivity in our federal conservation programs, while also maintaining the flexibility and voluntary nature that producers rely on. In New Mexico, we know that agriculture and wildlife go hand in hand. Ranchers and farmers provide us with quality wildlife habitat across the country, and they can do even more. They themselves depend on healthy land, healthy water, and healthy ecosystems, and they want to protect those valuable resources on to the next generation. Across the West, we're seeing increased drought, catastrophic wildfires, and pressure on open space. At the same time, big game species like elk, mule deer, and pronghorn depend on seasonal migration corridors that is in the path of working lands. When those corridors are fragmented, we see impacts not only on wildlife populations, but on rural economies that depend on hunting, outdoor recreation, and tourism. And as a hunter myself, I know how important these intact corridors are for wildlife movement. This amendment simply ensures that USDA conservation programs can better support producers' voluntary efforts to restore and enhance wildlife habitat connectivity and migration corridors on their working lands. Now, it does that in a few common sense ways. First, it formally incorporates wildlife habitat connectivity into existing conservation definitions so that USDA can more clearly support these practices. Second, my amendment allows cost share payments for wildlife corridor projects on grasslands with ecological significance that are enrolled in the Conservation Reserve Program, with 2 important caveats: no double payments and no putting emergency grazing or haying access at risk. Those caveats are explicit. Now, third, it directs USDA to expand the use of non-structural tools, things like virtual fencing, which we're pioneering in my district, paired with strong technical assistance so that producers have flexible, innovative options that work for their day-to-day operations and can import wildlife habitat like riparian corridors. And let me be clear, this is not a mandate. It is not more red tape. It is entirely voluntary and producer-driven, meeting producers where they are. This approach reflects the spirit of the Habitat Connectivity on Working Lands framework, supporting producers who want to be part of the solution while respecting private property rights and operational realities. In a farm bill that should be about resilience for producers, for rural communities, and for our natural resources, this amendment strengthens the conservation title in a practical, bipartisan way. It supports working lands, it supports wildlife, it supports farmers and ranchers, and it supports rural economies. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I thank the gentleman from New Mexico for offering this amendment. Supporting wildlife and habitat have long been the goals and the purposes of many of our conservation programs, including EQIP, RCPP, and CRP. This amendment includes several provisions that will further incorporate wildlife corridors into the program to better support those purposes and improved wildlife habitat. I appreciate the gentleman offering this amendment today and support its inclusion. And I yield back. Any other members wish to speak? The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Vasquez for introducing this amendment, and I fully support several components of this bill. Conservation programs should be developed with an eye toward restoring wildlife habitat and habitat connectivity. I agree that CRP grasslands payments are too low, and I would support efforts to increase those payments. I do have concerns about allowing producers enrolled in CRP grasslands to access the already oversubscribed EQIP and CSP dollars. So again, I think we're probably here because we didn't have a normal 5-year, 12-title farm bill negotiation and process. But Mr. Vasquez, I appreciate your efforts, and I don't have a recommendation on this and would just urge folks to vote their districts.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having been around for the birth of the Grasslands Reserve Program, it served many purposes to put property that in some cases had been set aside in CRP for 10, 20, 30 years back into some sort of productive use. And that's been very successful. I congratulate my colleague for being very thoughtful in how he's attempting to approach this. And I would agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think we should accept our friend's language and continue to work on this.
If the gentleman yield?
I would yield to the chairman on any occasion.
Yeah, and the question of, conservation being stressed, we have, this committee has added 24% to the conservation baseline, and EQIP was specifically mentioned. That has increased 54%. And so I think we're in a position, to use these types of innovations, and I yield back.
And I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on the gentleman from New Mexico's amendment? Okay. Here we go. Let me find. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. Independent of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Costa has an amendment at the desk. I believe amendment number 61.
Yes.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 61, offered by Mr. Costa of California.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Now recognize the distinguished gentleman from California, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Again, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and it won't take 5 minutes, but it's a nice follow-up on the previous amendment that we just heard because it also reflects the efforts that I think many of us are engaged in with the Conservation Reserve Program. Improvement and Flexibility Act. This amendment is bipartisan and bicameral proposal that would make the program more accessible and effective to landowners while strengthening outcomes, we think, for wildlife, soil, and water. I'd like to thank Representatives Finstra, Johnson, and Davis for supporting this proposal, in addition to Majority Leader Thune, Ranking Member Klobuchar, and Senators Moran, Smith, for leading the Senate companion measure in the past. This amendment makes critical needed improvements to CRP and includes codifying state acres of wildlife enhancement program, modernizing the payment limit from $50,000 to $125,000, which, by the way, hasn't been updated since 1985. And it also improves access to grazing on CRP lands through providing cost share for grazing infrastructure while allowing greater flexibility for producers in times of drought or emergencies. The bill reflects carefully agreement between wildlife groups and reaching groups to provide more haying and grazing flexibility during times of emergency while balancing the protections of wildlife. I look forward to continuing to work with the committee on this issue and further discussion on the modifications, and certainly would entertain the pleasure of the committee.
Very good. Any members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Johnson is recognized.
Yes, I am proud to be an original co-sponsor with Mr. Costa of the Conservation Reserve Program and Flexibility Act. Mr. Costa did mention raising that CRP cap from $50,000 to $150,000. I think that's critically important. I think the additional flexibility in this program also makes a lot of sense, though. South Dakota has 2.7 million acres of CRP. We're the pheasant capital of the world. Hopefully you all realize that. And CRP is just a critically important habitat and water quality and soil health program. This bill moves us even further in the right direction of providing that critically important flexibility for that grassland CRP. This is the right move, and I thank Mr. Costa for bringing it forward. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Now recognize gentlelady from Kansas. Ms.
Thank
Davis.
you, Chairman. This amendment would make important improvements to the Conservation Reserve Program, or CRP, based on some bipartisan legislation, as we've heard from my colleagues already. And these improvements are aimed at making the program more accessible for farmers and ranchers while improving outcomes for soil, water, and wildlife. The amendment would also improve access to grazing on CRP lands through providing cost share for grazing infrastructure. This is important for the development of sustainable livestock operations and preventing land from cycling through CRP back into row crop production before facing declining production and ultimately re-enrollment. Encouraging science-backed conservation practices strengthens the long-term health of our land. Grasslands are absolutely a key part of the Kansas landscape, making up over 15 million acres of our state's agricultural land. These grasslands are a key part of the cattle ranching sector and also provide critical environmental benefits, including protecting water quality, providing wildlife habitat, and preventing erosion. These improvements to CRP would benefit ranchers and strengthen grassland conservation. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. I recognize Mr. Fincher for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Congressman Costa for his continued support in partnership with strengthening the voluntary conservation program that works for our farmers, ranchers, and our rural communities. The legislation we worked on together reflects a bipartisan commitment in improving CRP. By improving access to haying, grazing, helping to provide our farmers and ranchers with tools to conserve and improve soil health and water quality. I strongly support these goals. However, I understand the Farm Bill has been carefully crafted and negotiated balance of commodities in this area. So I just look forward to working with Costa as we move forward, and hopefully we can get something authorized outside this package where we can give this focused and legitimate attention as we move forward. So thank you, Mr. Costa. Yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back.
Thank you.
I'm going to take the liberty to recognize myself for 5 minutes and yield to the sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Costa.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and as I noted, it has, as we've seen, I think, good bipartisan support, and I would take the direction of the chair at this point that maybe we work on this, assuming this measure continues to move on, because the Senate, I believe, is going to have an effort in the same area when you see the Senate support that is there, and I just believe that as we've all discussed here, it's long overdue that we update this, and I think this is the appropriate vehicle, this and the companion bill in the Senate, and I think we ought to figure out some way to make that happen.
So, gentlemen, withdraws?
I'll withdraw it for the sake of continued bipartisanship.
Absolutely. I'll reclaim my time. You know, unfortunately, legislation is not able to include in Well, there are several sections of this amendment that are similar to the language included in the 2024 Farm Bill to modernize CRP. And unfortunately, today's legislation is not able to include the previous attempt to modernize CRP due to the updated CBO score of these provisions against the new baseline. And with that, we in the House, we have an obligation to remain budget neutral. So I appreciate withdrawing the amendment so that we can continue to work on this going forward and find a pathway.
Good. Let's do that.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Any other? Mr. Feenstra has a Finstead. I'm looking over your shoulder. Mr. Finstead has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment number 18.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 18, offered by Mr. Finstad of Minnesota.
Very good. I now, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the previous conversation. So this amendment is essentially an amendment that would modernize the CRP program. I'd like to call it CRP 2.0. What does the next 30 years of CRP look like? You know, we've had this great collision of science, technology, and agriculture. And we have more, better tools available to us now than we did at the onset of CRP in 1985. I'm old enough to remember on our farm it was called set-aside. And it was a supply, really a supply control issue in regards to the commodities. And so as that over time grew into a program where I feel like over the last years we've really been chasing acres and dollars, and that's what this conversation in Congress has been about, is chasing acres and dollars. And so as I've talked to farmers back in my district and all across the country, specifically with young and beginning farmers, I hear a lot of talk about the competition for rental rates and highly productive land, where they feel like they're competing directly with the federal government because the most productive land in their backyard gets tied up as a retirement plan in a CRP contract, and they essentially then are competing dollar for dollar with the federal government. So it's high time, I think, that we have this conversation. I'm encouraged to hear Congressman Costa's approach and the bipartisan support for having a conversation about CRP 2.0. What does it look like to modernize this program? I am keenly aware that this comes with the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain CBO score. That's hard to completely understand, but I do know that this comes with the price tag, and I understand the chairman's wishes, and I would really just ask the chairman to continue to work with me and others on this committee to have a thoughtful conversation about the next 20, 30 years of what CRP needs to look like in our country, taking into account the awesome opportunities that it provides for our sportsmen, men and women, our landowners, farmers, but also making sure that we're embracing all of the technologies that we have at our disposal that we didn't have in 1985 when this program was established. So I appreciate you hearing me out. I know we've just had this conversation. So, Mr. Chairman, I will, if you commit to continue to work as you did with Congressman Costa, I would then be willing to withdraw this amendment.
Well, the gentleman withdraws. My commitment to work with both of you. CRP, I believe, is the oldest conservation program. It's never been modernized. It was a huge goal of mine to be able to get that done until we got this most recent CBO score. It's just I wouldn't give CBO the credit of the wizard.
I would concur with you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't understand how they come up with their numbers, but I definitely will continue to work with both of you because this is something that we need to get done. So I thank the gentleman. Any other members? Mr. Johnson has an amendment at the desk.
I'd move amendment number 10, sir.
Okay. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 10, offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
This is not going to be an offer and withdraw. This is something I'm asking my colleagues to agree with. So you can have fencing, either conventional fencing or virtual fencing, which is becoming increasingly more popular out in the country. You have a disaster comes around, knocks down that fencing, the Emergency Conservation Program can provide funding to replace that fencing. But under the old school rules, if you've got conventional fencing, you can only get conventional fencing. And if you got virtual fencing, you can only get virtual fencing. This would allow flexibility for the producer to decide if they want to take this opportunity to convert from conventional fencing to virtual fencing, or the other way. In some instances, it can make sense to go the other way, at no additional cost to the program. So this is additional flexibility, no additional cost. I would submit myself to question, sir, but would urge a yes vote on this common sense amendment.
Gentleman yields. Any members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Johnson's amendment? Ms. Figures, you're recognized.
Mr. Johnson, I'm asking for a friend. Can you explain the concept of virtual fencing?
So, thank you. You can tell your friend that most Americans would be more familiar with this in their neighborhood with dogs, right? And that they would have a fence that you can't see, but that still provides a clear incentive to the animal not to cross the line. This is increasingly being used, virtual fencing out in the field. It's nowhere near as popular as conventional fencing, but for some producers, it really works well.
Not applicable here on the Hill?
All right, if not, I'll claim my time. I thank the gentleman from South Dakota for offering an amendment. Given the many natural disasters we've seen in recent years, ECP remains a critical program for many producers, and this amendment will encourage more flexibility in the program and make it easier to respond to natural disasters such as wildfire. One goal of mine with this farm bill is to further incorporate science, technology, and innovation into conservation programs. So new technology such as virtual fencing is cost-effective and efficient way to respond to these disasters. With that, I fully support this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Any other members seek recognition to speak on amendment number 10? All right, seeing none, no other conversation. All those in favor of amendment number 10, Mr. Johnson's amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Okay. Ms. Blazinski is recognized. Yeah, has an amendment at the desk?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 54.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 54, offered by Ms. Budzinski of Illinois.
Without objection, amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike the rescission of over $1 billion from the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, also referred to as EQIP. Let's start with the facts. When Republicans advanced their reconciliation package, one of the few positive items within this committee's jurisdiction was moving Inflation Reduction Act conservation funding into the Farm Bill baseline. That decision increased long-term funding for programs like EQIP and gave producers more certainty as they plan multi-year investments. I opposed removing the climate-smart guardrails tied to that funding. I believe those guardrails ensured accountability and measurable outcomes. But ultimately, those requirements were removed, and farmers were told conservation funding would now be stable and predictable. And yet this bill rescinds over $1 billion for EQIP, USDA's most oversubscribed conservation program. In fiscal year 2024, fewer than 1 in 4 Illinois EQIP projects were funded, and Illinois ranked nearly last nationally, 50 out of 51 in increases from fiscal year 2023. These projects are real investments that lower input costs, protect soil health, improve water quality, and strengthen long-term productivity. They help farmers in my district manage risk in an era of volatile markets and stay competitive when margins are tight. And now we are pulling more than $1 billion out of it. Roughly $420 million of that rescission is redirected to other programs. If the majority wants to increase funding for these programs, they can make that case. But $420 million is nowhere near $1 billion. The rest appears to be used to help balance other administrative costs in the bill. If we are moving resources out of the most oversubscribed conservation program at the USDA, producers deserve a clear explanation of the trade-offs, especially since some of the programs being funded with EQIP money, like feral swine eradication, only benefit specific regions and not the entire country. Conservation funding is not a slush fund. It's not a reserve account to offset unrelated policy changes. It is a long-term commitment to working lands and the producers who steward them. Without this amendment, Illinois producers are expected to receive nearly a $20 million cut in conservation payments. EQIP helps them reduce risk. It helps them lower input costs. It helps them build resilience in a volatile farm economy. If the majority believes other priorities deserve funding, then be honest enough to acknowledge that these choices carry a cost and allow this farm bill to reflect that cost. But do not quietly remove more than $1 billion from the most popular conservation program in the country, especially after telling producers that conservation funding was secure. I urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Costa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think this is a very, very good amendment, and I suspect all of us have experiences within our own districts where EQIP has really performed well. I can tell you over the decades in California, it has been perhaps one of the most popular and successful programs in California agriculture. It's been used to match state funding for multiple beneficial uses in conservation. And to see the cuts in the EQIP program and to see our colleagues' efforts to try to respond to that, I think is worthwhile, and I would wholeheartedly urge all of us to support her efforts in this measure, because it's common sense. But as my mother used to say, she didn't know why they called it common sense. It didn't seem to be all that common. So therefore, I add my support to this amendment and hope that we will, on a bipartisan basis, support it.
Any other Republicans seek recognition? Not. Mrs. Takuda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleague from Illinois for introducing this measure. I rise in support of this amendment and to oppose a short-sighted and self-defeating cut to one of the most successful conservation programs in the Farm Bill. EQIP is one of the most trusted tools farmers rely on to care for their land while keeping their operations viable. At a time when unpredictable weather, rising input costs, and market instability are squeezing family farms, Congress should be strengthening programs like EQIP to help them stay resilient and profitable. Instead, this bill, as we've heard, will strip more than $1 billion from this critical program. That's not trimming around the edges. That's pulling the rug out from under farmers who are trying to do the right thing for their land and their bottom line. Over a 5-year Farm Bill period, this represents about $6.4 million in cuts to Hawaii farmers in my district. The Inflation Reduction Act's historic investment in conservation programs like EQIP was supposed to be a promise to farmers. You step up, we'll have your back. Yet last year, the denial or delay of $2 billion in conservation funding through the IRA, including roughly $1.4 billion specifically for EQIP, left over 30,000 farmers across the country, farmers and ranchers, clutching onto receipts with no assurances that the USDA would live up to its word. That's not giving farmers a hand. It's a slap in the face. We already know that EQIP is oversubscribed. In a typical year, less than half of farmers with strong, high-value conservation projects actually receive funding. According to expert testimony before this committee, EQIP received more than 134,000 applications nationwide in fiscal year 2023, but only about 34,000 contracts were awarded. That's roughly a 25% acceptance rate. In some states, fewer than 20% of applicants were actually funded. Farmers are lining up to participate, and we are turning them away. And in fiscal year 2021, 26% of total applicants for EQIP were deemed to be valid, but were not funded, with the highest concentration of these applications in Mississippi, Arkansas, and Texas. These are farmers who did everything right. They applied, they qualified. There just simply wasn't enough funding to meet the demand. Rescinding over $1 billion from EQIP makes it harder for farmers to access reliable revenue streams and invest in responsible land stewardship. It delays conservation projects, weakens resilience, and ultimately costs more in the long run. Furthermore, these cuts both ignore the data and the testimony we've already heard in this very committee. During our June 2025 conservation hearing, we heard from experts representing farmers, ranchers, and conservation organizations who emphasized that working lands programs like EQIP are economic drivers. We heard that EQIP's popularity has caused demand to consistently outpace funding. We heard that when technical assistance is under-resourced, producers face rigid guidelines and barriers to entry that discourage participation. We heard that ranchers often dig into their own pockets to make conservation improvements rather than wait for help that may never, ever come. In other words, we have already heard from experts who support EQIP and who would almost certainly oppose cutting it by over $1 billion. And let's be honest, cutting funding is one thing, but what happens when there aren't enough boots on the ground to administer the program? Since the beginning of this administration, 22% of NRCS staff have separated from the department. In Hawaii, we're down at least 22 NRCS employees since the beginning of 2025. Some field offices have had to shorten their hours or close their doors entirely. That means farmers are left without on-island technical assistance and without the trusted partners who walk the fields, help them design conservation plans, and guide them through the process. If we truly value our farmers, if we value local food production, climate resilience, responsible stewardship, then we should be investing in EQIP, not dismantling it piece by piece. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this very important amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nobody on this committee has worked longer and harder on the conservation programs down through the years. And nobody's been more focused on EQIP and all of the other tools that preserve our water, our air, our soil, our wildlife, our productivity of farms. The argument about this being a cut, I think, in fact, in the way the 1974 Budget Act works, in fact, in the way we've had to do things, what we're going through here today is the way to preserve the baseline for EQIP and to preserve all these other programs. Some of my colleagues alluded to the fact that feral swine eradication example is an issue in a particular area. Well, it's much of the country, but it is a particular area. We have to do these things in a way that we maintain the funding base for the overall programs and we maintain all of the various options out there. So I respectfully say, I suggest that we reject this amendment, that we continue to work forward, and our goal as members of this committee should be more funding in general towards EQIP and all of the conservation programs. There'll never be enough. In the 02 Farm Bill, when I was subcommittee chairman, we had in the range of $11 billion in back EQIP requests, conservation program requests. We were able to fund the program with $14 billion. Guess what happened? As soon as people found out resources were available, we were instantly oversubscribed. Why is that? Farmers, ranchers are some of the best conservationists in the history of the world. They want to take care of the property they're stewards of. They want to use these programs. So I just suggest to my colleagues, let's pass on this amendment. Let's continue to work forward, and we'll all get there together. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back, and Congresswoman Brown's recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. One of the less ugly components of the Big Ugly Bill was keeping the increased funding for conservation programs that help farmers keep their soil healthy. Those funds were originally provided by the Inflation Reduction Act with a focus on fighting climate change and supporting regenerative agriculture. As a result of IRA dollars, EQIP application acceptance rates increased by more than 50%, and 8 states were even able to tackle the backlog of deferred application from prior years. When Republicans passed H.R. 1, They removed the focus on making sure those dollars flowed toward sustainable agriculture practices, but at least the Republicans didn't cut them entirely. Now, Republicans are going back on the promise they made to farmers, pulling the rug out from them and rescinding more than $1 billion from EQIP to satisfy their own made-up rules for a budget-neutral, skinny farm bill. But we don't have to buy into that flawed premise. Congress can and should support EQIP, the most popular of all conservation programs, while also reauthorizing and funding other conservation programs. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and reject $1 billion in cuts to soil health and conservation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield to the ranking member.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to add my support to this amendment. Thank you so much for this. You've made a really eloquent argument, and I know that, I was very proud to see those IRA dollars that came into the programs, and we saw immediately that the application acceptance rates increased by more than 50%. And 8 states were even able to tackle that backlog. So we know that's the right thing to do, and we appreciate it, and I would urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
The gentlelady yields back. Ms. Riley is recognized, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. Thanks, Nikki, for doing this. This conservation title is just so important, and we have to get it right because we need some practical, common sense solutions that are going to support our farmers and not hurt them. I will tell you instead, in New York, what we often get is a bunch of ridiculous, out-of-touch mandates from Manhattan. Seriously, last year, we had a bunch of New York City politicians who tried to limit the number of cows we could have on our dairy farms, and then they had the audacity to turn around and tell us it's because they think they know best how to care for the environment. Them telling us how to run our dairy farms, it'd be like me going down there, excuse me, and telling them how to run their subways. So as far as I'm concerned, they can keep their hands off our herds. If you step foot on a farm in upstate New York, talk for 1 minute to one of our dairy farmers, and then try to tell me you know more about conservation and stewardship than they do. One of the best days I've had, I've been in this job for about a year now, and one of my favorite days of the last year was last August. I went up to Unadilla for manure injection field day. The whole community came together to test out the new state-of-the-art manure injector, super precise. Cuts a slit in the ground, injects the manure, then covers it, makes the soil obviously really healthy with all those nutrients, protects the environment from the runoff, saves the farmers a ton of money that they'd otherwise have to spend on fertilizer. I think it's like $40 an acre in savings or something like that. So it's really good for the environment. It's really good for farmers' bottom lines. But let's face it, if you're a family farm and you're making 45 grand a year net income, you're just not going to be able to invest in this kind of equipment on its own. So I was really glad to see that this farm bill actually includes my bipartisan legislation to prioritize dairy farmers' conservation efforts. I also have to note my 2.5-year-old Mateo is actually thrilled about this too, because he just loves it when we get to talk about the cow poop, whether it's injecting it, putting it in the lagoon. Sometimes he just likes to stomp in it. If it involves it, he's pretty happy. So, but the problem here is that the Farm Bill is making these overall cuts that Nikki and others talked about to conservation spending. And so I think we've got to be investing more in these conservation efforts, not less. And I support this amendment. I'd urge all my colleagues to restore full funding here because really these are some of the best investments we can make for upstate dairy farms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I take the opportunity to speak on the amendment. First of all, let me walk you through some background. The Farm Bill has to remain budget neutral, but also though I have to note that the amendment's not necessary. Let me walk through exactly what happened with H.R. 1. Through H.R. 1, EQIP was one of several programs that received significant funding increase through the reinvestment of the conservation dollars provided through the IRA. The 2026 Farm Bill created a new forest conservation easement program that I think many of us support, but had to be paid for, and provides $240 million for it over the 5-year life of the bill. Due to the rules of reconciliation, FSEP, Forest Conservation Easement Program, could not be created or funded through H.R. 1 since it was a new program. However, when H.R. 1 was passed, additional dollars were added to EQIP to offset the funding needs to pay for FSEP in its first 5 years. So additional monies was added to EQIP in order to do that. The limited EQIP funding changes also necessary to offset the cost of a few other reforms to the conservation title. So, the funding reallocation in Title II is limited, but is necessary to fund bipartisan priorities that assist beginning farmers, advance soil health initiatives, protect private forest lands, and fund advancements in conservation technologies. There's obviously broad support for those allocations, and this amendment undermines how responsibly pay for it. Even with the changes in EQIP provided by the bill, the funding for the program will still be an increase than what was proposed in the 2024 Farm Bill. That amount is 54% increase for EQIP over the January 2025 baseline for the program. I think we all support, hopefully we all support EQIP and recognize the value of that. I also want to say that doesn't take into account a piece of legislation that we passed in President Biden's first December, and that was first year or second year, I don't remember what it was, the Sustains Act. It allows the private sector to invest in these conservation programs. We created that public-private partnership. That's above and beyond this 54% increase in EQIP. And so under the nearly 50 conservation groups are supporting that allocation that we did. EQIP will still be receiving historic funding levels since reconciliation, and the program will still reach more than $3 billion annually by the end of the decade. EQIP, we know, is critically important for producers, and this Farm Bill protects the long-term investment made into it this year. So I oppose the amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back. Seeing no other I almost said conversation.
Mr. Chairman, I just request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. And it's been, we'll do a voice one first. Still do voice first. Yeah, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. Independent chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Yes. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Further amendments on Title II. Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk to offer amendment number 106.
Mr. Sorensen has an amendment at the desk, 106. Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 106, offered by Mr. Sorensen of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on just a second here. Let me get the back up. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read and now recognize distinguished gentleman from Illinois, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned this evening by members on both sides of the aisle, farmers want markets and better access to tools and data that will strengthen their soils, build resilience to extreme weather events, and improve agricultural productivity. And I think we all can agree on that because it's not political. But this is real life. Let me take you to my district for just a second, because right next to the most fertile fields in the world lies the Chicago Rockford International Airport. It is one of the fastest growing cargo airports in the entire country. Getting sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF, to the airfield will not only support our farmers, but it also powers a growing aviation sector. But we can't just throw up our hands when it comes to innovation. We should be building soil health and sequester carbon as we move forward. We should be building that soil health. And when it comes to farmers, a low carbon intensity score should mean a better bottom line. So when our producers adopt the right practices, they will have the competitive edge when it comes to the rewards of a brand new marketplace. You know, it took a while. We were waiting and waiting and waiting, but finally in January, the Treasury and the IRS released the proposed rule when it comes to 45Z, the tax credit that will help us develop the SAF market. But here's the deal. We need to have good, reliable data that helps us figure out the best practices in developing good soil health. Forgive me, I'm going to use my hands because I'm going back to my meteorology days. I remember back my slam dunk weather forecasts, for 22 years. They always happened when I had the clear head, but then I also had the best data in front of me. Now, I know the farmers in my district, they've got very clear heads, but they need a RASHA. A RASHA is a bipartisan, bicameral bill. It is the Advancing Research on Agricultural Soil Health Act that is going to give farmers the data that they need to measure carbon intensity on their own terms. Because when we measure, monitor, and report what works, we can create the national verification standard that will move us light years ahead of our competition around the world. America's heartland is ready to lead the next generation of clean fuel production. It will bring success to Main Street, and it will give growers the value add when it comes to emerging premium markets. Mr. Chairman, thanks to our friends at the National Weather Service, there's a 50% chance of rain here in Washington, D.C. tomorrow, and also 50% chance back in Peoria, Illinois. I hope you can agree with me that we have a 100% chance of getting this across the finish line. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Speak on Mr. Sorensen's amendment. All right. I will take the liberty to speak on that. I mean, soil health is really important, obviously. It's about increasing profitability, quality, sustainability. I had the privilege when I served as the chair of the Conservation Committee to chair the very first soil health hearing that we ever did in Congress. But I have to say, it's already a key purpose of most of our conservation programs authorized in Title II, particularly EQIP and CSP. The numerous practices are already available to improve soil health, and soil testing and planning can already be supported through the existing programs within the Farm Bill as drafted. Additionally, to further support such conservation practices, this Farm Bill creates a new state and tribal soil health program within CSP. Monitoring and evaluation are already included in this new program's list of activities that may be included to improve soil health. And so I also can't support a new authorization of tens of millions of dollars. And so with that, with all that in mind, I oppose this amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same. The ranking member is recognized.
I just want to speak in favor of this amendment for my colleague, Mr. Sorensen. Of course, the IRA established a soil carbon monitoring network of thousands of locations around the country. And of course, the amendment would codify that network and make technical improvements to make sure it's collected as consistent and usual, the data. This amendment is also consistent with report language, including in the fiscal year 2026 Ag Appropriations Bill that was supported by many of my Republican colleagues. And so this should be fairly non-controversial, and I would urge a yes vote from our colleagues.
And ranking member yields back. Any other members wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Or is there further debate or amendments to Title II? Ms. Davids.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 69.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 69, offered by Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read, and now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Kansas, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment to direct the Natural Resources Conservation Service to conduct a study on the benefits of winter wheat as a cover crop when brought through to harvest and share their results with this committee. I do plan to withdraw this amendment, but I will share a little bit before I do that. I'm certainly proud to represent the wheat state, and almost 1/5 of all wheat grown in the United States is produced in Kansas. Kansas farmers face unique growing conditions, and winter wheat, when used in a sustainable crop rotation, can offer significant soil health benefits. It helps control erosion, conserve water, regulate soil temperatures, suppress weeds, and provide rotational benefits for other crops. My amendment calls for a study on the benefits of winter wheat as both a cover crop and a harvestable crop. Promoting this practice would give Kansas farmers more flexibility, support the use of cover cropping, and improve long-term soil health. It's about fairness for Kansas producers and supporting sound agronomic practices. I hope that we can continue working to address this issue and support wheat growers through the remainder of the Farm Bill process. Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment.
Gentlelady, before you withdraw, will you yield?
Mr. Chairman, I'm yielding.
Yeah, I think, quite frankly, you have an excellent amendment, and would, and if you choose to withdraw, you can, but certainly I would support passage of that amendment, the way you've prepared it, but that is entirely up to you.
Then, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to yield my time to anyone who would like to speak in support
There you
of
go.
this amendment.
Any other members seek? Well, we'll let them use their own time. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Davids?
I would simply
Ranking
like to
member?
add my support for Mrs. David's amendment, that she should definitely not withdraw.
It's a good amendment, and I urge that we adopt it, Mr.
Any
Chairman.
other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Scott.
it seems to me that some people have a difficult time taking yes for the answer.
All right, very good. Let's see. Yeah, I'm getting there. Hold on. So hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. All right.
We just don't hear yes very often.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, hang in there.
It's very confusing.
All right, other members further debate or seek recognition under Title II, Conservation? Any other members seek recognition under Title II, the Conservation title? All right, let's see. Hearing none, Title II is now closed.
Right.
Are there any amendments under Title III, which is, I believe, the trade title? Oop. Got a Title II? All right. All right.
We might have a couple point of orders on Title III. I'll come up here with this. The CUDA amendment is one of them.
Okay.
I'll come up and walk through it.
All right, so, Mrs. Hayes, do you have the,
I do.
okay. Ms. Brown has an amendment at the desk for, under Title II.
Okay, this is I'm doing this on behalf of Representative Jackson in his absence. And this is for Title II, and the purpose is to establish a new subcategory under the Agriculture Conservation Easement Program for easements that would support urban agriculture.
So this will be amendment number 134. and the
134, that is
Clerk will
correct.
report the title of the amendment.
All right.
Amendment number 134, offered by Mr. Jackson of Illinois, proposed by Ms. Brown of Ohio.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady from Ohio, who is stepping in as sponsor of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of the amendment.
Okay, and again, amendment number 34, I'm going to offer and withdraw, but the purpose of the amendment would be to establish a new subcategory under the Agriculture Conservation Easement Program for easements that would support urban agriculture. This category of ASAP would have $20 million per year in mandatory spending with an additional $20 million per year in discretionary appropriations. In the absence of Mr. Jackson, I just want to thank him for offering up this amendment. We know that he is spending time with his family, and he is certainly in our thoughts and prayers. We have mentioned multiple times about the loss of his father, a living legend, Reverend Jesse Jackson, which is why he can't be here to speak on behalf of this amendment, so it is my honor to do so. Urban agriculture can not only increase access to local fresh foods for many Americans, but also create healthier urban food systems and help combat food insecurity. Farmers face unique challenges to accessing farmland in urban and suburban areas where development can threaten existing urban farms. That is why I support this amendment to protect urban farmland for food production and conservation by explicitly allowing these lands to be eligible for Agriculture Conservation Easement Program and providing dedicated funding for these urban agriculture land easements. And with that, I withdraw the amendment and yield the balance of my time.
I appreciate the gentlelady offering the amendment on behalf of Mr. Jackson and withdrawing. Any other, really is last call for Title II, Conservation. All right. For the final time, hearing none, Title II is closed. All right. Are there amendments to Title III? Mrs. Takuda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seek recognition to call up amendment number 107.
Mr. Takuda has amendment at the desk, number 107. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 107, offered by Ms. Takuda of Hawaii.
Mr. Bacon reserves a point of order. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of all committees in Congress, only one has the authority and the responsibility to speak directly for America's farmers, ranchers, and food producers. It is this committee. We are the committee farmers turn to when markets fail, when costs rise, and when federal policy threatens their ability to stay in business. The jurisdiction entrusted to us is not ceremonial. It carries responsibility. Because when farmers are hurting, the obligation to fight for relief falls here with us. And right now, farmers across this country are hurting. No matter what they grow, row crops, specialty crops, livestock, or the food products that feed American families, they share one common experience over the past year: tariffs. An $8 billion tax on the people who grow the food, fuel, and fiber on which this country runs. They didn't write these policies. They didn't start a trade war, but they are paying for it every single day. Seed costs more, fertilizer costs more, equipment costs more, fuel costs more. Margins that were already thin are disappearing. Preliminary estimates show tariffs on essential agriculture inputs alone cost producers more than $8 billion in 2025. Farmers don't need a study to tell you what that means. They already know. These tariffs are a tax on American agriculture. And while the Supreme Court invalidated the Liberation Day tariffs, the administration's push for sweeping global tariffs means producers continue to face costs they simply cannot afford. So the question before us is straightforward. If the Agriculture Committee is not the place to address the economic survival of farmers, then where is it? Some may say tariffs are not traditionally part of a farm bill, but the Farm Bill exists to stabilize agriculture and protect producers from forces beyond their control. When federal policy directly raises the cost of producing food, that becomes an agricultural issue. Farmers don't sit on trade committees. They don't negotiate tariff schedules. Their voice in this debate is us. And we should lean into that responsibility, not avoid it. This amendment is simple. It removes farm inputs from tariffs, not to rewrite trade policy, but to stop taxing the very producers we claim to support. Farmers are not asking for handouts. They're asking the government to stop making their job harder. A bipartisan group of agriculture leaders recently warned this committee that indiscriminate tariffs are driving up input costs and threatening farm stability nationwide. Their first recommendation was clear: exempt farm inputs from tariffs. That is exactly what this amendment does. And the consequences reach far beyond the farm gate. When farmers pay more, families pay more. Higher production costs become higher food prices. Every day we delay action is another day those costs ripple through the food system. The Farm Bill has always succeeded because this committee accepted its responsibility to stand up for agriculture when it mattered most. This is one of the moments. We cannot claim to support farmers while ignoring an $8 billion tax pushing them closer to the edge. Our farmers need a voice. Our ranchers need advocates. And that responsibility rests with us. So let's use the authority this committee was given. Let's deliver real relief, and let's stand with the people who make and grow things right here at home. Our farmers, our ranchers, our food producers, they deserve to see where we all stand right now with a vote on this amendment. I urge adoption of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I actually agree with almost everything she said there, except for it doesn't fall within this committee's thing. It's in Ways and Means. In fact, I have legislation to undo all the tariffs, but it's in the Ways and Means Committee. So I make the point of order that the amendment contains language relating to subject matter within Rule 10, jurisdiction of another committee. Adding such language to the bill would violate Rule 10.
The chair is prepared to roll. The amendment does, in fact, add subject matter within the Rule 10 jurisdiction of another committee, and therefore the amendment is in violation, and the point of order is upheld.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to be heard on the point of order.
Absolutely, the gentlelady is recognized on the debate on the point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully disagree with the ruling. No other committee, as I said, speaks specifically for our farmers, ranchers, and our food producers. Farm policy, which is the basis of the Farm Bill, cannot be decoupled from economic viability. And you're literally undercutting the ability for every farmer, rancher, and producer to be able to survive the kinds of tariffs that they are experiencing right now. The path of least resistance would be to just simply call this not germane and abdicate any responsibility. But right now, what they need from us is to stand up and assert our position that our farmers can no longer bear the brunt of these taxes on the most basic things they need to plant the food that we eat, to grow the protein that is essential for our survival, as well as the fuel and the fiber needed to run this country. So with all due respect, I disagree with the ruling and would order that this is in fact germane.
Ms. Tehuta, would you yield?
I yield.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, we've had a rolling on this, and as much as I'm very supportive of the whole issue on tariffs and trade, it is not our jurisdiction. It is clearly Ways and Means, and therefore it would violate Rule 10. So we're going to move on to, unless there's...
So, Mr. Chairman, you can't speak on this? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's at my discretion.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully would like to appeal the
It's very clear it
ruling.
violates Rule 10 in this, so we're going to move on to the next.
Mr. Chair, I would like to
amendment.
appeal the ruling of the chair and
I was
request a
waiting for
recorded
that
vote.
from you. Okay, very
Yeah.
good. The motion to table is not debatable. The question is, shall the committee table the gentlelady's, whoop,
The motion is on appealing the ruling of the chair. No one has offered the motion to table.
So would state your, General Lady, would state motion again.
Mr. Chairman, I move to lay the appeal on the table.
Okay. Now we're down there, all right. Motion been made to table the appeal. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying nay. No. Yeah, independent chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table.
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lucas.
Yes, on table.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Austin Scott. Aye. Mr. Austin Scott votes aye. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Bacon.
Aye.
Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra votes aye. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Finstad. Mr. Finstad votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose. Mr. Jackson of Texas. Mr. Jackson of Texas. Miss De La Cruz. Miss De La Cruz. Mr. Nunn. Aye. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Weed. Aye. Mr. Weed votes aye. Mr. Bresnahan.
Aye.
Mr. Bresnahan votes aye. Mr. Messmer.
Aye.
Mr. Messmer votes aye. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor votes aye. Miss Craig.
No.
Miss Craig votes no. Mr. David Scott. Mr. David Scott. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. McGovern. Mr. McGovern. Miss Adams.
Absolutely no.
Miss Adams votes no. Mrs. Hayes. No. Mrs. Hayes votes no. Miss Brown. No. Miss Brown votes no. Miss Davids of Kansas. No. Miss Davids of Kansas votes no. Miss Salinas.
No.
Miss Salinas votes no. Mr. Davis of North Carolina.
No.
Mr. Davis of North Carolina votes no. Miss Takuda. Miss Takuda votes no. Miss Budzinski.
No.
Miss Budzinski votes no. Mr. Sorensen.
No.
Mr. Sorensen votes no. Mr. Vasquez.
No.
Mr. Vasquez votes no. Mr. Jackson of Illinois. Mr. Jackson of Illinois. Mr. Tandar. No. Mr. Tandar votes no. Mr. Gray. No. Mr. Gray votes no. Miss McDonald Rivet. No. Ms. McDonald Rivet votes no. Mr. Figures. Mr. Figures votes no. Mr. Vinman. Mr. Vinman. Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley votes no. Mr. Mannion. Mr. Mannion votes no. Mrs. McLean Delaney. Mrs. McLean Delaney. Ms. Pingree. No. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Carbajal. No. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Desjardins is not recorded. Aye. Mr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Rose is not recorded. Mr. Rose votes yes.
How am I recorded?
Oh, Mr. Jackson of Texas is not recorded.
Vote aye.
Mr. Jackson of Texas votes aye.
How's Mr. Boss recorded?
Mr. Bost is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye.
Crawford.
Mr. Crawford is not recorded. Mr. Crawford votes aye.
Johnson.
Mr. Johnson is not recorded.
Johnson votes aye.
Chairman Thompson.
Votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, somebody just come in. April.
How is Ms. McLean Delaney recorded?
Mrs. McLean Delaney is not recorded.
Aye.
Mrs. McLean Delaney votes no.
Have all other members voted? Anybody wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 26 and the nays are 21.
And the motion to lay the appeal on the table is passed. All right, still working on Title III. Mr. Gray is recognized. Mr. Gray's got an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 75.
I don't know what the title was.
Mr. Gray has amendment number 75 at the desk. The clerk shall report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 75, offered by Mr. Gray of California.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trade is essential to American agriculture, and the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement provides the certainty that farmers depend on. It secures duty-free access to our top markets and ensures that trade across North America operates under clear rules. Our neighbors, Canada and Mexico, are some of our most dependable export markets. Together, they purchase nearly 1/3 of all U.S. agricultural exports, supporting tens of billions of dollars in farm income and more than 1 million American jobs. When trade relationships appear unpredictable, it affects planting decisions, financing, and long-term planning. My amendment simply requires a report to Congress on how any changes to USMCA or a failure to renew it would impact America's farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. At a time when uncertainty already weighs heavily on rural America, this amendment is about accountability and informed decision-making. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Yields back. Any members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Gray's amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Costa is recognized, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I support this amendment, and I remember, as those of you here, when the president in 2016 successfully campaigned against NAFTA. Now, let's be clear. I think most of you know that I'm generally opposed to tariffs, and I supported and saluted the Supreme Court decision of last week because it's the jurisdiction of, I think, the Congress to deal with both treaties and trade agreements. This amendment really speaks to actually a success that the president had. He said he would revise NAFTA, didn't call it NAFTA 2, of course. It had to be rebranded. The USMCA, the best, beautiful, most greatest trade agreement ever known to mankind, I think, when he signed it in 2020. And it had a good provision, among others, and that is every 5 years it would be reviewed. Well, guess what? This is the 5th year in terms of review. Why would not the president use this hallmark treaty that he negotiated with his trade ambassador to work out any differences between ourselves and our 2 largest trading partners, Mexico and Canada, instead of insulting Canada as a 51st state? I mean, that is not the way to engender good trade relations with our neighbors. The fact of the matter is that the USMCA is a good agreement, and it should be the vehicle that's used to resolve any differences between ourselves and our neighbors. And this amendment speaks to that fact. And for the life of me, I can't understand why. I can give all sorts of examples. 85% of America's farmers receive their potash from Canada. California, 40% of our wine market went to Canada. You cannot find a bottle of California wine in a Canadian store or restaurant today. They're doing what they should be doing, giving the treatment that their good neighbor has suddenly, revoked on them. So it makes a lot of sense to support this amendment. It would make a lot more sense, I think, if this administration would simply take advantage of this agreement that they, in fact, put in effect in 2020, instead of this, tit for tat and insulting our neighbors. So for a lot of good reasons, and I could give a lot more, I think this amendment makes sense, and I support it.
The gentleman yields. Let me take the opportunity to offer my 5 minutes. I appreciate the gentleman's effort to ensure that U.S. agriculture products are favored and well represented in the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. Whether it be dairy or forestry issues, we must ensure that U.S. agricultural products are given a level playing field under USMCA. To that end, I am committed to a robust USMCA agenda following the passage of the Farm Bill to ensure that all agriculture angles are considered. And I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment and encourage my colleagues to vote yes. Other members seek recognition. Ranking member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, our economy is incredibly integrated with those of Canada to the north and Mexico to the south. Fostering those trade relationships is healthy. It's good for the American farm economy, and the data bears this out. American farmers supply nearly 55% of Canada's ag imports and an impressive 70% to Mexico. Put another way, Mexico and Canada are buying what our farmers are selling. When Trump negotiated USMCA in his first term, he described it as a truly historic, wonderful, and the best agreement we've ever made. But he changes his mind more often than he changes his tariff rates, and apparently now he thinks the deal is unfair. In February of last year, he publicly asked, who would ever sign a thing like this? Mr. President, you did. If you feel we've been taken advantage of, it was you who negotiated that deal. He clearly doesn't understand the negative impact on U.S. ag if the trade deal is not renewed. This committee should support this amendment because having more information about the consequences of the Trump administration's actions is important as we consider how to approach trade in North America. We should be going into USMCA with our eyes wide open and a full understanding of what will happen to our country if the president decides on a whim to do away with the deal. So, Mr. Chairman, and to my colleagues, I'm glad to support this amendment. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in seeking this common sense solution so we can continue to work and trade effectively with our largest and nearest partners. With that, I yield.
No, that's good, because you just about talked me out of it. Does any other member seek recognition to speak
You're
on
already recorded.
Mr. Gray's amendment? Seeing no other conversation, Ms. Molina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate my colleagues' amendment this evening. Oregon is the 6th largest state in terms of trade per capita. So we are really feeling the impact right now of the Trump administration's tariffs, both for our exports and our imports. And this is hitting my specialty crops especially hard. Eliminating tariffs on feed, farm machinery, and other essential inputs would be so incredibly helpful, but I certainly think we need to understand better what any impacts from any changes to the USMCA might bring and might mean for crops all across this country and what our producers are doing right now. But I would also encourage my colleagues to urge the trade representative to come before this committee to make sure that we hear from him directly. And we can ask questions of the administration on what they're thinking about trade more broadly. But I do support the Gray Amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to certainly support it as well, and the comments from my colleagues. And I think we should all be supportive of generating additional data and information in this area. We know that our farmers are struggling right now, and we have a responsibility, I believe, to understand the consequences of the government's policy decisions. So I support the amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Gentlelady yields. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Gray. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any other members seek further debate or amendments to Title III? Ms. Brown has an amendment at the desk. The clerk shall report the title of the amendment. I believe number 127?
Sure.
Okay.
127. Yes. Am I good to go?
The clerk should report the title of
Amendment number 127, offered by Ms. Brown of Ohio.
the now recognize the distinguished lady for the sponsor amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is a direct response to the number one concern that we are hearing from farmers in Ohio and across the country: tariffs. We know that farmers and ranchers are on the front lines of global trade and market fluctuations, and this administration's tariff agenda has created unnecessary and unacceptable uncertainty. My amendment would ensure that before the administration changes tariffs on agricultural imports, Congress and the public receive a clear report on the potential economic impacts. This is a common sense measure. It doesn't tie the administration's hands. It simply ensures folks on the ground have the information they need to anticipate and respond to market-moving economic decisions. Farmers need reliable information to make planting, marketing, and investment decisions. And when sudden tariffs are imposed, it doesn't just affect farmers. The impact ripples through rural communities, increasing input costs, disrupting processing and logistics, and hurting local businesses that depend on agriculture income. By requiring a forward-looking economic impact report, producers can get armed with the information they need to plan, and Congress can ensure economic impacts are appropriately weighed in trade policy decision-making. This administration's trade policy can be summed up as tweet first, write a check later. Time and time again, farmers have been forced to rely on trade mitigation payments that fall short of making them whole, pick winners and losers in the marketplace, and ignore the broader economic ripple effects on rural communities. Coming on the heels of the recent Supreme Court decisions, which reaffirmed that the tariff authority resides with Congress, it is clear that Congress must take an active role to ensure transparency, accountability, and stability in our trade policies. Farmers should not be collateral damage in a chaotic trade agenda. They need stability and predictability, not sudden announcements that upend markets overnight. So, Mr. Chairman, that is what my amendment attempts to do. Compel any administration to show the impacts of proposed tariffs on the farm economy while giving farmers another tool in the toolbox in order to plan for the future. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Thank her. Other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Brown's. Dr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do seek recognition to speak on the amendment. I am in support of this amendment. Farm groups across the country are making it clear that they want the Trump administration to take a different approach on trade. And so this comes after the ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court, which struck down the Trump tariffs. Farm leaders reacted quickly and are urging the president not to reimpose tariffs. Their message is simple. Farmers need stability. They need reliable markets and certainly to plan, invest, and stay competitive. But shortly after the court's decision, the president announced new global tariffs. That announcement is now creating new uncertainty, and we need to just pause a bit. And that's why I support this amendment to have the administration submit reports to Congress on the tariff effects on consumer prices, farm revenue, and input costs. And I would encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and thank Ms. Brown for introducing it.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members, Mr. Costa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think we all have had a lot of experience in the last year the impact of this tariff war that the president has initiated. I remember last spring it was 90 countries, 90 days, no exceptions, and then the next day there were exceptions, and then there were modifications, and then there was, threats and counter threats, and I've been very involved in this. California, and I spoke about it earlier in terms of our agricultural productivity. 44 to 46% of our agricultural production in California is exported. And the impacts on these markets after Trump won resulted in loss of market share. We produce 75% of the world's almonds and pistachios. When the tariffs went in with China and India as an example, Australia started planting almonds. We lost market share. We see us losing market share in the Midwest in soybeans and corn with China to going to Argentina. There's a whole host of examples. Our agricultural industry around the country works really hard to establish market share and to be competitive. And when we have a level playing field, we can and we have proven to be competitive. And it seems to me that the Trade Promotional Agreement, TPP, or TTIP back then, working together is a much more common sense way to, in fact, establish fair boundaries on reciprocal trade agreements. And I hope that as a result of the Supreme Court's decision, this amendment, Mr. Gray's amendment and others, that will come back to a point where we allow our farmers to do what they do best, which is compete when they have a level playing field. And I think this amendment speaks to that effect, And hopefully we'll get an opportunity to have our trade ambassador come and we can have a rational discussion on how we go forward. I know that there's a lot of markets out there that we can compete in, but this, I'll see you 10%, I'll raise you 15%, I'll go back to 10%. No, I really meant 25%. Farmers, markets like certainty. They like stability. And the chaotic nature that has been created as a result of the effects of this last year have proven evident to really destroy market prices. And therefore, I think we've got to come back to a place where we are able to conduct our trade agreements in a traditional way in which we are trusted and respected and not seem to going off to threats and the highest bidder. So I would, for a whole lot of reasons, support this amendment. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Brzezinski is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak out in support of Congresswoman Brown's amendment. This amendment is really just about transparency and accountability. It doesn't tie the administration's hands. It simply requires that they lay out the facts before modifying tariffs on agricultural products. And just to echo a lot of what my colleagues have already talked about, I'd like to emphasize that bankruptcies have jumped by 46% in 2025. Of that, 40% of them were Midwestern farmers. At the same time, farm operating loans increased by 30%, meaning more producers are borrowing just to stay afloat. And this is just to speak to the tremendous pressures that our growers are really facing. And so I think truly, they want access to markets. They want to know how these tariffs are going to input what they're growing and how that's going to impact the market that they're trying to sell for. So before we make these changes that could drive up these costs even higher, I just believe that Congress should at least see the data and conduct basic due diligence before an administration takes these on. So I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gina Lee yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak? The ranking member is recognized.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the vice ranking member for her amendment and lend my support to it as well.
Any other members seek recognition? If not, I'll take the liberty of my time. I thank the gentlelady for bringing forward this amendment. President Trump, in coordination with Secretary Rollins and Ambassador Greer, are working hard to ensure American producers are treated fairly in the global markets. USDA and USTR already have the authority to issue joint reports on the economic outlook of agriculture tariffs, and they have done so. But these reports should not be weaponized as bureaucratic red tape to slow down the president's agenda. And for this reason, I'll be voting no on this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. If there's no other conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Are there additional amendments to Title III? Mr. Vasquez is recognized. He has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 141.
Very good. Mr. Vasquez has an amendment at the desk, and the clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 141, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In New Mexico,
Give me a second
Sure.
here. The without objection amendment will be considered as read. And I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In New Mexico, ranching is a $1 billion industry, and it's a tradition. Our ranchers are tough. They get up at the crack of dawn every day and do whatever it takes to get American beef to our tables. But in recent years, ranchers have faced a host of headwinds: New World screwworm, severe drought, tariffs, wildfire, and rising input costs. These are all squeezing profits and forcing premature livestock sales. And how has the administration thanked them for their hard work in the face of adversity? By announcing billion-dollar beef imports from Argentina. That's not America first. That's putting Argentina's ranchers first. and leaving American ranchers in the dust. I've spoken directly with ranchers in my district who have said these Argentinian beef imports are a slap in the face to their hard work and to our heritage and won't bring down beef prices at the grocery store. So I think it's enough with the bailouts on the backs of Americans. My amendment would condemn the administration's push to prioritize Argentinian beef at the expense of American cattle ranchers. It would also require the USDA to report in detail how Argentinian beef imports are hurting domestic cattle producers, prices, and rural economies. I say let's support our own ranchers and put a stop to these harmful trade policies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I thank him. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Ms. Davis recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kansas is a proud cattle state, and Kansas beef industry, bless you. The Kansas beef industry generates $13.59 billion in output and supports more than 45,000 jobs statewide. I consistently hear from producers that amid challenging economic conditions in farm country, cattle ranching is a bright spot. President Trump's recent executive order to allow 4 times as much beef from Argentina to enter the U.S. this year undermines American cattle ranchers and increases market volatility. Moreover, economists estimate this will fail to meaningfully lower grocery prices. I am absolutely ready to work in a bipartisan way to invest in American cattle producers and take steps to address the high food costs that are squeezing American families. However, increasing beef imports from Argentina is counterproductive, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Other members that seek recognition to speak, Ms. Figures.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple questions for my colleague, Mr. Vasquez. Are you aware of any shortages in beef production here by American farmers?
Absolutely. So beef prices have been elevated largely because of those beef shortages. In fact, the U.S. lost roughly 17% of cattle ranch operations, more than 150,000 ranches since 2017.
Oh, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? If not, I'll take the opportunity to weigh in here. I thank the gentleman from Mexico for offering this amendment. This amendment would ensure the impact of additional imports of fresh beef from Argentina and U.S. producers is carefully studied. We must always strive to support U.S. cattle ranchers above all else, which is why I'm happy to support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversation. Mr. Scott is recognized.
I'm not opposed to the amendment, but most of what we're importing from Argentina is lean trimming that gets blended with U.S. beef in the, for the consumer in ground beef. That's just the facts of what's being imported. And I hope we do get a detailed report that show how the market should not have moved the magnitude that it did when the announcement was made. And I know it settled back down, but the U.S. beef herd is at one of the lowest. It's at the lowest point in decades, and it's going to take a while for us to recover that. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to lend my support as well to Mr. Vasquez's amendment, and I hope my colleagues will support it.
Ranking member yields back.
Chairman?
Is there someone else? Dr. Adams is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to lend support to this. Importing beef from Argentina undermines U.S. producers. The U.S. cattle herd is at historic lows right now. For years, cattle producers have suffered through bad markets, and right now they're finally recouping some of those losses, and decisions like the one to import more from Argentina hurts our producers. So I do want to support this, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any other members seek recognition for the introduction of an amendment under Title III, Trade? Any other members seek recognition under Title III? I'm going to say it 3 times this time. Any members seek recognition for the further debate or an amendment under Title III? Hearing none, Title III is now closed. Yeah, right. I know I promised you all we'd be out of here by 12:59. 11:59. We're actually going to leave. We're actually going to leave right now. So the committee shall stand in recess until the call of the chair. We will reconvene tomorrow at 8 a.m. to consider amendments. The committee shall come to order. I note that there's a quorum present. Before recessing last night, the committee had closed Title III. We'll now begin consideration of Title IV. And I recognize Mr. Crawford, I believe, has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk. I'd like to call up amendment number 6.
Mr. Crawford had amendment number 6 at the desk. The clerk shall report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 6, offered by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Arkansas, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment today is simple and a no-brainer. It adds hot rotisserie chicken to foods eligible for SNAP recipients to purchase. Hot rotisserie chicken is healthy, widely available at popular grocery stores, and aligns with the new dietary guidelines for Americans promoting nutrient-dense protein. Making America healthy again is about encouraging healthy practices, not just discouraging unhealthy eating. That's recognized by my governor, Ms. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who recently requested a waiver to allow hot rotisserie chicken in Arkansas SNAP program, as well as red state governors from Alabama, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, Ohio, Tennessee, and West Virginia. Cold rotisserie chicken is already allowed in SNAP. Let's take the next obvious step and allow people in need to take home a hot rotisserie chicken from the grocery store that they can put on their dinner table as a healthy meal to feed their families. With Mr. Sorensen here, I'd yield some time to Mr. Sorensen to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Sorensen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear from so many families in our district that are struggling, sometimes single moms or single dads, working very hard, working 2 jobs in their workday. They're doing everything right, and they're trying to grasp the good life. One of the things that I hear when I hear from these folks and when they go to the grocery store is there is a reason why, most of us don't realize it, but there's a reason why there is cold fried chicken, there's cold rotisserie chicken in the deli counter. It's because if you are on SNAP, you can't purchase the hot chicken. You should be able to purchase the hot chicken. And one of the things that we look at today and how I think the families have changed is it used to be that, you know, we had just mom that was going to get all of the ingredients at the grocery store, you know, to make the casserole that I remember when I was a kid. But today, with everything that's going on, with kids that are in sports, that kids have extracurricular activities, The family's a little bit different today. And so I support the gentleman from Arkansas. We need to make sure that families can go to the grocery store, get what they need, bring home a hot meal, and not only will it be better for the family, but it'll be better for the kids as well. And I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to, if Mr. Moore's not here to speak on this, I intend to withdraw this amendment with your commitment to work with me on this issue going forward.
Thank the gentleman. Thank the gentleman for raising the issue. SNAP was designed by Congress to purchase food at eligible retailers to be cooked and prepared at home. A change of this kind, especially one that singles out a specific food item, really deserves careful consideration and debate about the purpose of SNAP. So, and I yield back my time. Mr. Van Orn seeks recognition on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish that Mr. Crawford had not withdrawn this amendment. I was a latchkey kid growing up, and it would have been tremendously helpful if we had had access to this type of food. And I've heard people in this committee and other places say that we already allow people on SNAP to have microwavable food, and I just want to remind them that the United States government doesn't allow American citizens to do anything. We set conditions for them to thrive, and I don't appreciate that at all. I just, you could go within a nautical mile of the room we're sitting in and find 10,000 microwaves that are a public health hazard, or you could find people that couldn't afford a microwave to begin with. And to me, this is absolutely absurd that we would not allow someone to have hot food. So I regret, Mr. Crawford, withdrawing this amendment. We need to look at things differently. It's 2026. And if there's a hungry child in the United States of America and we're not doing everything we can to make sure that they're fed, I don't think we're doing justice to the American people.
If the
So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman, would yield for just a quick second?
Of course.
Yeah, I think the reason for the withdrawing of the amendment is it has to do with the budget neutral issue that we still have to work out some of the specifications on to be able to address it so that we actually can fix it without it being, so that was the reason for the withdrawal, if I understand it correctly.
Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Mr. Crawford, I understand your intentions. I know exactly where your heart is, and they're in the right place, 100%. I'm just saying that I think collectively that if we apply ourselves to looking at things, we can always find another dollar to buy another bomb, but it seems that we always struggle to find money to feed Americans, and that's all I'm discussing. I'm not in any way, shape, or form impugning your intentions, sir. And with that, I yield back.
It changes.
Mr. Chairman.
Actually, Ms. McDonald-Rivet is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I fully support this amendment, and I have a question for the gentleman who introduced the amendment. So average price of a rotisserie chicken, which, by the way, can feed a family for a whole day for under $6 if you go to Costco or somewhere similar, is about $5.66. So I'm wondering if a family decides to buy that rotisserie chicken instead of other goods valued at the same price, how would that have an impact on the overall budget of SNAP?
Well, that's a good question, and one of the things that frustrates me as having been here for as long as I've been here, the CBO analysis of these things, and I'm not sure that that's the root of this, but you make a good point, as does Mr. Van Orden. It really, to me, doesn't make any sense that we would allow for a cold, but not for a hot. So, I mean, I don't want to mess up the dynamics of this title or the overall bill. So I will defer to the chairman on the disposition of this. I want to be as helpful as I can be, but I think there's general consensus among the members here that it should be cost neutral because it's just as cheap to buy a hot chicken as it is a cold one.
Mr. Vasquez, would you yield?
Yes, I'll yield to the chair.
Thank you.
Or to the chair, ranking member.
I'm going to say just a couple things, and I'll yield to Ms. McDonald-Rivet. I don't think anyone here is against hot chicken, other than just the historical program itself. But I guess I would just ask, why would we arbitrarily do this for hot chicken and not for hot soups and, hot sandwiches, those sorts of things. So I think it is a little bit dangerous if we pick winners and losers in this space, and that's the only reason that if this is offered for a vote, I would likely oppose it, is because I think we're having a great conversation, and Mr. Van Orden is correct that it would be terrific if all hot food already prepared could be available through SNAP purchases. And I yield to Ms. McDonald-Rivet.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Is this a joke? This committee can't figure out how to just say, yeah, okay, have the hot rotisserie chicken. If you've been to the grocery store, I mean, my husband and I raised 6 kids. I can tell you that not only is a hot rotisserie chicken a lifesaver, and I can give you 10 recipes off the top of my head that you can use it, including the famed tater tot casserole. But yeah, there's more work to do, and there's always more work to be done. But also, I would tell you, at my local grocery store, the hot rotisserie chicken is often far cheaper than buying a whole roaster, which for those of you who don't cook is the bird that makes a rotisserie chicken, and certainly a million times cheaper than buying the cold rotisserie chicken, which has to be deboned and shredded in order to sell. This is just dumb. We need to pass this amendment.
Would the gentlewoman yield for just a sec?
Sure.
So I think what the ranking member was alluding to is the potential that we're opening up a can of worms here as it applies to other items. But cold rotisserie chicken is already acceptable, number one. So it's not necessarily picking winners and losers. And number two, I think we're not trying to put this in the category of the drive-through at a local fast food establishment. These are places where SNAP is already, acceptable for purchases of a cold chicken. And to your point, it's cheaper than buying the chicken and roasting it yourself. So I'm sort of at a loss as well, Mr. Chairman. But I'm going to be a team player, and I'll make the appropriate call on this. But it seems like we have a consensus, and if it's acceptable to buy a whole roasted chicken, which costs more, I don't know how this is going to mess up the score unless there's a scope issue that I'm not aware of that USDA has. But again, that's kind of why we're here, is to address USDA and get them aligned with what our constituents are asking for.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Let me just provide some clarification. It's not a scoring issue. This is the nature of SNAP, as SNAP is defined. SNAP, as it is today, and as it has been from the beginning, is about food that is purchased, taken home, and prepared. And I think the ranking member did a great job of talking about just the complexity of this. It's an issue that deserves more debate. There really is not a consensus on this, because what about soups? What about everything else? Now, we do have emergency SNAP. Best place I can point to is Puerto Rico during hurricanes. USDA has the authority when people do not have utilities, when they don't have even homes, they're able to use their SNAP benefits at fast food restaurants. But that is emergency SNAP. SNAP as a whole really is, by definition, is food that is purchased and prepared at home. Whether that's good or bad, that's subject to, I think, more debate.
Mr. Chairman, if I may reclaim the last 30 seconds of my time.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the ranking member's point. There is a bill that would do this, the Hot Foods Act, which is a bipartisan bill, which I would encourage any member that supports this general idea of offering hot foods via the SNAP program to support. However, just speaking to the issue of the chicken itself, look, you're looking at a high protein, high value item, easily accessible to families, as Ms. McDonald-Rivet also stated, that many families rely on. And so happy to go either way. But Hot Foods Act of 2025, I think, is a great bill for us all to consider here beyond this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. McGovern's recognized 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate this discussion, but one of the things I want to point out to people is that the average SNAP benefit is about $2 per person per meal. There are people on this committee who voted to even lower that with a close to $200 billion cut in the big ugly bill. So, I mean, for a lot of families, a hot rotisserie chicken or a cold rotisserie chicken or any food, quite frankly, that could feed a family has become a luxury. And it is really frustrating that we are advancing a farm bill where we're talking about all these different foods that should be available, yet people can't afford it. And with the new work requirements and the red tape that have already gone into effect, I think many of you are hearing from your constituents who don't even realize that they've lost their benefit. But $2 per person per meal. I mean, you can't even buy a damn cup of coffee for that here in the Capitol building. And I would just point that out as we move forward here. You know, SNAP is supposed to make sure that people don't go hungry, that there's a food benefit to sustain families, and we have failed miserably in that. And so I hope as we move through this title and we get to the point where we're talking about fixing some of the harmful cuts that were made to this program, that we can get unanimity. I mean, really, how many of you can live on $2 per person per meal? It is unsustainable, and it is a scandal that we're not dealing with that. And I thank the gentleman, and I yield to my colleague, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr.
Dr.
Chairman.
Adams is recognized.
I just wanted to add, you know, we talk about people not having homes and during hurricanes, but we've got people right now, and some in my district, who living in hotels. They don't have a kitchen to cook or to heat anything. So we had this discussion before about rotisserie chicken. I was just surprised that you couldn't do that. You couldn't buy that. But I do think we have to look at the overall cost of what we're giving people. $2 a meal is certainly not going to do it. But I think we also have to remember that everybody does not have a home like many of us do, where you've got a kitchen and you can go in and you've got a microwave and all those other things. So having that coming out of the store, I think, is a good thing, and we should do it. I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to withdraw this amendment. I think if we're serious about it, we need to go ahead and vote on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. McGovern, it's your time. You go back. I recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Mr.
5 minutes.
Chairman. I very much appreciate my colleague from Arkansas and my colleague from New Mexico and the point that they bring up on this. But I also have to acknowledge the ranking member's point about the nature of the SNAP program and how we do these things. Legislating is about introducing legislation. It's about hearings. It's about thoughtful discussion. It's about working through the details. Sometimes in a markup, flying by the seat of your britches will create more complications on down the road than any of us can imagine, because we haven't had the time and the opportunity to thoughtfully think our way through it. There are other protein sources out there who would argue that they should fall within that same category. I'm not opposed to the concept of my friends here. I just don't believe this is the right venue to sort this out and potentially make a rather dramatic change and set off a whole slate of unintended consequences. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would encourage my friends to withdraw their thoughtful amendment and encourage them to work on their legislation in regular order, if that still exists in this place. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The amendment has been withdrawn. I believe that Mr. Vindman has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 98, offered by Mr. Vindman of Virginia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be speaking in favor of an amendment on Afghan special immigrant visas and United for Ukraine SNAP access. As we all know, in this committee, one of the travesties of the big ugly bill was its SNAP policies. Specifically, I want to address the policies that took access to SNAP away from our Afghan allies and Ukrainian refugees. Our Afghan allies are not strangers. They're our wartime allies. They stood shoulder to shoulder with us, with American soldiers, and risked their lives to translate for us, to advise us, all while putting targets on their backs and on their families' backs. I wore the uniform of this country for 25 years in the United States Army, and I know that when we say we leave no one behind, we have to mean it. We cannot allow our allies to come to this country and go hungry, for the children to go hungry. That's not the promise of America. I also want to speak about Ukrainian refugees. I came to this country as a refugee from Soviet Ukraine. Our current modern Ukrainian refugees are fleeing a war which we just marked the 5th anniversary of just a few days ago, fleeing from Putin's brutal, illegal, thuggish invasion of our country. They are here because the United States led the free world in standing up to authoritarianism. I will always be grateful to this country for accepting my family, which is why I served 25 years. My twin brother served over 20 years. My older brother served. My wife served. My entire family basically served, because this country gave our family a shot at the American dream. And we have to maintain that dream, make sure it's accessible to every American, and including our allies and those that have fled war-torn parts of the world. I believe that we have to provide the same opportunity so we don't have refugees that have come for shelter this country go hungry because of our inaction. Let's be clear, none of these people are here illegally. They're here in a legal status. They came the right way under a legal U.S. program and with proper documents. They're integrating and contributing to America the right way. So this isn't about restoring isn't about restoring accountability to SNAP or keeping illegal immigrants off of SNAP. This is just cruelty, plain and simple. I want to give my colleagues an opportunity today to right this terrible wrong and support my amendment. My amendment simply restores the status quo for the Afghan special immigrant visa recipients and for the United for Ukraine recipients, and gives these folks access to SNAP. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'm going to take the opportunity to just weigh in on this amendment, and then we'll see what other members will seek recognition. Well, actually, Mr. Costa will be next. I want to thank the gentleman for bringing up this amendment. H.R. 1 limited SNAP eligibility to U.S. citizens, green card holders, or legal permanent residents, Cuban and Haitian entrants, or an individual residing in the United States as a result of a compact of free association. Special immigrant holders, or SIVs, are legal permanent residents, or LPRs, under the law. Therefore, as USDA guidance confirms, SIVs remain eligible for SNAP under H.R. 1 once they adjust to the LPR status with no waiting period, including Iraqi and Afghan special immigrants. Certain Ukrainian nationals granted parole status between February 24th, 2022 and September 30th, 2024, and certain Afghan nationals granted parole status between July 31st, 2021 and September 30th, 2023 are also eligible to receive SNAP after adjusting to the LPR status with no waiting period. And for this reason, I will vote no on this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Costa is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak on behalf of this amendment. And Representative Vindman, your opening comments, I think, speak directly toward the amendment. You and your family are a reflection of what America is all about. Immigrants past and immigrants present. And the contributions that you and your family and other immigrants have made over generations are, I think, the secret sauce of America. Many of you know I've been very engaged in supporting the people of Ukraine in their efforts to maintain their sovereignty and fight for their democracy. I've been there multiple times in the last 4 years. I remember clearly, on February 24th, 4 years ago, that there was strong bipartisan accord on what this was all about, specifically in Ukraine. I remember hearing Senator Graham say, Lindsey Graham, that this was clear choice between good versus evil. Good versus evil. 4 years later, I still believe this is about good versus evil. as the Ukrainian people are making progress beyond anyone's thoughts, especially here recently. I think this amendment has merit. I think we need to recognize those refugees, whether they be Ukrainian or whether they be from other parts of the world that have heard the siren call of Lady Statue of Liberty when we think about our history. I think the amendment has merit, and I want to associate with supporting it. And I hope we can come to work this out in some fashion or another, notwithstanding the chairman's comments on the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have multiple combat tours around the world, including a couple to Afghanistan. There was over 6,000 Afghans that were put at Fort McCoy, Wisconsin, of which 0, not 1, 0 were eligible for SIVs, meaning at a minimum they were ambivalent to the American presence in Afghanistan. And unfortunately, I believe many of them were working against us and our allies in that country. So I can't support this amendment due to the fact that the vast majority of the 250,000 plus Afghans who were brought here by President Biden were not vetted. An Afghan national who was vetted shot 2 National Guards men, actually 1 woman, here in the Capitol. That person was vetted to conduct counterterrorism operations, meaning killing the enemy. He was not vetted to come here as an American citizen. So this is a much more nuanced issue than just saying, you know, these guys helped us, because a lot of them didn't, and that's a fact. So I have no issue with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters coming here. I fully acknowledge that Vladimir Putin is a war criminal, but we need to work with DHS to make sure that every single person that comes into this country, especially under the guise of, you know, an SIV when it wasn't warranted, actually gets re-vetted. We just had a terrorist attack in Austin, Texas, by someone that came here, you know, married an American, became an American citizen, divorced her, and then wound up shooting up a nightclub. So to me, this is a national security issue. I do not believe that we should be funding or feeding people that hate us as Americans. So with that, I mean, I respect Mr. Vidman's intention, putting this amendment, but I strongly advise my colleagues to vote against it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Riley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate, Eugene, you introducing this, and you and your family. I've gotten to know you over the last year, and you're some of the most patriotic folks I know, and I just want to yield the rest of my time to you.
Mr. Vidman is recognized.
Thank you. So just a point of clarification, and I agree with Mr. Van Orden that we do, national security is a paramount interest and priority of mine, and that we need to make sure that the people that come here are properly vetted. Having said that, there are thousands of people that are already here, tens of thousands. And in my district in particular, in Northern Virginia, some of them are my friends and neighbors, and they're here now. Whether they're re-vetted or not, that's fine. We can go through that, have that debate. But while they are here, they ought to be eligible for SNAP benefits. Their families ought to be eligible for SNAP benefits. They ought not to be going hungry. And the second point I'd like to make is that, you know, it's a lot easier to say that they can become legal permanent residents than to get it done. It can take years to become a legal permanent resident, even without a waiting period. As we know, our immigration system is broken. There are massive backlogs. In the meantime, this is about families and potentially children going hungry. And so with both the SIV, the Afghan SIV, and U parole, visa could not, they cannot get SNAP access after HR 1 goes into effect. LPR status isn't just given, and we can't simply let these people go hungry while they wait for LPR status to be approved. And so I urge my colleagues to kind of just recognize the facts on the ground here, that right now, these folks are in a position of losing their SNAP benefits. That means hungry kids, hungry families, and they need a hand up, not a handout, in order to become really productive members of society. I mean, people may disagree with, some of the things that I've done, but my family, out of a sense of patriotism, every member of my family served in uniform as a matter of patriotism for this country. So thank you, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment.
Gentleman yells back now. Recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For a point of clarification, you explained to us your interpretation and the majority staff interpretation that this amendment was not necessary. Is that correct?
That is correct. As USDA has already issued guidance on this regarding these populations.
I think that's a very strong statement about how we should respond. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Vindman's amendment? Seeing none, no further conversation. The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Vindman. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have
Chair.
it. Any amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, I request for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. All right. Other amendments, we are on Title IV, Nutrition. Okay. Ms. McDonald-Rivet is recognized, has a amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 58.
Amendment number 58. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 58, offered by Ms. McDonald-Rivet of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would support one of our country's greatest efforts to eliminate hunger, put healthy food on families' dinner tables, and support local farmers in the process. So, of course, I'm talking about GusNIP. For those unfamiliar with the GusNIP program, it provides a dollar-for-dollar match towards SNAP purchases of locally grown fruits and vegetables. In other words, you spend $5 on vegetables at your local farmer's market, and you'll get an additional $5 to spend. I know this is a priority for us, but in particular, Representative Crawford has done to ensure the continuation of this important program, and we appreciate it. While I plan to withdraw this amendment today, I want to underscore the need for increased investment in programs that help low-income families access healthy food while also supporting our local farmers. The Farm Bill continues GusNIP and the programs it supports, including double-up food bucks, but a flat renewal is simply not good enough, not while families are facing higher grocery prices every single day. Programs like double-up food bucks are working. With GusNIP, families are buying more fresh produce, helping to feed healthy families, and supporting our local farmers. It's a common sense win for working families and farmers, and exactly the kind of investment we need more of. So I'll continue to push so that our level of investment in the program matches the challenges of rising costs on the ground. And I hope that we can get something across the finish line this Congress. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank the gentlelady. Let me weigh in here. Well, first of all, to say thank you for offering this amendment. GusNIP program is really important to me as a former chair of the Nutrition Subcommittee and a strong supporter of GusNIP, which incentivizes the purchase of fruits and vegetables and SNAP. But it was honestly the budgetary constraints. Because of that, it wasn't possible to include this language in the Farm Food and National Security Act 2026. That said, there is good news, though. I'm proud, however, that we were able to, within this bill, strengthen this program by improving year-round availability of incentives through the use of all forms of produce and by waiving the federal match requirements in persistent poverty counties, which is an incredible next step. So I look forward to continuing to work with you on further ways that we can continue to bolster this program. So the amendment is withdrawn.
Mr. Chairman? Oh, I was going to,
Please, go ahead, Mr.
yeah, no,
Levin's
I just
recognized.
want to commend Ms. McDonald-Rivet for her amendment. Look, you know, some of us have been around long enough. We worked on the reauthorization of GusNet back in 2018. And I think those of us who are familiar with the program know how impactful and how important the program is. And I can't, for the life of me, understand why it's been so controversial to increase funding for the program to help SNAP recipients purchase more fruits and vegetables. I mean, produce is expensive. I mean, that's just the reality. And GusNip helps double the purchasing power of SNAP to ensure that families have access to fruits and vegetables. It also helps to fund very successful produce prescription programs, which again are important to helping Americans eat more nutritiously. GusNip is not only good for SNAP recipients, but it's also especially good for our farmers. You know, and we hear a lot of talk about fiscal responsibility on this committee all the time, but let me just point out the obvious. If people are eating more nutritious foods, if people are eating more fresh fruits and vegetables, they're healthier. We control healthcare costs. We control other costs as a result of that. And so, you know, we should be more aggressively supporting this program, investing in this program. Again, it's good for not only individuals on SNAP, it's good for our farmers. And quite frankly, more of the discussion that we are having on the Farm Bill ought to focus in on that. How do we improve the quality of people's lives in a meaningful way? And GusNip does that. And so I thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment and for calling attention to this important issue, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentlelady from Maine for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Michigan for introducing this. It's often an underutilized program, an understood one. I mean, certainly not underutilized in our states, but it's not well understood at times, the huge benefits of GusNip and what an important revolution this was for the SNAP benefit program. And I just want to echo what others have said. There are so many metrics available that show, particularly for young people, but for families overall, the opportunity to get fresh fruits and vegetables in the diet makes a huge difference in child development. And it really helps to reduce so many of the associated diseases, whether it's obesity, diabetes, heart conditions, high blood pressure. So many things are changed if you have enough fresh fruits and vegetables in your diet. And the very idea that we have not increased funding here, as the sponsor of this amendment said, is really falling behind. I know in my state, this is a greatly appreciated program, way oversubscribed, and really makes a huge difference in so many people's lives. And I just want to put it in the context of this title that we're working on today. You know, we're going to have a lot of different ways to talk about SNAP, and I know my Republican colleagues have said some things about how they understand the value of this program and the important benefit, but let's remember that in the big ugly bill, this program was cut tremendously. So the funding isn't there going into the future that people will need. We've heard about the fact that it's only $6 a day. There's not enough money there for people to be able to afford fresh and healthy foods. And so putting it into this program is just a really critical way to do it. One other point I want to make is this administration has really touted their MAHA agenda, and I've been pleased to work with many of the people who support MAHA on issues like this, the idea of fresh and healthy food or removing toxics from our environment, and you'll hear more from me on amendments that come up later about the toxic side of this and how we remove toxics from our food. But on this side, there's a lot of talk about getting rid of ultra-processed foods, about taking food dyes out of our food, and a whole variety of other ways to make food healthy. But the fact is, if you don't have enough money, you depend on ultra-processed food. That's just the way it is. There aren't cheap other alternatives here, and a lot of people turn to ultra-processed food, to lots of starches. We've got a new food pyramid that's being much touted again by this administration. I think we need to bring these philosophies together, and if we really want to be supporters of making sure people are healthier going into the future, if we really want to take on this agenda of food is medicine, that eating a good diet keeps you from spending later on health care costs, we have to embrace programs like this. So I'm really disappointed to see our priorities around this. We're going to talk a lot about the priorities around SNAP benefits, but I think this is the committee where we have the opportunity to really deal with American nutrition. So I wish we were putting more money into this. I wholeheartedly support this amendment, and I hope we will take this into consideration.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment which has been withdrawn? Let me just, before we move on, let me just say, just a reminder with comments I made, we have invested in this. We've tried to do it in a budget neutral way in terms of providing incentives year round, and also taking away the federal cost share, having to have the federal match for certain high poverty counties. So recognizing the importance of that. Any members have seek to be recognized for an additional amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment number
Ms.
30.
Brown is recognized. Has an amendment at the desk. Which amendment number?
Number 30.
Number
Amendment.
30?
Amendment number 30, offered by Ms. Brown of Ohio.
Very good. I now recognize the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Ohio, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment strikes the cruel expansion of work requirements that we saw included in H.R. 1, a change used to pay for tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. Now, let me remind everyone that this partisan expansion forced seniors, parents with teenagers, veterans, homeless individuals, and those aging out of our foster care system to jump through work and more paperwork requirements to receive basic food benefits. This particular change targeted our most vulnerable neighbors, all to pay for tax cuts. Tax cuts. I've said this before, but given what we are seeing in the legislation today, it is clear it bears repeating. SNAP is not a jobs program. It is a food program. And I'm not really sure if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would care if it were a job program, because we used to have those. And this administration slashed the funding for those at every turn. And since this policy has already been rolled out, mind you, during a government shutdown when this administration weaponized once again the benefits and hunger of our neighbors, we know the effects of this. We know because we have seen that this policy has not created new jobs. It has created new barriers, more red tape, more paperwork. And what does that lead to? Well, I'm glad you asked. More hungry seniors, more hungry veterans, more hungry foster kids. This policy has not made our country safer, our borders more secure, or children healthier. It's also worth noting that these new requirements were rolled out without any effort to boost job readiness. No expanded job opportunities or investments in child care, transportation, or workforce training. Instead of investing in pathways to work, they choose to punish families, seniors, veterans, and people who have fallen on hard times. So, my amendment here is a chance to course correct. For my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to acknowledge that work requirements don't work and that SNAP program is not a jobs program, but an anti-hunger program. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to the ranking member.
The ranking member is recognized for the remaining time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. This amendment would undo the harmful changes in H.R. 1 that would expand SNAP's harsh time limit, which only allows someone to receive SNAP for 3 months once every 3 years if they can't work, can't find work, or can't find enough work. We need this amendment to pass, and to pass now. Without it, millions of Americans, including 800,000 older adults, 300,000 veterans, homeless individuals, and former foster youth, and more than 1 million people living in communities without enough jobs, are expected to lose their food assistance entirely starting this month. Many Americans can't find work, enough work, or work that pays enough in this economy. ensuring that they focus on job searching, skill building, training, earning their GED, while still being able to feed themselves and their families should be an obvious yes. I encourage all members to vote in support of this important amendment. Thank you, and I yield back to my colleague.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Yield back. Mr. Scott from Georgia.
I'm sorry. Were you yielding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Scott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment, and I want to read to you from the law that we passed, and these are the exceptions to the work requirements. Now, the ranking member just told you that 800,000 older adults, is the way she put it, would be removed from the SNAP rolls. Just the facts. If you're over 65 years of age, you're exempt from the work requirements that we passed. I want to say that again. If you're over 65 years of age, you're exempt from the work requirements in H.R. 1. This is the way it reads. Paragraph 2 shall not apply to an individual if the individual is under 18 or over 65 years of age, medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment. So if you can't work, you're exempt from the work requirements. A parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age. It goes on from there. Pregnant women are exempt from the work requirements. So, I mean, the changes that we made were good changes to the program. They put integrity back in the program. We have plenty of money in this country to take care of people who can't work, but no country has enough money to take care of people who simply choose not to work. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the rein of my time.
I appreciate yielding.
To the chair.
I think calling this work requirements really is a disservice. Not that work is a bad thing. Work is about dignity, obviously. But there are three options, and let's admit that. For individuals, you just heard a great overview of what the law really is, of who it pertains to. But if there are two other options other than working a minimum of 40 hours, I believe it's 20 hours a month. Yeah. One is to be engaged in some type of SNAP employment and career and technical education that we pay for. We invest in those families because, the help to pull them out of poverty. And so education is, now that may not work for everybody. I get work might not work for everybody in terms of depending on where you choose to live or where you do live and what's in your area. But the third one applies to everyone. I don't know a community that would not benefit somewhere from a volunteer. And quite frankly, volunteering an average of 20 hours a month qualifies you to continue with SNAP. And so let's be very clear. I know the focus and the wording is on work requirements, but it really is, the requirements are threefold. It's work, it's volunteer, or I'll be honest with you, my favorite, as someone who leads on career and technical education and the Education Workforce Committee, it's helping people find some career and technical education, which, by the way, could be online. Something they could do from the comfort of their own home in terms of developing in-demand skills. And I yield back, and I recognize Mr. McGovern for 5 minutes. I'm sorry, I yield back to Mr. Scott.
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Mr. McGovern's recognized.
Well, I want to thank you for reading us the law. We know what the law says. Thank you very much. And so a 64-year-old worker who gets laid off, tell them no food. That's great. And I want to thank Ms. Brown for bringing up this amendment. Look, at thousands of people in my home state of Massachusetts are about to lose access to SNAP because Republicans voted to give their SNAP benefits and their SNAP dollars to multimillionaires and billionaires. But that's just a fact. Veterans, families with teenage kids, older adults, teens aging out of foster care, homeless people are all about to get notice that they don't have money for food this month. 4 out of 5 SNAP households include a child, elderly person, or a person with a disability. The vast majority of SNAP recipients who can work actually do work. They do work. And nearly 75% of adults participating in SNAP worked within a year of receiving benefits. And we have study after study after study telling us that time limits do not improve employment or earning outcomes for recipients. So this is not about work. This is not about work. It's about Republicans not giving a damn about hungry people in this country. There isn't a work crisis in SNAP. The real crisis is that people are working in minimum wage jobs and they cannot afford to feed their families. I mentioned before, the average benefit is about $2 per person per meal. We actually reduced that benefit from the time of COVID. And if this Congress were serious about promoting work, we'd be talking about strengthening and expanding work training programs, and we'd be talking about increasing the minimum wage so that no person who works lives in poverty. I mean, more and more people are enrolling in SNAP who are working full-time, and for some reason that doesn't seem to bother anybody on the other side. I mean, you want to tell veterans living in poverty, looking for a job, go volunteer? I mean, I love the description that my friends kind of paint of people who are on SNAP. They all fit into these nice, neat categories. Life is very simple, but the reality is life is very complicated. And some of the people who we are punishing through these work requirements, and by the way, I hate to use the word work requirements, I mean, they're basically efforts to try to throw people off the program. Some of these people have had difficult lives, complicated lives. They've served our country. And I get, yeah, so it doesn't apply to people over 65, but again, try to be 64-year-old people looking for work. It's not easy. It's not, and it's difficult. So, this already has caused great confusion and concern and hardship all throughout the country. And we haven't even gotten to the nearly $200 billion in cuts that are coming down the road. So I support Ms. Brown's amendment. I think this is a good amendment. And I think that this was put into this big ugly bill in a way that wasn't given a lot of thought and not a lot of consideration. I think it's cruel, and I'm seeing it in practice. And I think if you're listening to your constituents, you're hearing from them right now. This isn't working nicely and neatly the way you describe it. With that, I'll yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. I want to support this amendment as well, and thank Ms. Brown for bringing it forward. This new SNAP work requirement creates more red tape, not more jobs. Most recipients already work and they are seeking work, but economic conditions in a slowly labor market make steady employment harder. Job openings have fallen to 6.5 million, highlighting the gap between stricter SNAP requirements and available work. These mandates increase administrative costs and paperwork for states. Now, my county was in to talk to me just about that about a week ago, much of which lack the staff. They don't have the staff, they don't have the resources to manage the expanded compliance. Republicans' one big ugly bill made this worse, forcing states to absorb 25% more in SNAP administrative costs. When states can't keep up, families lose access to food, not because they won't work, but because of bureaucratic hurdles. Striking these provisions protects families and prevents costly unfunded mandates on states. I support this amendment. I hope we would support it, and I'll yield back to the gentleman.
And I yield back.
All right, seeing no further speakers on the amendment, the chair is opposed to the amendment.
Well, I will say this, Mr. Chairman, it's clear that my colleagues are not serious about improving this bill in a meaningful way for families, and so with that, I will withdraw my amendment.
All right. Chairman Thompson stepped out for just a second, and we'll find out whose amendment are we taking next. Whose amendment are we taking next?
I have an amendment at the desk.
All right, we'll take Ms. Hayes' amendment.
It's number Hayes 28.
Ms. Hayes is recognized for 5 minutes.
Amendment number 28, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut.
Thank you. Last year, this committee considered H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill, which cut SNAP by $187 billion to give tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans in our country. Republicans have gutted the most effective anti-hunger program in the United States, which will have unforeseen consequences for generations. In the wealthiest country on earth, hunger is a policy choice. One analysis found that H.R. 1 will reduce income for the poorest 20% of Americans by an average of 3.8%, while increasing income for the wealthiest 20% by 3.7%. My amendment is simple. It would repeal the SNAP cuts in H.R. 1 and restore full benefits to the 42 million Americans who rely on the program for food assistance. H.R. 1 expanded work requirements for older Americans and parents with children, prohibited the USDA from revaluating the Thrifty Food Plan, eliminated the ability for families to use SNAP participation as an indicator for energy assistance programs or broadband assistance, which would be required for the jobs the chairman just talked about, and created a massive unfunded mandate on state governments. We had heard directly from states that have said the cost share and administrative costs may force them to opt out of the SNAP program entirely. These drastic cuts have hurt the farmers, ranchers, and producers who grow food, the small business owners who accept EBT dollars, and the grocers who serve our communities. Farmers stand to lose $24 billion over the next decade as household food purchases decline. Within 6 months, as participants lose SNAP, small grocers could see sales decline by as much as 6.7%. My amendment is based on my legislation, the Restoring Food Security for American Families and Farmers Act, which has the support of 202 members of the House of Representatives and the endorsement of over 1,400 organizations. SNAP benefits are modest, averaging only $6.20 per person per day or $2 per person per meal. The benefits of SNAP are highly targeted to focus on those with the greatest need. 92% of SNAP benefits go to households with incomes below the poverty line, and 54% go to households at or below half of the poverty line. At a time when grocery prices are rising and the tariffs are increasing costs for families and farmers, we should be restoring SNAP and expanding access. To say that I am disappointed with this farm bill that we are considering today is an understatement. This is a Republican wish list with no real desire to secure the bipartisan support needed to pass through the House or the Senate. We voted on a farm bill last year that they couldn't even get to the floor because it didn't have the support of their own caucus. The United States should prioritize feeding its own people over funding foreign military engagements. I will take every opportunity to roll back the cuts in H.R. 1, and I implore all my colleagues to support my amendment. We need to feed people, not a war machine. And with that, I yield back.
I'm sorry. All right. Chair now recognizes Ms. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Congresswoman Hayes, for your leadership on the Nutrition and Foreign Ag Subcommittee, for your steadfast work on behalf of hungry people across our great nation. I wholeheartedly support this amendment to restore SNAP food assistance because no matter how Republicans try to spin it, cutting SNAP by $187 billion has already resulted in hundreds of thousands of Americans having their food assistance either cut or taken away. Keeping these cuts in place will result in millions more Americans, including seniors, children, veterans, having their food assistance reduced at a time when food costs are already unaffordable for way too many Americans. Further, in county-administered states like Minnesota, property owners, whether they're homeowners or business owners, will see their taxes increase as a result of the Republicans' unfunded mandate in SNAP costs in the big, beautiful bill. Republicans will shake their heads and mutter, "Not true." I've heard it all day already today, but these facts are not debatable. A recent headline by Minnesota Public Radio reads, "Thousands of Minnesotans to be kicked off SNAP due to new eligibility requirements." Eligibility requirements is code for additional paperwork and red tape that Republicans bury hardworking Americans in to make accessing food assistance too complicated, too restrictive, or too time-consuming. The vast majority of our nation's wealth is already concentrated in the pockets of a handful of wealthy elites. The big, beautiful bill cut SNAP to pay for additional tax breaks for the ultra-rich while taking food away from parents, grandparents, and disabled people. You know, over the last several hours, we've heard that everything has to be cost neutral in this markup today. Well, I can tell you what was not cost neutral. It was the big, beautiful bill. And the benefit went to the ultra wealthy. The income disparity in this country only continues to grow. And we wonder why our constituents are pissed off at the government. It's because we are failing them as a government. We are failing them because we keep making policy that favors the ultra wealthy in this nation. And so, folks, today we have an opportunity, my colleagues, to right this wrong, to say to the American people, we hear you, we feel you, at a time when food costs continues to rise, at a time when overnight, because of wars of choice, gas prices go up 16 cents overnight. People cannot afford their lives in this nation. And that is just an increasing fact every single day, and Republican policy is only making this worse. We are here to mark up a so-called farm bill, which is kind of ridiculous as I sit here and think about this. This is not a 5-year, 12-title farm bill. This is a jigsaw puzzle that Republicans have tried to piece together when Democrats have been willing to negotiate in good faith an actual bipartisan farm bill. $187 billion in cuts. That's what we did to Title IV, what you did to Title IV through reconciliation. And now you expect us to sit here and mark up a bill that is a shell of what this country's family farmers and our constituents deserve. For some of us, this is your first farm bill markup. For all of us, it could likely be our last. Because by decimating the nutrition title of the Farm Bill, by splitting the food and farm programs apart, as Republicans have done in this process, you have destroyed the Farm Bill coalition. The Farm Bill coalition has been key to passing every bipartisan farm bill in modern history. And that was only possible because farmers and families both benefited from this bill. The bill before us today, which continues the SNAP cuts, increases hunger in America, could very well be the last farm bill in the traditional sense of the word. This next go-round were the last remaining pieces where bipartisan consensus could be forged and policy could be hashed out to rural America, and every community in this country could be declared dead. We could be driving the last nail in the coffin of this coalition today. So I would urge my colleagues, including my Republican colleagues, to vote yes on this amendment. Restore food assistance for hungry Americans, but also restore hope in the future of bipartisan farm bills. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I've got Mr. McGovern, Ms. Davis. I did not see who had their hand up first. I'm sorry. Do you know? Mr. McGovern, then I'll just go down the roster. Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank Representative Hayes for her leadership on this. This is important. I mean, this is one of the most important amendments that we're going to consider today. This gives us a chance to fix a wrong that, quite frankly, should never have occurred to begin with. In July, Republicans made the largest cut to food assistance in American history. In American history. Gutting SNAP to pay for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. That's what it was. That's what the big ugly bill was. You know, tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, and we got SNAP by close to $200 billion. The result, you saved Jeff Bezos about $8 billion on Amazon's tax bill and took a couple of $100 per month for food away from hungry families. Every single Republican on this committee who voted for that disastrous bill should be ashamed of yourselves. And this is an opportunity to make up for that vote. Hunger is a political condition. I mean, we have the money, we have the resources, we have the food to end it. To end it. And by the way, if you end hunger, as I pointed out before, you know, you also save a lot of money. People who have access to food on a regular basis, to good food, are healthier. You know, we lower medical costs. Kids who go to school who are not hungry learn better. Workers who are not hungry are more productive in the workplace. You know, senior citizens, by the way, who are hungry, who take their medication on an empty stomach, end up in an emergency room. So, I mean, the idea that ending hunger is just some kind of nice thing to do, and that's it. It's more than that. It's more than that. Hunger in this country is getting worse. It's getting worse, not better, because of your awful policies that are pushing people deeper and deeper into poverty. We have 48 million people who do not know where their next meal is coming from. 48 million people in the richest country in the history of the world. I mean, and this bill doesn't do one damn thing to help them. We have an opportunity to change that reality with Ms. Hayes' amendment. This amendment is an opportunity for Republicans to undo the wrong that was committed in the big ugly bill. You can vote for this amendment right now to restore SNAP as it was before the big ugly bill. Again, I'm puzzled that so much attention is given to finding ways to enrich the rich in the legislation that comes to the floor. I mean, there isn't a tax cut or tax break for wealthy interests or big corporations that my friends don't want to embrace. But when it comes to making sure that people have enough to eat, by the way, as we mentioned before, increasingly the people who are going on SNAP right now are working families. They're doing everything right. They're working, just like you want them to. They're working. They don't earn enough to be able to feed themselves and their families. There's something wrong with that. We have an opportunity to change that equation. And I hope my friends will join with all of us and support Ms. Hayes' amendment. It is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Scott from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I again want to remind the American citizens that if you're under 18 or over 65 years of age, you're exempt from the changes that we made. If you're medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment, you're exempt from the changes we made. If you are a parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age, you're exempt from the changes that we made. If you're a pregnant woman, you're exempt from the changes that we made. And I want you to know that even after all of the changes that we made, SNAP benefits, the current baseline, are over 70% of total Farm Bill spending still go to SNAP benefits. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields, and I recognize Ms. Davids for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Kansas has a proud legacy of leadership on bipartisan farm bills, with former Senators Bob Dole and Pat Roberts being key to holding together the coalition of farm and nutrition stakeholders that has carried every previous farm bill across the finish line. In 1977, Senator Dole played a pivotal role in ensuring the farm bill included provisions guaranteeing access to nutritious foods for all Americans. Now this committee addresses a farm bill for the first time since the Republicans' budget bill passed historic cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, last year. The budget bill has torn apart a vital coalition of farm and nutrition stakeholders. The farm bill is incredibly important to the folks who grow our food and feed our families. However, the historic cuts to SNAP jeopardize the path forward for this bill and future farm bills. I support this amendment to reverse SNAP cuts. In my district alone, more than 8,000 households depend on SNAP to put food on the table, all while keeping our agricultural economy moving by ensuring that people can buy Kansas-grown foods. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment and restore the traditional Farm Bill coalition that has been responsible for every previous farm bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, Mr. Kuda, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment to restore the $187 billion in SNAP cuts included in the big, ugly bill. Because if we continue down this path, the story of this farm bill will be defined as much by what isn't in it as by what is. And what isn't in it anymore is food. Food taken off the plates of hungry Americans. Let's be honest about what $187 billion means. That money didn't just disappear on paper. It came out of grocery carts, it came off kitchen tables, it came out of family budgets already stretched to the breaking point. It's like serving a meal and taking away the piece of chicken, leaving only the broccoli, the tortilla, and one other side, and calling it enough. Families know that's not enough. Kids know that's not enough. Seniors know that's not enough. Veterans know that's not enough. Working individuals know that's not enough. And Hungary certainly knows the difference. In Hawaii alone, more than 165,000 people rely on SNAP. Working families, seniors, veterans, and children. The average benefit is about $346 per person per month. That's not luxury. That's not even supplemental. That's basic survival. SNAP doesn't just feed families. It supports farmers, grocers, truckers, and rural communities. Every dollar generates up to $1.80 in economic activity. It keeps communities strong. It keeps families together. Yet this bill cuts food assistance while shifting new costs onto states and local communities already struggling to keep up. So I ask my colleagues, look at what we've left off of people's plates. Look at what isn't there. Look at what isn't in this bill. Look at how much you've already taken away. And ask yourselves, is this a farm bill meant to sustain America or one that's meant to starve it? Because this amendment gives us the chance to correct course, restore these funds, protect families, cancel those cuts, and make sure this farm bill lives up to its promise to feed America. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now pleased to recognize Ms. Salinas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had agricultural groups and nutrition groups come into my office, and what I have to tell them is we did not prioritize rural America in this farm bill. We had a chance in the last Congress to actually bring a really strong bipartisan bill to the American people, and we didn't. And I know many of us in this room really urged, even in the lame duck session, to move something, and it didn't happen. But we continued to work, and I continued to talk with my advocates and constituents back home, and what I told them is this will be a priority. I promise you, this will be a priority because Republicans are in control, and they know who brought them to the dance. And President Trump knows who brought him to the dance. It was rural America. And what ended up happening? Instead of right out of the gate working on a farm bill, we put Americans in debt an additional $4 trillion. So Jeff Bezos could throw himself a $50 million wedding. Meanwhile, people are going hungry, farmers don't have protection for their crops, and what we are seeing put on states is astronomical. The state of Oregon will see an administrative cost shift of about $150 million every 2 years now. Seniors, veterans, children in my district will go hungry. And right now, about 83% of SNAP households in Oregon includes someone who is working. So this myth about people who need additional supplemental nutrition is just that. It is a myth. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Mr. Vasquez is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand today in full support of this amendment. Before coming to Congress, I had the pleasure of serving on the board of my local food pantry, Casa de Peregrinos in Las Cruces, New Mexico, for many years. It's something that my mom does today in her retirement. And I want to give folks a picture of what that $187 billion in exemptions actually looks like on the ground. Food pantries and soup kitchens like El Caldito and Casa de Peregrinos are struggling every day to give New Mexicans the food that they ask for when they come and get in line, oftentimes waiting hours just to get a hot meal. They're hosting fundraisers in the community, asking other people of moderate to low incomes to give what they can, to donate food. I go to my local barbershop, and for the last year, the cans that are in those donation boxes remain empty, but the call for food remains strong. And so switching this burden from these exemptions to the states and to individuals and to the nonprofit communities doesn't eliminate hunger. It doesn't magically put people back to work. It forces that cost burden on our communities. And in a state like New Mexico, where we don't have a lot of money to begin with, we're all pitching in to feed our communities. We're raising money on the streets to feed people. These are devastating decisions that were made in H.R. 1 that are made today by Americans at the cash register. To my colleagues who have gone shopping, who go shopping in their local grocery stores or even here in Washington, D.C., I'm sure that you've had a customer in line in front of you who's had to put several food items back because they can't afford it, or who has to pull out a roll of about a dozen coupons just to be able to get the food that they need. And you see that they may have a child in tow, and that they ask that child to put a candy bar back or to put food back because they can't afford it. This is what this cut means to Americans. It's not just about exemptions. It is about people. It is about communities coming together. It is about the poor feeding the poor in states like New Mexico, and Americans helping each other any way they can. Meanwhile, as of today, $1.8 billion has been spent on the conflict in Iran. That's what, 18 times what we're asking for here to just restore food to Americans? I think that should be an easy and a moral choice for us, and so I rise to fully support this amendment, and I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yields back. Recognize Dr. Adams for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of this amendment. You know, cutting SNAP by $187 billion has already resulted in hundreds of thousands of Americans having their food assistance taken away. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that at least 4 million Americans will see their benefits cut significantly or lose access to SNAP entirely. Well, we're talking about seniors and families and with children and veterans. Food costs are increasing, and these cuts are taking food out of the mouths of babies. It's shameful. Now, you want to make America healthy again? Well, you can't be healthy if you're hungry. And that's less money for people to spend at grocery stores and local farmers markets. Farmers need customers. Families need food. This program links the two. In my state of North Carolina alone, more than 9,000 individuals and families filed for bankruptcy last year, an 11.4% increase. Across the country, farm bankruptcies rose 46% in 2025, and USDA says that 15,000 farms were lost last year alone. When both farm bankruptcies and family bankruptcies are rising, that's a clear warning sign. Something isn't working. So let's repeal the SNAP cuts from this one big ugly bill. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back. I support this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Gentlelady from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent Maryland's 6th District in Western Maryland with many of our farmers and a lot of rural parts of our state. But in Maryland, our Governor Wes Moore and many of us believe that no one should be left behind. It is something that is part of our ethos, and we are feeling that with so many in our rural communities are being left behind and are hungry. It's striking to think that just a few months ago, we sat in this very room late into the night voting on a bill that proposed a $3 billion cut to food assistance. That was my first markup in Congress. That night was quiet. Today, the debate is much louder and more spirited. And this time, all of our heads are up. And to me, that is distinct. That matters. I very much support this amendment, which will repeal all the SNAP cuts included in H.R. 1. That big, ugly bill ultimately cut $187 billion from food assistance, a far cry from the $300 billion my colleagues voted to advance from this very room less than a year ago. Now, not much has changed over the past year. We are still fighting over the same bottom line. What has changed is the reality facing the people who rely on these programs. Many of the people in my district who are on SNAP do work. They just can't make it on a big box retail job. And more are going hungry. In fact, 1 in 9 constituents in my district, half of them children, are on SNAP. And what has also changed in the SNAP paperwork requirements have grown much harsher, affecting families with children 14 and older, older Americans, former foster youth, veterans, and people experiencing homelessness. What has also changed is that households that had previously qualified for low income home energy assistance program, payments no longer automatically receive a standard utility allowance. This cuts their benefits by an estimated $100 to $125 per month. What has also changed is that 27,000 grocery stores that serve large shares of SNAP recipients are now at financial risk, particularly in the rural parts of my district. Yet my colleagues chose to cut SNAP by $187 billion and then pass a farm bill that restores not a single dollar. So from Allegheny to Montgomery County, Maryland, you are denying producers serious revenues by slashing these funds. With this, we leave behind 400,000 agricultural jobs that SNAP supports and $1.50 in economic activity for every dollar spent. How can we justify this when farm bankruptcies are up 46%, USDA revised farm income down $25 billion, and where 15,000 farms were lost in 2025 alone? Cutting SNAP hurts families, farmers, and our entire community. And it specifically is hurting the rural parts of my district, specifically our elderly and those who are most left behind from rifts in our government and through our contractors and elsewhere. This kind of change is dangerous, and it started here. We cannot turn a blind eye. We can solve this problem. We must solve this problem. I do want to thank Rep. Hayes for her tireless work for food insecurity for our families and for her leadership in our Farm Bill Coalition, and so many of my Democratic colleagues who every day try to further this issue. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, General Lee. She yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Ms. Hayes for the work on this amendment, and I just want to remind folks that no matter how many times you read the legislation or how slowly you do it, it does not change the impact. The impact supersedes your intentions, and the CBO says that 800,000 older adults through age 64 will lose SNAP. That is a fact. So with that, I just want to say that I support this legislation, and I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Representative Brown. I want to just thank all of my Democratic colleagues for standing up and supporting this amendment, which is very different than a few months ago during the government shutdown when we saw Republicans and Democrats alike talking about the importance of SNAP in their community. We saw the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, do several press conferences committing to fully funding SNAP and how important the program was. And now all of a sudden we're back here, and mum is the word when it's time to stand up for people who are hungry, quite frankly. We've heard over and over about how this legislation will exempt people who are over 65, but it doesn't exempt people who are disabled. It doesn't exempt our veterans. It doesn't provide the exemptions for work requirements in communities that may be experiencing particular hardships. The thing that I've said this many times before that is particularly egregious to me is that when families receive SNAP, their kids are also categorically eligible for free or reduced school meals. So now not only are we taking away food from kids at home, this legislation takes away food from kids at school. And you can, analyze it, talk about it. Like Ms. Brown said, the impact is recognized. When you are in a school and you have to try to collect paperwork and try to reach out to families to make sure that kids don't lose benefits, that is not anything we're talking about here on this committee. So I don't want to hear about, it's super easy, all these people are exempt, they could work online. Again, as I mentioned in my opening, people who receive SNAP assistance would also be eligible for reduced broadband assistance. So it just sets up a ripple effect where all of these things are taken away and someone can't even stand on their own 2 feet. It's really interesting because, as Mr. McGovern says, this is framed as, people high on the hog living a lifetime of benefits. What it does not acknowledge is that there are many people who are working, who are the working poor, who are just not making enough to get by. You know, I've said on this committee many times, I was a college student working 3 jobs, and still qualified for benefits. And at the point where I graduated, I went back and worked in my community and taught in my community and gave back to my community. So it was just intermittent while I was trying to stand on my own 2 feet, which is the story of so many Americans. I wish we had even the opportunity to have this kind of a robust debate when we're talking about allocating money for foreign wars. We don't even want to have a vote on that. We don't even want to talk about that. But when it comes time to feeding people at home, when it comes time to helping out Americans, we have obstacle after obstacle and pushback after pushback. I would remind everybody in the room and anybody watching, go back to a few months ago. Listen to some of the comments that my Republican colleagues made about SNAP and how important it was to all of their congressional districts. Go back and look at the tweets and the videos of them visiting food banks and food pantries and telling people how committed they were to helping them. How quickly they forget when it's time to come back here and actually do the work of funding these programs. I once again thank my colleagues. I urge you all to support this legislation, and even if it fails today in this committee, I urge you all to continue working with me to help roll back these cuts and feed our most vulnerable communities in this country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Ms. Figurs from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Hayes. I applaud you for invoking the sentiment of a famous poet that we all know who once said that we have money for wars but can't feed the poor. I represent a district that is in Alabama, a place I know most people in here have probably never visited. The individual median income in my district, if you hear me speak, you hear me speak on this quite a bit. Individual median income in my district is just north of $32,000. And for the mathematicians in the House, you know that means that 50% of the wage earners in my district make less than that number. So over half of the wage earners in my district earn less than $33,000. You back out from that number rent, you back out from that number gas, you back out from that number a water bill, power bill, an internet bill, if you have internet in your area. You back out from that healthcare expenses, you back out from that child care expenses, you're not left with much because we still haven't backed out food. And so what that leads to in my district is an environment where about 1 in 4 households rely on SNAP benefits. 1 in 4. It's one of the highest rates in this nation. The income in my district is one of the lowest in this nation. And so, you know, in growing up in Alabama, one thing is clear that I'm sure you see in Connecticut and North Carolina, Massachusetts, and Michigan, and all of the states represented by us on this committee, is that poor people don't like being poor. Poor people don't like being poor. It's not something that they enjoy. You know, it is for most of the people that I've encountered, you know, it is a very humbling, to some embarrassing feeling to need government assistance. It's not something that people take pride in. And so, you know, I believe we have an obligation here to make sure that we stand up for people. We stand up for humanity, that we do what is necessary to make sure that people in the richest country that this world has ever known, to make sure that they can have the bare minimum to eat. And let's be honest, SNAP does not even provide the bare minimum to eat. We're talking $6 a day. $6 a day is what we're talking about. And I can't lose sight of that fact. You know, when I came to Congress, like most of you here, I took a vow to not forget where I came from. And I didn't grow up on SNAP, but I certainly grew up around a hell of a lot of people who did. And I represent a hell of a lot of people who still are. And most, if not all of those people strive to get off of it. They don't want to be there. You can't take SNAP benefits and put them in a bank.
You can't invest SNAP benefits. SNAP benefits are spent at a local grocery store, which I think is something that has gotten lost in large part in this debate. All of the data, I've not heard any contrary data that suggests that the SNAP benefits to the local economy are staggering, almost 2 to 1. And that's not money that is just going anywhere. That's going to grocery stores, which ultimately filters down to the farmers and the producers that we have a responsibility to make sure we're taking care of with this farm bill. There's a reason SNAP benefits are connected to the farm bill, because when it all trickles back down, it all starts in a field, or it all starts on a ranch somewhere. And so I think, being on this committee, we have an obligation not just to protect the hungry, but to protect the producers, the farmers as well. And by making these cuts, we do neither. And so, I don't look at the world through rose-colored goggles. We know the realities of where this is going to land, but we cannot sit here and not fight and not offer the opportunity, or not seek to take advantage of the opportunity to undo what we have seen. My district needs it. Many of your districts need it, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. And I just urge people to not forget about those people that rely on SNAP who genuinely do not want to be there. And I urge support of this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Recognized gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And John, I got to say, every time I hear you tell your own personal story on this, I just find it so inspiring. How you grew up working so hard, became Teacher of the Year, and I really appreciate you offering this amendment. 1 in 5 households that I represent are on SNAP, and I'll tell you, Shamari's right. These are just hardworking families. A lot of them have fallen on really tough times. All they want to do is feed their kids, man. Like this is just like parents who want to make sure their kids are getting fed. And if you want to go after the grifters, you want to root out the grift in this thing, stop giving tax breaks to Wall Street. You got people getting tax breaks who have more money than entire rural towns that I represent. And they're exploiting all the tax loopholes that y'all have written for them over the years. They're hiding their money in the tax shelters that the lobbyists and the lawyers built for them. They're paying lower tax rates than the janitors who are cleaning the elementary school, if they're paying taxes at all. They're buying up all of our houses. They're buying up all of our utility companies so that they can squeeze more money out of the folks who can least afford it. And Congress decides that the people who need to be punished and pay more are poor families on SNAP? I'd say you were balancing the budget on the backs of the working class, but you're not even balancing the budget. You got poor families in Walton and Monticello, and they just want their kids to get fed. And Congress is around here deciding they're the ones who have to pay more and get punished. So a bunch of grifters on Wall Street have more wealth than the entire middle class combined can do better. It's no wonder hardly anybody back home trusts this place when you pull stuff like this. So I'm going to support this amendment, John. Thanks again for introducing it.
Gentleman yields. Recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of Representative Hayes' amendment. It is deeply frustrating to see that after 9 months, the majority has shown little concern in stopping the big, ugly bill's $187 billion cut to SNAP. This farm bill does nothing to stop, even mitigate the harms that H.R. 1 will inflict. In California alone, more than 500,000 people are at risk of losing critical food assistance through SNAP. Let me repeat that, more than 500,000 people. With the expanded work requirements and the elimination of exemptions for veterans, former foster youth, and individuals experiencing homelessness, around 20,000 of the 119,000 SNAP recipients in my district could be at risk of losing their benefits. That's 17,000 in Santa Barbara County, 2.6 thousand in San Luis Obispo County, and 1.9 thousand in Ventura and Ojai. In addition to significantly reducing eligibility, H.R. 1 makes major changes to SNAP financing by shifting more administrative and benefit costs onto states. It is estimated that these cost shifts will result in $2.4 billion increase in costs for California alone. This destabilization and financial strain imposed on state and county SNAP operations will likely lead to higher caseloads, growing backlogs, and greater risk of administrative errors. All of these misguided and cruel so-called reforms will ultimately contribute to increased food insecurity, delayed access, and loss of assistance for our nation's families, children, seniors, veterans, and individuals with disabilities. This Farm Bill is an opportunity to undo, or at the very least, reduce the harm that millions of people will experience as a result of changes to SNAP. I remind my colleagues that failing to reverse H.R. 1's cuts will not only affect SNAP recipients, but also the farmers, ranchers, small businesses, and grocers who rely on SNAP dollars. SNAP has been shown to improve economic outcomes and serve as an economic stabilizer during downturns, with each additional $1 in SNAP benefits generating about $1.54 in economic activity. For all the reasons just mentioned, I call on my colleagues to support Representative Hayes' amendment in reversing the drastic and detrimental cuts to SNAP that were included in H.R. 1. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back now. Please recognize the gentlelady, Congresswoman McDonald Rivet, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also in support of this amendment, and I want to raise an issue that I don't know that we've talked about. So the question I always ask at the start of this is, what is our number of hungry children that we're comfortable with? And I do recognize that the text of H.R. 1 exempted people under the age of 18. So the question is how are we going to get to this number, this gigantic, almost $200 billion number in the cutting of SNAP benefits? Well, we're going to get to it by putting layers and layers of paperwork and bureaucracy in the way between food and families and kids that need access to it. We're going to make it really hard to continue to show eligibility, to show working. When you're working 5 and 6 jobs, juggling a kid's schedule, trying to figure out how to get food on the table, but for God's sakes, not a hot rotisserie chicken. And then you have to over and over and over again prove that you're working in these 6 jobs, which may come on and off. You may be working at one and then having switched to another. I mean, there's a constant transition in work here. All of that, it's specifically designed to get people off the program because they've missed a deadline. So the question is how many hungry children are we okay with? Because this isn't a number on a balance sheet. There are faces associated with this. There are people, real people, who are going to lose access to food. And with that, I'll yield the balance of my time to Congresswoman Hayes.
Lady yields to who?
Thank you. I'm glad you brought children up, Representative McDonald Rivet, because one of the things about being a classroom teacher is that you become a part of these children's lives. And they talk to you every day, and they tell you what's happening at home, and they tell you the experiences that their families are going through. This is not just policy. This is people's lives. And I fully expect that my colleagues are going to vote against this legislation because SNAP and food security and feeding people has been something that has been under attack over and over and over again. In the debt ceiling, in appropriations budgets, it's like nibbling around the edges, going after food every single time while making permanent tax cuts for the wealthiest individuals in this country. We shouldn't even be debating this in this way. But as you've heard, local grocers are going to suffer. Farm stands are going to suffer. Farmers markets are going to suffer. For every dollar spent in SNAP, I think it's close to $1.50 goes back into the community. So communities are going to suffer by losing that revenue. It's hard to understand how this is our hard line. Hungry kids, 14-year-old, not 18. I don't know, I'm not sure if we're all reading the same piece of legislation, but we draw the line at a 15-year-old. That's where this committee draws the line about our, quite frankly, our responsibility. And this legislation is our chance to fix that. This amendment is our chance to make whole the SNAP program. This was not about, it started out, this is about waste, fraud, and abuse. This is not about waste, fraud, and abuse. This is about cruelty. This is about cruelty over and over and over again. Once again, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
General yields. Recognized gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was raised in abject rural poverty by a single mother, and we had food stamps when it was a stamp that you stuck on a card. Took to the grocery store. I had subsidized school lunches, and we had government cheese. And I'm so glad that most of the people sitting here watching this hearing don't even know what I'm talking about. And I appreciate that tremendously. Here's the issue. There's been hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that have gone to fraudsters. Ma'am? There's been hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that have gone to fraudsters. And I want every single taxpayer dollar that is allocated to go to feed a hungry child that I was, to go to the hungry child. I want every single dollar that is allocated to go to a family so they don't have to wring their hands about wondering how they're going to feed themselves, to go to that family. Philosophically, ma'am, we agree. We're on the same sheet of music, 100%. And to answer your question, ma'am, how many hungry children in the United States of America in 2026 is acceptable? The answer is 0. But the issue is we have to get to 0. And how we get to 0 is making sure that there are not people that are taking these monies and abusing these programs. That's really the way to get there. And you guys know where my heart is. And I know it's shocking that you're hearing me speak like this, but this is who I am. And so if we were to go through, and this is a single page, like half a page amendment, I think that it's going to do more harm than good. I really do. And so I can't support this amendment, but I can support the spirit in which it's offered. I really think that it's important that we collectively understand. I volunteered to be on the SNAP subcommittee. I've been in Congress for 3 years. If I get reelected, I'll be on the SNAP subcommittee if the chairman will keep me there, because these programs have merit. They do. And for my Republican colleagues, I tell them the same thing. They got to get over this stuff. We have a collective responsibility as American citizens. We have an informal contract by being citizens that we're going to take care of those most in need. And no one on this committee disagrees with that. But we have to find the most efficient way to do so that we can help the most amount of people possible with a limited amount of resources. And so I respect you for doing this amendment, ma'am, but respectfully, I cannot support it for those very clear evidence-based reasons. Ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with you that every dollar of this program that is allocated should go towards feeding people.
Yeah.
Where we fundamentally disagree is that I haven't seen anything to address waste, fraud, and abuse. Go after those people. You are absolutely right. And I would stand with you, support an amendment, pass legislation to make sure that anyone who is defrauding this program and taking food out of the mouths of the children that I am fighting for is adequately prosecuted. That is not what we are talking about. And kids cannot fill their bellies with good intentions and respectful submissions. It's the policy and the legislation that we pass. So if we really wanted to do something about it, we wouldn't attack the millions of people who are doing the right thing. We would go after the handful of fraudsters that you just talked about and make sure that they are prosecuted. We had someone sit right in this committee and talk about all of the ways that he had defrauded the system and stolen SNAP funds. And my question was, why aren't we arresting him right at this table instead of celebrating him and letting him tell the story over and over again?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yeah, it's your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, you know what? I'm very respectful. What we have is we have several different state governors that refuse to turn over, including my governor, Tony Evers. They will not turn over this data. And my district borders Iowa, Minnesota, and Illinois, and I know for a fact there's people in my district that are getting SNAP benefits from multiple states.
But that's not why your governor's not turning over that data.
Well, I know.
What are you going to do with it?
I know the guy. But so
6-7. What are you going to do with it?
Ma'am, in my limited time, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to sit down with you in a private setting, go through all these numbers, and then come publicly to solve this problem. I mean exactly what I say. Can we
I'm
do
more
that?
interested in policy and votes than press conferences.
Very well. I yield. Thank you,
Gentlemen,
ma'am.
time has expired. Any other members seek the ranking member seeks recognition.
I just want to continue to level set for the committee. The SNAP program has one of, if not the lowest error rate of any government program. And being from Minnesota, the request has come in for our data, but it's private data that by state law we can't turn over to the United States government. The lowest rate of fraud of any government program. And every single one of us on this side of the aisle, too, want to make that number zero, but I fear sometimes that my colleagues don't understand the difference between fraud rates and error rates, which of course can be overpayments and underpayments in our nation. So I just want to make sure as we, talk about this issue that we are not perpetuating the myth or the stereotype that there is fraud, widespread fraud in this program, because the data just does not support that. And with that, I will yield to my colleague, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, no, and I love this attention to fraud and waste and abuse. Where is that outrage when it comes to the Pentagon budget? I'm just looking at one article here, how the Pentagon falls victim to price gouging by military contractors. Nothing is done to crack down on fraud, waste, and abuse in the Pentagon budget. In fact, this Republican majority actually gave this administration more than they asked for in the Pentagon budget. And so, I mean, we're all upset about nickel and diming people who get an average of $2 per person per meal to put food on the table. But when it comes to defense contractors that are ripping American taxpayers off, there's silence. There's silence. Not only is there silence, we'll give you more than you even asked for. We'll give you, and why? Let's follow the money. Let's look at who contributes to members of Congress here. I mean, that's the dirty little secret here. The corruption that exists between campaign donations and the way people vote around here. And if you want to be outraged about something, be outraged about being ripped off by defense contractors who rip off the Pentagon, who rob the American taxpayer, who take money away from programs that, quite frankly, are necessary to feed hungry people. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members? If not, I'm going to take the opportunity to speak on this. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions, but not your own facts. Now, I've heard a lot of mischaracterization today on this program, and let me just lay out the facts of where we're at with it. First of all, dealing with veterans, and veterans were only eligible for a very short period of time President Biden had put veterans and folks who are transitioning out of foster care into this program. It's not like they've always been there. They're a very short period of time that they were totally exempt from any other requirements. So I think that's, first of all, I thought that was awful. I've said that to President Biden when we were negotiating, because I think those folks ought to have a shot at the American dream, which comes through the dignity of work. And because they were exempt, they weren't eligible for that financial assistance for SNAP employment and career and technical education. I've got a son that served 22 years in the Army. 4 nights ago was his last night in uniform. You know, he's looking for a job now. And if there's some assistance, if his income was low enough and he needed assistance, you know, the SNAP program would be there for him to help him find that. Now, thankfully, I will say the military does a great job investing in the education of our soldiers. And he has a master's degree now that he did mostly distant learning from theaters of war. On our veterans, under H.R. 1, states will once again be required to engage able-bodied veterans at SNAP, volunteer or education for 20 hours a week. I apologize. I think I misquoted a month in the past, but it's 20 hours, an average of 20 hours a week. Veterans who are over age 64, mentally or physically disabled, taking care of a dependent under the age of 14, taking care of a disabled child or aging parent in the home, participating in a drug or alcohol treatment program, in school at least half-time, or participating in a job training program at least half-time, are all exempt from those requirements. Exempting all veterans from work requirements really is misguided and denies them a chance at economic opportunity and brighter futures. Other facts. SNAP, this farm bill we're talking about over 10 years is like $1.3 trillion. SNAP is $1.1 trillion of that. I mean, we're not talking like, you guys make it sound like we're starving the program, and that is absolutely not true. There's text in here, or amendments will be coming that will talk about farm to food banks and other expansions. I wish I could have done more. I had 2 proposals, but in working with the minority team, it was clear they didn't want any kind of amendments in nutrition. It would have added new programs if we couldn't undo what was done. And so that's why you don't see text in here. Something is very passionate for me, and that is for individuals who are formerly incarcerated, to help them get them on the right path. I'd love to have that in there, but that was sort of within negotiations. I was told that they're not going to support any kind of expansion. Don't look at me and smile. I'm sharing the facts with you. Adults who have adult children still in secondary school. You saw the proposal, those of you who were here in last Congress. You know, I wanted to be able to exempt the income that those adult children, most of them have disabilities when they're working, the income of those children, exempt that from eligibility for that family for SNAP. I couldn't put that in there because I couldn't get an agreement, because that was going to take some additional investment within this title. That was not Republicans that opposed that. And I understand, because no, I'm not going to yield. I got too much to cover and not that much time. And so let me just go through it then. H.R. 66 does invest in our, H.R. 1 does invest in our farmers, $66 billion investment. We did that, increase risk management, research, making crop insurance more affordable, and doubling trade assistance. And by the way, many of you in the room supported that, because those were bipartisan initiatives that we put into the last farm bill that we marked up. We were just able to move that as a part of budget reconciliation. Trust me, I know budget reconciliation is painful. I was here when we did the Affordable Care Act, and it got shoved down my throat because that's what budget reconciliation, the process works. The failure, the reason we didn't after last time go any further, because we had a failure of leadership in the Senate among the Democrats. There was no farm bill. It was not moving. We had Joe Biden raised the benefits 20% arbitrarily. You know, GAO and everybody else said it was not legal what he did. We didn't roll those back as a part of what we did. We did not roll those back, even though it wasn't done in a proper way. Talking about people losing their individual benefits that are qualified, it's just not true. They have not been reduced. Despite everything we did not go in and target the individual benefits of the SNAP program for people who are truly eligible. And then I got to address this Farm Bill Coalition. Because I've heard it over and over again like a broken record that we broke the long-term ag and food coalition. Well, if the Farm Bill, and that's what we call it, although I've kind of renamed it this time around, Farm, Food, and National Security Act, is $1.3 trillion, and $1.1 trillion is the food side of it. That doesn't seem like a very strong coalition. That broke a long time ago, and we disadvantaged the people for decades who actually grow the food that is consumed by everybody, and is important to everybody. Anyways, well, I'm going to stop. My time is expired at this point, and we will recognize Mr. Tandahar for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Growing up in India in poverty, I remember times when I didn't know where my next meal is going to come from. Now here, sitting in the richest nation in the world, while billions of dollars are being spent dropping bombs in Iran, we are still fighting to provide food to the hungry families, to the children. I represent Detroit area, a district that is fourth lowest in income in the nation, with almost 30% people utilizing SNAP benefits. It just seems so cruel. I understand the struggles of my district, the people, and I really wish that we were able to help them and not take the money away from their food for their table. Mr. Chairman, I want to yield my rest of my time to Ms. Hayes and possibly Mr. McGovern if they have anything more to add to this.
I do. I would just say that we absolutely cannot choose the facts. And, if veterans were not included and they had not previously been exempt and then we made them exempt, then we need to continue to build on those things, not roll it back. But also this idea about amendments not being able to be added unless they were bipartisan, anyone who is watching this can clearly identify that many of the amendments that were placed in this bill from the other side were not bipartisan amendments. They were not negotiated with us. We did not have the opportunity to work on them together. And as the chairman, I believe that you could have put this in there if it was something that you cared deeply about or you were passionate about, absent Democrat approval. They don't need our approval to do this. If you're listening to these amendments while we're here, I hope no one in this room believes that Democrats agreed to many of the amendments that are added in here. These are Republican choices. These are Republican policy choices to cut food assistance from people, and that's exactly what it is. I yield back to Mr. Thandahar.
And I yield back to Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, no, I've heard a lot today, but for the chairman to basically say that his hands are tied, that he can't do more on nutrition because of Democrats, I've heard everything. You're the chairman of this committee. The Republicans are in charge. I mean, much of what is in this bill, quite frankly, some of it I find just outright offensive. The giveaways to the pesticide companies, for example. I find that offensive. That's dangerous for my constituents. But the idea to somehow say that your hands are tied in terms of, expanding the nutrition benefits, if you want to, and on the veterans, I mean, the idea that somehow, the choice to basically say to a veteran that if you're not working within 3 months, we're going to take your food benefit away from you, that is your choice. That is not our choice. I mean, the people who served our country with bravery and distinction deserve a hell of a lot better than that. They shouldn't have to worry about going hungry after 3 months. But, the fact of the matter is Republicans are in charge. you are the chairman of this committee. You have made these decisions to give away, to do giveaways to the pesticide companies and to cut food benefits. I yield to the ranking member.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you so much. Look, I won't get into a back and forth on negotiations, but Democrats gave the majority a very long list of Title IV priorities from Democrats for mediation for BBB. And the majority basically said, well, we'll consider our priorities, but we will not consider your priorities. So take it or leave it on Title IV. You know, we keep coming back to cost neutral in this conversation. And look, reconciliation was not cost neutral. $3.4 trillion added to our deficits. 4.1 trillion if you include the interest cost of this. So we could sit here and talk all day, but if we're going to get into a conversation during this markup about the process, I'm happy to get into it, but I don't think the majority wants to get into this process. When you read us through this damn thing the last week, you wouldn't give us a copy of it until I complained to Politico. And so if we want to continue down that road, I'm ready to go. But I'm not bringing it up, and it's going to continue to really annoy me if the majority continues to bring this up. And I'm just going to say one last thing. If getting 24 million Americans health care as part of the Affordable Care Act was shoving something down your throat, then I'm telling you right here now, Democrats are going to keep shoving. And I yield.
It yields. By the way, most of the provisions in this bill were in the version 2024. You should have read the bill. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? All right. Well, I think we've exhausted all the oxygen. So we will move on. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment offered by Mrs. Hayes. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And I believe that they've already reached out. Mr. Harris, on the Republican side, will go back and forth has
Yes,
an
sir.
amendment at the desk.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 39.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 39, offered by Mr. Harris of North Carolina.
Very good. There we go. A recorded, the amendment will be considered as read. A recorded vote, yeah, wrong. Hold on. Spent way too much time. Thank you. I now recognize distinguished gentleman and from North Carolina, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer an amendment today to restore integrity and fiscal responsibility to SNAP by ending broad-based categorical eligibility and restoring clear, uniform standards for program eligibility. As we all know, SNAP exists to provide temporary assistance to Americans who truly are in need. However, under broad-based categorical eligibility, states have been allowed to bypass the income and asset test Congress put in place. Under this reckless policy, individuals can qualify for SNAP despite having incomes far above the federal limits or significant assets on hand or in the bank. In 2019, for example, a retired millionaire in Minnesota was able to enroll in his state's SNAP program, showing just how easy it is to enroll when a state completely ignores asset tests. This should concern every taxpayer and serve as a wake-up call to my colleagues in Congress. And that was not an isolated case. In 2023, the Foundation for Government Accountability found that 1 in 5 SNAP recipients had at least $100,000 in assets. To put that in perspective, according to the FGA, more than 5.4 million recipients are estimated to exceed federal income or asset limits. This was never the purpose of this program, and this loophole hurts the program's integrity and unfortunately diverts resources away from those who truly need it. At a time when our nation faces a $38 trillion national debt and persistent improper payment concerns across federal programs, I believe we have a responsibility to ensure that taxpayer dollars are carefully stewarded. Let me be clear. My amendment in no way eliminates SNAP, nor does it reduce benefits for those who genuinely qualify under federal standards. It simply restores uniform eligibility criteria set by Congress. By ending this administrative workaround, I believe we reaffirm Congress's constitutional role in overseeing the program, promote fairness among the states, and ensure that limited resources are directed to the most vulnerable Americans. As we've listened to the discussion today, this is something I think we all could support. This is a measured reform rooted in accountability and good governance, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I appreciate the intent from the author of this amendment, I just want to explain why it lacks common sense. Remember when the movement started to, instead of going to very limited eligibility and proof of eligibility in the free and reduced lunch program in our schools, started looking at a space where we would just give free lunch to every student in school districts that met overall a threshold. And here's why that mattered. The layers and layers of bureaucracy and paperwork and regulation that Republicans often put on programs for the poor that they would never consider for billionaires and corporations actually costs more money than just doing things like presumed eligibility, like categorical eligibility across poverty programs. If you are in an office like in Michigan where you are in danger of getting your heat shut off, you also need food. Should you have to go to two separate departments, apply for it on separate applications with different timelines, with different categories that sort of mean the same thing but not entirely? Heat and food go hand in hand in Michigan. You die without both. What this will actually do is not ensure it goes to the most needy, but rather add layers and, most importantly, hours of paperwork and regulatory misdirection in order to just simply slough people off the program. This is food. This is food. And there are many programs that have close to the same eligibility, and the ability for states to streamline that process to get people immediate, emergency, basic needs help when they need it is incredibly important. I urge members of this committee to oppose this amendment.
Thank you, General Lady. She yields back. Mr. Taylor is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I support this amendment. This amendment would work to preserve the SNAP program for the most vulnerable among us by eliminating the broad-based categorical eligibility in SNAP. You really don't need to read much beyond the name to know that this is a bad idea ripe for abuse. We've seen this loophole taken advantage of by several states to open the doors for people who are ineligible for SNAP to still receive benefits from the program. Based on a study in 2023, it was found that nearly 6 million people enrolled in SNAP did not meet federal eligibility requirements. This amendment would reassert Congress's rightful oversight and authority over the SNAP program and stop a massive leak that has been there for far too long. SNAP is meant to be a supplemental and temporary safety net for Americans in true need, not a permanent program that only continues to expand in perpetuity. When ineligible people receive benefits, it's those who truly are in need that suffer. So I thank Mr. Harris for introducing this amendment. I look forward to working with him and the chairman to ensure that SNAP benefits are going to those that deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Broad-based categorical eligibility is a long-standing state option that supports working families. by easing the benefit cliff when they pick up extra shifts or take a small raise. It also reduces states' administrative burden and allows SNAP households to put away modest savings. That's incredibly important because the average person that's income eligible for SNAP only has about $141 in their bank account. The number of bipartisan states opting in to broad-based categorical eligibility has been increasing steadily over time because they see its positive impact on both participants and program administration. Currently, 46 states, red and blue alike, elect to use broad-based categorical eligibility. Just last July, Alaska transitioned to broad-based categorical eligibility because, according to a spokesperson for the Department of Health, it will result in faster, more streamlined eligibility determinations for many households, which will improve timeliness and reduce the risk of errors associated with incomplete or delayed documentation. In June 2024, Ohio opted in to broad-based categorical eligibility to, in the words of Ohio's Director of the Department of Job and Family Services, provide participants an incentive to accept promotions and pay raises, knowing they won't immediately lose benefits. Eliminating broad-based categorical eligibility would result in 6 million Americans, including at least 1.8 million children, getting kicked off SNAP entirely and losing all food assistance. In my home state of Minnesota, 90,000 households would lose their SNAP benefits, including more than 70,000 households with children and 22,000 households with seniors and people with disabilities would lose their SNAP benefits entirely. Those losing food assistance would largely be seniors, people with disabilities, and working families that receive less benefits because they have earnings, but who still need help as they work to achieve financial stability. It's exactly who my Republican colleagues say they want to help the most. Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. I oppose benefit cliffs. I oppose discouraging people from working. I oppose 6 million more Americans losing their food assistance on top of the 4 million Americans H.R. 1 is already estimated to kick off the program. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any members seek, additional members seek recognition to speak? Mr. McGovern.
Yeah. Thank you. It's so frustrating to have these discussions because what we're talking about here are people who are in economic distress, people who are poor in this country, people who are struggling to put food on the table. And broad-based categorical eligibility, as our ranking member pointed out, is a state option that red states and blue states have utilized basically to support working families by easing the benefit cliff that would otherwise exist if they pick up extra shifts or take a small raise. These people are struggling. These aren't rich people. These aren't people who have, who are doing this just for the hell of it. I mean, the average SNAP benefit is about $2 per person per meal. Do you think people are going to try to bend the rules and go through all these machinations just to qualify for this measly benefit? I mean, come on. I mean, this is about demonizing low-income people. That's what this is about. And really, it is unfortunate that this is where the discussion has focused. Again, as the ranking member pointed out, eliminating broad-based categorical eligibility would result in 6 million Americans, 6 million Americans, including at least 1.8 million children, getting kicked off of SNAP entirely and losing all food assistance. Is that what we want? I mean, you want to talk about fraud, waste, and abuse? Again, look at the Pentagon budget. I mean, and there's silence when it comes to that. Not only silence, but my friends vote to increase the budget. You know, no appropriate oversight, nothing. Tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires. You know, and the richest people in the world are getting tax cuts, and we are in this committee nickel and diming a program to provide a measly, on average, $2 per person benefit for food. I mean, this is crazy that we're doing this. Again, this is not just Democratic states, but Republican states are using this. This is a federal requirement, and it's a state option that is allowed by the federal government. I mean, to make this program more difficult for people to get food, I don't understand, like, why anybody would want to do that. This is a bad amendment, and I urge my colleagues to reject it, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Mr. Weed from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Weed. Listen, I want to just make very clear in response to some of the things that we have heard again about this amendment. This amendment is not meant to eliminate SNAP. It does not cut benefits for anyone who meets the federal eligibility standards. It simply restores the income and asset limits that Congress originally set. And finally, it protects the program integrity that strengthens SNAP, not ultimately weakens it. And I think that we're living in a day and a time that we've got to recognize that while people around the country have all kinds of suspicions and all kinds of questions about what's going on in many of these programs, anything that we can do to add the integrity and add the strength of these programs. In fact, if we don't do something, we will not have these programs in infinite time. We just won't. And we've got to be real about that and getting ourselves in a place where we can manage it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to withdraw my amendment at this time, but I do think it's important for us to recognize the reality of this. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Weed.
Well, the amendment is withdrawn. I thank the gentleman for raising the issue. Under my leadership, this committee has been examining ways to close the broad-based categorical eligibility loophole while also modernizing and increasing SNAP income and asset limits. I look forward to working with the gentleman on those issues. Does any member seek recognition under, actually, Mr. Gray seeks recognition for an amendment. Mr. Gray, Mr. Gray has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment 74.
Amendment 74, Mr. Gray, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 74, offered by Mr. Gray of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know,
give me a second, man. I'm just got to stick with the script here. Without objection amendment, we consider it as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentleman to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, California grows over 400 commodities, and California's 13th district is home to some of the country's most productive specialty crop growers: almonds, pistachios, grapes, citrus, and so much more. These growers face massive challenges that traditional commodity crop farmers don't. Not only do they not benefit from long-standing subsidy structures that many of my colleagues' districts benefit from, but their products are perishable, labor-intensive, highly vulnerable to market volatility. When prices fluctuate or supply chains tighten, these farmers feel it immediately. That's where procurement programs like Section 32 and the DoD Fresh program make a real difference. The DoD Fresh Fruit and Vegetable program creates a direct, reliable market for specialty crop growers by connecting them with schools across the country. It strengthens domestic food systems and helps ensure that federal food dollars are supporting the growers that need it most. It enables economic development by supporting packers, truck drivers, distributors, and small businesses throughout the supply chain. It helps level the playing field for specialty crop producers who deserve fair access to federal procurement opportunities. It's an amazing example of efficient public-private partnership. It uses existing federal infrastructure to support American farmers, reduce food waste, improve supply chain efficiency, and ensure high-quality products reach schools in a timely manner. My amendment would give the states the flexibility to allocate up to 20% of their emergency food assistance program funding towards DoD Fresh, allowing states to use their resources on locally grown fresh fruits and vegetables, strengthening the DoD Fresh program. It means supporting our children and specialty crop farmers, and it means strengthening our agricultural economy in a way that is practical, efficient, and results-driven. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back. I'll claim my time to speak on this amendment. I want to thank the gentleman for introducing this amendment. This is a no-cost option for states that will support specialty crop growers in California and all across the country through the DoD Fresh program. Procurement programs such as DoD Fresh, Section 32, and TFAP are crucial for specialty crop growers, and this amendment will allow states to increase procurement of fresh produce through TFAP at their option. And I want to congratulate the gentleman again for working with us on this bipartisan effort, and I support the amendment. Encourage all members to do so. Other members that seek recognition to speak on Mr. Gray's amendment. Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start by saying I love this amendment, but I'm sitting here incredibly frustrated because the minority asked for this provision to be included in the majority's base text, and it wasn't. And so what we are seeing happen today, just so we're all very clear, is that the majority ignored the bipartisan asks in the negotiation process, and the majority in the last several days has reached out to members who they would like to work with directly in this process. So, of course, this amendment would allow states to use TFAP dollars to buy food through the DoD Fresh Fruits and Vegetables program, giving states more choices when procuring foods, but without pairing it with more funding for TFAP entitlements, it is not going to move the needle. Food banks are operating under immense strain with high demand and only getting higher as millions lose access to SNAP, and more middle-class families struggle to pay their bills, their rent, their utilities, and put food on the table. And without additional TFAP funding, food banks are going to continue to struggle to meet the demand. So I'm not speaking against this amendment per se from my colleague. We asked as a minority for this to be in the damn thing to begin with. But here we are today, and the majority now says it's a good idea. But if it was such a great idea and the majority is so supportive, then why isn't it in the base text to begin with? So with that, while the amendment improves food purchasing options for TFAP, it does nothing to address the high demand and limited resources that will continue to make it difficult for food banks to afford to purchase fresh fruits and vegetables in the first place. My counsel to the minority is to vote your district here on this particular amendment. And my counsel to everyone is it would have been terrific to have an actual bipartisan process, and I continue to hope that in the Senate we can get a more bipartisan process and a bill that more of us can support in the end. So, Mr. Gray, thank you so much for your work here, and with that, I'll yield back.
General yields back. Recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Weed, for 5 minutes. Oh, no amendment, I'm sorry. Recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Fenstead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to point out, I mean, what I just heard was absolutely crazy. The fact that you, as the chairman of the committee, just openly accepted and said, I'm willing to work with you, I support this amendment from the minority, and then to hear the ranking member have a hissy fit about not being bipartisan, which is exactly what you just did. I mean, this is political theater, and this is why people absolutely are disgusted with politics in our country. Just be real. Be real. We all saw what just happened. The chairman said, I accept this amendment. I think it's a good idea. We want to work with you. Makes perfect sense. Mr. Chairman, I applaud your leadership. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members seek recognition. Ms. Figures, recognized.
Thank you.
I hear my colleague's point, but I don't think the issue was as much about what just happened as what everybody saw, as much as it was about what everybody didn't see behind the scenes. And with that, I yield to the ranking member.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Figures. That's exactly right. If we're going to continue, the majority is going to continue to talk about the process here today, which I did not start talking about the process, was not intending to talk about the process. I think it is only fair to make sure that the committee members know that this was one of the bipartisan offers and requests we made of the majority. And so the way that the majority is behaving in this markup is that we're going to reject everything in the bipartisan negotiation process, but I tell you what, at the markup, we're going to, make sure that we are reaching out and doing these things. So, Mr. Finstad, I'm not sure what a hissy fit looks like to you, but you haven't seen me throw a hissy fit, but if you want me to, I just might. And if you want me to come back to your congressional district and do another town hall because you won't do one, I might do that as well. So if we're going to go down this road today, Mr. Finstad, I'm going to go down that road with you. And I yield back to Mr. Figures.
You reclaim your time.
I yield back.
I'll take it.
And he yields back. Mr. Johnson's recognized.
So
5 minutes.
I want to make sure I understand the ranking member's concern is that the chairman is today agreeing with Democratic amendments. That's your complaint?
Would you yield?
Yes. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. My complaint today is that the minority offered this as a bipartisan discussion and the majority rejected it during this supposed bipartisan discussion. I'm simply making the point that this is not a bipartisan process that you have gone through, and you continue to claim that. Again,
Okay, so I would
this amendment
I would say this, ma'am.
is great. Wish
Yeah.
you'd considered it in the supposed bipartisan process.
Here's how real humans look at a situation where maybe people start with disagreement, but then they get to a point of agreement. Maybe Mr. Thompson didn't understand the value of the Gray Amendment during negotiations. He does now. I mean, I'm grateful that the chairman, and I assume a big chunk of the majority, understand the value of Mr. Gray's amendment. I think normal people would say this is great. Let's get this Democratic amendment made in order. Let's add it to the base text. I think you would have criticized Mr. Thompson had he rejected the Gray Amendment. You're also criticizing him now that he accepts it. It might be that you were going to criticize the chairman no matter what he did. And I think that seems indeed like politics, as Mr. Finstad said, rather than being happy about the fact that we're coming closer together on a bipartisan work product. And with that, if Mr. Finstad has any additional comments he'd like to make, I'm happy to yield to him.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman Johnson. Listen, I feel like we are at a moment in time in our country where we need to start figuring out how to behave better and act like normal humans that the constituents that we represent expect from us. And so we can choose. We can play political theater. We can run for higher office and decide we have to go one way or the other on the political spectrum. We can ignore the fact that we have a history of working together because it doesn't suit us and our political aspirations. We can ignore the fact that we've, worked together on co-authoring so many pieces of legislation in this bill. I mean, in my opening statement, I talked about many of you across the aisle where I've worked with you. We have co-authored things that are in this bill. The chairman has done more than I've seen most chairmen do in my short time here in Congress to try to appeal and to have conversations with folks. The fact is we have a ranking member that's running for a higher office that's ignoring the fact that she has her fingerprints on a lot of things that are in here, whether it's the pesticide piece of legislation, which her and I co-authored, now she's running from, whether it's the, outside of this committee's jurisdiction, she was with us on the Lake and Riley Act. I mean, this is political theater, and it's unfortunate that it's crept its way into the committee hearing when we have a really good product in front of us that we should figure out ways to come together, not ways to just continue to go to our corners and scream and holler. Thank you.
And so I would just note this. I assume the ranking member will support the Gray Amendment. I assume the ranking member would like the Gray amendment to prevail. I would assume that the ranking member would like the support of Republicans to help her get that done. It's like, what are we arguing about here?
You know what
With that, I
happens
would yield
when you
back.
assume, right?
Very good. Mr. McGovern is recognized.
Yeah, let me just say, I support the Gray Amendment. I thank the gentleman for introducing it. I wish it were accompanied with more TFAP money. But to suggest that this makes this a bipartisan product is laughable. You know, so, I mean, this bill, this so-called farm bill is problematic because it screws over a lot of poor people in this country. You know, it doesn't do anything to repair the $200 billion in cuts to SNAP. I mean, it doesn't do anything to deal with the onerous new work requirements and new red tape that have been thrust on people on SNAP that are throwing millions of people off of the program. So I support this amendment. I will vote for this amendment. But when it comes to final passage, I am a hell no. I'm not a cheap date on this issue. You know, the idea that we have millions and millions of people in this country, the richest country in the history of the world, who are hungry, and we get crickets from the other side. You know, all kinds of excuses about why we can't do anything to address that issue. I mean, it is shameful. So yeah, and the people that I represent, the normal people that I represent, are just stunned that we have a Congress that has no problem with adding to the debt $4 trillion, $3 trillion, whatever, for tax cuts for rich people, for millionaires and billionaires, but want a nickel and dime the SNAP program, which is about, on average, about $2 per person per meal. I mean, give me a break. I yield to the ranking member.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you. I do want to point out that in my comments, I also mentioned that this policy was intended to be paired with more funding for TFAP to help food banks afford more fruits and vegetables. And so without that side of it, there is a problem with this amendment. However, I would say my broader point is that the majority is behaving in a very duplicitous way and has in this negotiation, because those items we have presented as bipartisan that clearly we agree on here in this markup today, you rejected from the minority staff, but you are utilizing it here today to try to pick off Democrats. So I'm simply pointing out, and I appreciate that this process, again, was not my intention to bring the process out into the open, but you opened the barn door, and so here we are. And I would yield back to Mr. McGovern, who I believe is, to Ms. Hayes. Oh, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think it's frustrating. The point of frustration here for the majority side is that we asked for the provision to be included in the majority's base text, and it wasn't. And while this amendment improves food purchasing options for TFAP, it does nothing to address the high demand and limited resources that will continue to make it difficult for food banks to afford to purchase fresh fruits and vegetables in the first place. So that is our frustration. And when we talk about, you want to talk about political theater, I mean, insulting us, calling us names, saying that we are not normal people, that we need to be better human beings, questioning. I'm curious as to if Mr. Finstad would ever ask a man if he had a hissy fit or even insult that. So you are insulting the process and the members here as we try to do due diligence to make a better product. And to put it on public display is an insult to everyone on the minority side and the process, when this is something that we could have had done in the base text. So with that, I yield back.
Mr. Van Orden is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, I can positively affirm that Mr. Finstad has accused me of having a hissy fit, and I am a man. So we can put that one to bed. I just want to clear something up here. So we're talking about making sure that states can use specialty crop stuff, 20% of their TFAP for the DOD, right? This is the amendment we're talking about? Okay. Well, I mean, I would just like to make a recommendation that maybe we stick to the amendment and stop making campaign commercials. And let's just make sure that our Department of War folks have access to fresh fruits. I think this is an awesome amendment, and I wholeheartedly support it. And maybe if we in the military, in the SEAL teams, of which I was there for a long time, the process is important, but it's the product that is paramount. So the product of this discussion, I don't even know what to call this any longer, is that this amendment's going to pass. And that our servicemen and women are going to have access to fresh fruits, and it's going to help our farmers. And that's all goodness. So I would encourage my colleagues, and I'll do the same, to stick to the program, because it ain't about us. It's not about a higher office. It's about making sure that our farmers can succeed and that the Department of War personnel can get healthy food. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back. Yes, Mrs. Hayes, you have your own 5 minutes, so.
Thank you. I'd just like to start by saying, physician, heal thyself. In the same sentence where you're saying, let's not make this about political theater, you talk about running for higher office and making a political ad. I'm not really sure what all the passive-aggressive attacks at the ranking member are. Yes, she is running for the U.S. Senate because she truly believes in the people in her state and wants to be there to help them. She also shows up to work every day, does not miss votes, does not miss hearings, does not miss any of her responsibilities of her current job. So if that is the metric for evaluation, I might suggest that a professional development be run within the conference for people to show up to work who are running for higher office. This is a good amendment, and I appreciate my colleague for introducing this amendment. The problem that we have and what we are trying to articulate on this side is that this is gamesmanship. It is not bipartisan negotiation. We showed up in good faith. We sat down in small meetings. We had conversations the last go round. And when we got to this space, it was, as the ranking member said, to pick off vulnerable members, to offer them an amendment, to get them to vote for it with no expectation that we would have a better work product at the end. So these small wins do nothing to improve this bill. And it is very telling. It is very telling to everyone who is paying attention, the members that have been approached to offer amendments for inclusion. It is very telling. It is an attempt to pick off Democrats and divide us and get us off focus of what is truly important, and that is improving a farm bill that has the best outcomes for our constituents. That is not what we're doing here. And no matter how many times you circle back to what people are doing in their time, it does not distract from the fact. The ranking member has been laser focused on showing up for negotiations, on showing up for the members of this committee, on showing up for her constituents, and still running for Senate. I guess we're just better at it. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Scott, Georgia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to point out that as vice chair of the committee, there are things that I would have liked to have had in the base text that are not in the base text. It's just the way it is when you're going through committee markup, and we all have the opportunity to speak on that. I mean, I don't understand the ranking members, as someone said, temper tantrum or hissy fit or whatever it was. I mean, I can tell you, Mr. Finstad, he accuses a lot of us of a lot of things sometimes, all in good fun. And I don't know, but I'm the vice chair of the committee. I have things I want in the base text that are not in the base text. I hope the chair will support my stuff. I don't know if he will or if he won't, but I'm looking forward to putting this amendment in the bill. And that's just the way the legislative process works. Right. And so, Chair, I appreciate your support, and I look forward to being here long past 7 o'clock and, working into the next day if we need to. And with that, I yield.
Chairman yield. Mr. Lucas from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I could, I'd like to take the old uncle moment here and remind all my colleagues on this committee that you're not a member of judiciary or oversight. This is a committee that historically, while we disagree sometimes by policy, we disagree by region, and we fight with intensity, we still have traditionally been a committee that came together to move policy that was the best achievable for the common good of the country. I've been around here for 30 years. The last time we had a partisan farm bill was 1996, and it was moved in sum and total in the reconciliation bill that year. You don't want to go that route. Always remember that the minority has both the right and the responsibility to be the conscience of the body. And I respect that, to offer all perspectives, to look at every different angle. But the majority has the right and the responsibility to govern. Whatever legislative process that the leadership on both sides of our committee use, we have to believe it's in the best interest of moving the process forward for the common good. So let's all act like members of the House Agriculture Committee. Let's all focus on the subject matter. Let's all focus on moving product forward, the best possible product we can achieve. And if that best possible product is not sufficient, then everyone with their conscience vote accordingly. But let's not act like a half a dozen other committees of the United States House of Representatives. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize for dragging on and droning, but you have a legacy here, my friends. Let's work hard for our folks. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield to you.
Well, thank you. I think the ranking member actually gave the reason why we had to work through refinement with this, because she talked about how this amendment was accompanied with an increase in funding for TFAP. And unfortunately, in a budget neutral situation, the monies just were not there to do it. So, but I don't give up on great ideas. Mr. Gray has been wonderful to work with. Mr. Gray apologized that such a good amendment has resulted in such a interesting and heated debate, but that is a refinement process. Things that just don't check all the boxes. As chairman, I don't give up and just say we're not going to do it. I try to work with members where I can to be able to get the yes, and this is definitely one where we got the yes. I yield back. Does any other member seek recognition, or can we vote on this great amendment? No, I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Lucas, it's your time, you yield back. All right, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Gray. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. Independent chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Do other members?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Weed is recognized. For purposes of an amendment, he has an amendment at his desk.
Mr. Chairman, I first want to express my appreciation and support for this bill's Dairy Nutrition Incentives Project, section...
Hold on, Mr. Weed. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 11, offered by Mr. Weed of Wisconsin.
The amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to express my appreciation and support for this bill's Dairy Nutrition Incentives Project to incentivize healthier purchases for SNAP households, including milk and certain cheeses. This provision builds upon healthy fluid milk incentives projects that were included in the 2018 Farm Bill for the same purpose, starting with non-fat and low-fat milk. While these milk incentive projects have been successfully up and running over the last 5 years, in more than 30 states, we've heard from SNAP families, retailers, and dairy farmers of the need to include additional nutrient-rich dairy items. Dairy has 13 essential nutrients, including 3 essential nutrients, calcium, vitamin D, and potassium. Milk, cheese, and yogurt each offer key nutrients. While dairy products, particularly milk, yogurt, and cheese, are repeatedly recommended by the Dietary Guidelines for Americans as part of a healthy eating pattern, nearly 90% of Americans do not consume enough milk and other nutritious dairy products. SNAP purchases of more varieties of dairy also means more milk from U.S. dairy farmers going into nutrient-rich dairy products. 10 pounds of milk make 1 pound of cheese. 2.5 pounds of milk make 1 pound of yogurt. Dairy nutrition incentives continues the momentum for more accessible, nutritious options for SNAP families. Mr. Chairman, since yogurt is considered to be part of the nutrient-rich dairy categories included, along with milk and cheese, to be part of a healthy diet, I would like to offer an amendment to allow certain yogurts to also be included as part of the Dairy Nutrition Incentives projects in Section 4305 of this bill. Yogurt is a nutrient-dense food that is a good source of protein, calcium, riboflavin, vitamin B12, and phosphorus. Yogurt is a fermented dairy product that is known to be a very healthy choice for American families. Yogurt consumption has been associated with lower incidences of cardiovascular risk factors in adolescents, particularly total and abdominal excess body fat. This amendment would also allow yogurt with limited added sugar to be eligible for this bill's SNAP dairy nutrition incentives. This will incentivize SNAP purchases of yogurts that are nutritious, a good source of protein, and are low in sugar. We also know that these limited sugar yogurts are currently in the marketplace and will likely incentivize more to come. Mr. Chairman, I ask for you and the ranking member and all of my committee colleagues to support this amendment for dairy nutrition incentives.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Tony, for leading this amendment. This is a really good, really important amendment. Tony, I know you and I disagree on probably most things, but I really appreciate we've always been able to come together in helping dairy country, because as we've said before, we don't have Democratic cows or Republican cows. We have cows, and they got to get milked. We've got dairy farmers who deserve a fair shot, and that really shouldn't be partisan. So thanks for leading on this. The debate in my house in the morning is it's not usually what we're going to have for breakfast. It's what flavor of Chobani yogurt we're going to have for breakfast. My kids lately are into the vanilla stuff. Sometimes we'll do the strawberry and actually cut up some strawberries in it. And we keep the fridge stocked with Chobani yogurt. It's healthy, it tastes great, and it supports our local upstate New York economy. Chobani was founded in New Berlin, and if you haven't learned the history of this company, you really have to. It's an American dream story. Turkish immigrant buys an abandoned plant in rural northern Shenango County, transforms it over the years into the world's best yogurt company, employs thousands of our neighbors, including hundreds of refugees who flee war-torn parts of the world to come here. He gives them a real stake in the company, and they do a ton of work to support our local food banks, our youth soccer programs. One of my favorite events of the last year was going to a day where we pack up a whole bunch of packages of food to get out to the food banks and to the schools. And one of the most important things they do is they source literally tons and tons and tons of local milk. So when I was talking to my 5-year-old Patricio a couple days ago about the Farm Bill and what it entails and everything, talked to him at breakfast eating our Chobani yogurt, and I asked him, what are the big priorities he has for this. I think I told you all yesterday, my 2.5-year-old's biggest priorities were dealing with all the cow poop. My 5-year-old, his biggest priority is he said it's really important, Dad, that every single kid is able to have access to the same yogurt and breakfast that he gets. And that's coming from a 5-year-old. And so that's what this bipartisan amendment's all about. This is going to be great for kids. It's going to be great for dairy farmers. It's going to be great for yogurt producers, and I would urge all of my colleagues to strongly support this. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Weed's amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Costa's recognized.
Yeah, I'd just like to join in on the bipartisan support. I come from a long line of dairy families, and we know milk and milk products are really terrific nutrition, and we, especially for our young people, and with the expansion of the use of yogurt in our diets, I think this amendment is appropriate and it ought to be a part of the underlying farm bill, and hopefully we'll continue this bipartisan effort and make it work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman
Yield back.
yields back. Mr. Van Orden is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sit in strong support. I'm supposed to rise. Strong support of my fellow Wisconsin, Mr. Weed's amendment. It's just fantastic. I mean, as I said in my opening statements, Wisconsin is not a dairy state. We are the dairy state. I do, however, take umbrage with my colleague from New York. We have Yodelay yogurt in the state of Wisconsin. And if you want to bring some of your Chobani by, and I'll bring some Yodelay, and we can have a little lactose summit or something like that. In the spirit of bipartisanship.
Would the gentleman yield?
I shall.
I'd be very happy here on live TV with the cameras rolling to accept your yogurt off. Yogurt, what would you call it? Like
It would be
there's like a dance.
It would be a
there's dance off.
It would be a
thing, but-
lactose summit, sir.
A lactose summit.
That is
whatever,
correct.
Whatever you want to call it, I'll bring it. You name the time, you name the place. I'll bring my Chobani and I'll put it up against
All right,
anybody.
you heard that here first, people. So again, I rise in strong support of this. This is awesome. And it is directly in line with Secretary Kennedy's Make America Healthy Again agenda, which I think is fantastic. And I urge all my colleagues to support this. And with that, I yield back. And I'll see you later, buddy. All right.
Okay. I thank the gentleman. Mr. Scott from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is another good bipartisan amendment, and I notice that everybody's going to vote for this one just like they did the last one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I will say this is also one that originally had some issues. I had issues with it anyways, and but we used the legislative process, and I did refinement. And I appreciate Mr. Weed working with me to address those issues so we could all get to yes. So that is the legislative process that some may have been complaining about. Other members that seek recognition to speak on this particular amendment? If not, let me just close it up with my remarks. I want to thank the gentleman for bringing up this program. Quite frankly, as somebody from a long line of dairy farmers, and also had the privilege of representing two young ladies that saved their family farm in Tioga County, Pennsylvania, PA 15, by creating some of the best tasting yogurt you might ever experience, called Painterland Sister Yogurt. These two gals are just amazing, and their yogurt now is sold in Wegmans all over the country. And they saved their family farm, by the way, as a result of that. I recognize the strong nutritional profile of dairy, and I'm proud that the Farm Food and National Security Act 2026 expands the SNAP Dairy Incentive Program to include all forms of fluid milk, including flavored and nutritious hard cheeses. We were intentional in expanding this program by only including hard cheeses and keeping out sugary products. This gentleman has offered an amendment that is carefully crafted and maintains the nutritional integrity of the incentive, and I thank him for his work. Seeing no other conversation on Mr. Weed's amendment, all those in favor of the Weed amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. And independent of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I want to take the opportunity to Mr. Carbajal, if I could, I wanted to introduce you for the purpose of an introduction of some special guests that have joined us in the hearing room.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. I know Representative Van Orden said that his state was not a dairy state. It was the dairy state. Well, let me tell you, California is not an ag state. It's the agriculture state. The fourth largest economy in the world if we were our own country, but we're not. But today we have some special guests that I think are here to witness our hearing, and they're here to conduct other business for the state of California. I'm very honored to have our California State Senate President Pro Tem, Monique Limon, here, who runs the Senate with her colleagues who are part of her leadership team and also senators. I didn't write down their names, so I apologize, but wanted to welcome you all to our hearing and for your advocacy on behalf of California. Thank you so much. The rest of our colleagues are here. I don't know what the rest of my colleagues are doing in that crowd, but they're not being recognized. Welcome. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank you to our guests. Thank you for your leadership. You are from a great agriculture state. I won't get into the dairy fight, although I am from Pennsylvania. But thank you for your leadership, and make sure you take care of those farmers in California. We're now going to move on to the next amendment, and I believe that Dr. Adams has an amendment at the desk.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I know you can support this. Amendment number 92.
Dr. Adams has amendment number 92. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 92, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina.
The amendment will be considered as read. Now recognize the distinguished lady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment reinstates the Household Food Security Report, a comprehensive, consistent report that measures food insecurity on the national and state levels. On September 20th, 2025, the USDA announced the cancellation of the report, calling the survey redundant, costly, politicized, and extraneous. However, the report reflects years of bipartisan work to improve how we measure and understand hunger in America. Although the first report was released during the Clinton administration, its roots trace back to a food assistance task force established under Ronald Reagan. 5 years later, Congress strengthened federal food and nutrition data collection through the National Nutrition Monitoring and Related Research Act of 1990, legislation that passed both chambers unanimously and was signed into law by George H.W. Bush. According to the latest and last USDA report published in December, 48 million people in this country live in food insecure households. Well, that means that at some point during the year, they did not know when or how they would be able to afford their next meal. More than 14 million children live in food insecure households. The rates among children continue to be the highest since 2014, and over 1 million more senior household members experienced hunger in 2024 compared to 2023. For some families, hunger is temporary, an unexpected medical bill, or sudden expense stretching an already tight budget past its limit. For others, it's a constant strain, as the cost of housing and child care and other essentials continue to rise faster than their wages. And while this administration's USDA decided to cancel the survey, you cannot erase people's experiences. I think about the older adult who rolls up the sleeves of their bathrobe to show the burn marks that they sustained while trying to boil water, knowing that pasta is a low-cost meal that they can stretch for a few days. I think about the parents who've cut their food intake so that their children can have full bellies. I think about the student that's trying to learn simple addition and subtraction, but is distracted by their aching, hungry stomach. Listen, the timing of this cancellation is suspicious. Republicans made a $187 billion cut in SNAP in their one big ugly bill, and now they don't want the data to show its impacts. Without the data, how are we supposed to fix the problem, unless that's something you're not concerned about? Well, you know, at the State of the Union, Donald Trump said that he lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. But that's not because of economic conditions. It's because people are losing their eligibility through the one big ugly bill. Look, if you say this farm bill is a bipartisan effort, then I see no issue in supporting this amendment, which is reinstating something that historically has strong bipartisan support. And if you believe 2.1 million Americans are being lifted off of SNAP because they don't need it, then let's see the numbers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield. I'm going to yield to, I'll yield back. Thank you.
I appreciate the gentlelady, and she yields back. Other members that seek recognition to speak on the amendment, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Ms. Adams for introducing this amendment. Look, the Trump administration has done a lot of stupid things when it comes to food and nutrition, but among the stupidest is the cancellation of the annual food security report. I was hoping that maybe somebody could enlighten us and help us understand why USDA canceled the report. I mean, this is about data. This is about facts. This is about providing us with necessary information. For 30 years, this report has provided us with critical data to help address food security in communities all across America, in rural areas, in urban areas, in suburban areas. It has been an important report. The only reason that I can think for its cancellation is the administration is trying to bury the data, to hide how awful and damaging the big ugly bill that you passed really is. Close to $200 billion in cuts to SNAP. I think this is a deliberate attempt to try to make it more difficult for people to have consensus on the negative impacts of those cuts. You know that this big ugly bill is unpopular, and it's especially unpopular, and you guys have just kind of illustrated it by wanting to cover your tracks. Again, we can argue about data, we can argue about what it means, but we ought not to be canceling programs that actually provide us with objective data. I mean, I can cite, statistics about 1,000 different groups that are documenting hunger in this country. And my friends on the other side will question their political, inclinations. But this is USDA. This is the USDA report. And that it was canceled makes absolutely no sense to me. I think the gentlelady's amendment should be supported. I urge everybody to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you for that. Other members that seek recognition to speak on this amendment, Mrs. Salinas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also support this amendment. The fact that we would not gather, collect, and survey people who are hungry tells me that we are trying to silence the opinions and the realities of people who are food insecure. I went on a visit with our local Meals on Wheels program to visit older people who needed 2 hot meals a week. And I talked to one woman, a constituent from my district, and she was about 65 years old. And I asked her, I said, what does this meal mean to you? I was taking my own little survey as we were going around to visit folks. And she said, well, Congresswoman Salinas, this meal means I'm alive today. And I said, what do you mean by that? She said, about a year ago, she was about my height and about my weight. She said, about a year ago, I was 30 pounds lighter. And she said, and my doctor basically said, if I don't start getting nutrition and a warm meal at least once a week, I will die. And she said, and I'm alive today. We need to hear the voices of people who do not have the warm meals that they need every week to survive. We need to understand what it's like to live in a food desert. We need to understand what it's like to skip meals so you can give them to their children. We need to understand this. We need to hear it. We need it in the data, and we need to then act on it. I support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I thank her. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I'll take the liberty of my time. I want to say thank you to the gentlelady for raising this issue. The USDA household food security reports, which were paused by USDA last September, have long conflated food insecurity with hunger, exaggerating the true picture of hunger in the United States. As such, for decades, these reports have been used to justify expansions to safety net and fearmonger the American people. And it's important to note that trends in the prevalence of food insecurity have remained virtually unchanged, despite an 87% in SNAP spending between 2019 and 2023. The survey, more importantly to me, this survey is redundant. Currently, 11 other government-sponsored surveys collect information on food insecurity from representative samples of American households or individuals. These are publicly available data, such as the National Health Interview Survey from the CDC. That's just one of the 11. For these reasons, I recommend a no vote on this amendment. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I call for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Switch over.
Does anyone seek to offer an additional amendment to this title?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rouser, you're recognized.
I think the gentleman, my amendment is really for the purpose of highlighting an issue, and so I intend to withdraw it after I make a few points. The Senior and WIC Farmers Market
Can you
Nutrition
designate the
Program.
amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If my colleague would suspend for just a moment. Would the clerk report the amendment?
Got ahead of
Number
myself.
133, offered by Mr. Rouser of North Carolina.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start again. The purpose of the amendment is to raise an issue as it relates to the Senior and WIC Farmers Market Nutrition Programs, which I support, by the way. They provide low-income seniors, mothers, and children with access to locally grown foods while connecting farmers, markets, and local growers directly to customers. The Senior program is supported through this legislation, while the WIC program is funded annually through appropriations. Both programs are administered by the United States Department of Agriculture and state agencies, yet the WIC program is under jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee, and the Senior program is under the jurisdiction of this committee. Although similar, both programs require separate rulemaking from USDA to be implemented and are inconsistent with the peak season for farmers markets. Much of this is due to the WIC program's reliance on the appropriations cycle. The bottom line here is this: we have two very similar programs, two committees of jurisdiction, two different funding streams, and two different rulemakings, all at USDA. So, Mr. Chairman, I understand merging the two programs into one requires collaboration with our colleagues at the Education and Workforce Committee, and I urge the committee, this committee, to work towards that end to create a more streamlined and efficient program that better connects our growers directly to consumers. With that, I yield to the chairman.
I want to thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. The Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program is a noble nutrition program that supports seniors and our producers. Due to budgetary constraints, it was not possible to include this language in the Food, Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. And I'm proud, however, that we were able to make tree nuts and maple syrup eligible for purchase. And I look forward to continuing to work with the gentleman on further ways to boost this program.
I appreciate the chairman's comments, and I might add, I don't think it's too unsimilar to our work with the Financial Services Committee to produce the Clarity Act. I really would like to see a joint effort with Education and Workforce in this committee to address the redundancies and strengthen this program, which I think would serve the taxpayer very well as the consumers who need this. I yield back, and I withdraw my amendment.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment, and the gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the Congressman Chantel.
Yes, that's me. Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk number 28 at 9. I'm sorry.
Would the clerk Just a second.
Amendment number 29, offered by Ms. Brown of Ohio.
Yes.
Clerk has reported the amendment. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would delay the administrative cost shift and benefit cost shift passed last year as part of the Republican reconciliation package by 2 years and 4 years respectively. As you all will remember, the Big Ugly Bill included trillions in tax breaks for our county's wealthiest individuals and then stuck states and middle-class Americans with the bill. They passed the largest unfunded mandate in our nation's history, and the fallout, if we do not course correct, will be devastating. Now look, I would reverse every change made to H.R. 1 if I could, but this particular provision is straightforward and desperately needed. Here's the part that should concern every member of this committee. The amount states will owe is being determined right now. It's being calculated based on error rates during a rushed implementation of an extremely complex bill. We handed states a complicated and an expensive unfunded mandate. We told them to implement it quickly, and now we're saying if you don't do it perfectly, you pay. This is just wrong. About half of the states, based on current data, are facing more than $100 million a year in new costs. That's not a rounding error. That's a massive budget deficit that will force states, no matter if they are red, blue, or purple, in the Northeast or the Southwest, to make impossible choices. Cut SNAP benefits or cut public safety programming. Cut SNAP eligibility or cut teachers in classrooms. I would like to enter into the record a letter that the Bipartisan National Governors Association sent to House and Senate leadership earlier this year that asked for a delay in the cost shift and states that the cuts passed in H.R. 1 coupled with the design chaos of the USDA during the government shutdown have caused significant, I quote, significant operational disruption for states and counties.
The gentlelady,
No, I want to enter into the record without.
I see no objection, so shall be honored.
Thank you. My amendment gives states what they are asking for, a little more time to plan for these cuts, time to balance budgets, and raise revenue before these cuts come into place. States are facing a massive fiscal hole for states and an unrealistic timeline for making sure that states are able to continue operating the SNAP program as it needs to. So once again, I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment and course correct. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do rise in support of this amendment. This summer, Republicans slashed SNAP by $187 billion, forcing states and counties already stretched to the breaking point to fill the gap. Families are hungry. Governors and lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans alike, are scrambling just to keep people fed. We know this because they've told us. And they said that annual SNAP expenditures could increase an average $218 million per state. After 20 years that I spent in the General Assembly, I can tell you that states cannot absorb these costs without cutting other essential services that our communities rely on. Some states were given delays, but every state deserves that same relief. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in support of the amendment, Mr. Chair. And Congresswoman Brown, thank you for introducing this. At the end of the day, we understand where H.R. 1 left us in terms of what the law and what the requirements are for states now in terms of cost shifting and cost sharing, but that law does not change the fiscal realities of states across the country. It certainly does not change the fiscal realities of the state of Alabama, where I am from. I think at a minimum, what we should do is give states time to adjust, to adapt to the new requirements. I have met directly with state legislators, both Democrats and Republicans in the state of Alabama, and I can tell you there are concerns about where hundreds of millions of dollars will come from in the state of Alabama, especially in 12 months or less than 12 months. And so that's a big hit. It's a big adjustment. It's a historical change and something that I don't think anybody, with any good sense in terms of budget management would tell you that it's a great idea to just all of a sudden shift that large of a financial burden onto the states with such a short ramp. Again, we understand the realities of where we are. We get that. But states needs time to adjust. And we have heard this from Republican governors, from Democratic governors, from Republican state legislators, Democratic state legislators. And this amendment does just that. I think it is a wise amendment. I think it is the responsible thing to do. And I think if we're going to adjust, which states have no other alternative but to do now under this law. If they're going to adjust, we can at least do so in a way that gives them the greatest likelihood of being able to successfully do so and maintain benefits for as many people as we possibly can under the current status of the law. With that, I'll yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. When we talk about these costs in a state like Ohio, where we're already stretched thin, this just is an impossible lift. It is an impossible task, and so the greater concern is how do we continue to help vulnerable people who are seeking to be fed? That's what this comes down to, and so when you have states that are already stretched thin, we know that services or programs will have to be eliminated, and we'd like to be able to avoid that, and this provision does that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman yields back. And the gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in strong support of this amendment. We've heard not once but twice before this committee that if states are forced to endure these increased cost shares, there are those states facing literally hundreds of millions of dollars in additional costs annually that will simply choose not to do the program. Not funding the EBT SNAP program means that pregnant women, senior citizens, families with young children under the age of 15, our veterans, the working poor, will simply have no money on their cards, no money at all. For too many states, the ask to fund an additional $100 million, let alone hundreds of millions of dollars, is an impossible choice. They can't pick off schools. They can't pick off health care. They can't pick off improvements to roadways, security, safety, law enforcement. We have heard from expert witnesses sitting right there at that table, and again, not once but twice, say there are those states, there are those counties and jurisdictions that will simply choose not to participate in the program because they can no longer afford the cost share that the big ugly bill has instituted on them. And so this simple ask to delay these additional cost shares that will place impossible burdens on our states and our counties. This is a good amendment that must be passed for the sake of making sure those pregnant women everyone's so concerned about, those senior citizens that everyone's so concerned about, those families with children under the age of 15 are so concerned about. And for the rest of us, all those other normal people that are working hard but still can't afford to eat, we need to make sure that we pass this amendment for them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman from Georgia seek to be recognized for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know we have different situations in different states, and I just want to commend my governor, Brian Kemp, and the state legislature. The state of Georgia has $14.6 billion in reserves now, $5.6 billion in what we would call a revenue shortfall reserve. And, we are cutting taxes and reducing the size of government in the state of Georgia, and I think that's why our state is so well positioned to accept the integrity measures that were put in the SNAP program and the big beautiful bill. And so, well-run states certainly have the capacity to handle this, and Again, I just want to thank my Republican governor and my Republican legislature for operating our state in a fiscally sound manner where we have $14.6 billion in reserves while we're at the same time cutting taxes. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to seek recognition? Speak up. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Shamari Figures.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. We don't have the luxury of that in Alabama. $14.6 billion in reserves. Georgia has a sort of cheat code in Atlanta with a lot of industry and a lot of other things going on in that state. We got a lot of great things going on in the state of Alabama. We are seeing growth. We're seeing economic growth. But that is the product of 2-3+ decades of economic development, of legislative efforts that have all been devoted and sort of mapped out and strategized in terms of how those revenues can be spent. I'm not saying that the state of Alabama is broke. That is not at all the picture I'm attempting to paint. What I am attempting to paint is that the state of Alabama, in all of its glory and everything that we have going on economically, was not budgeting for $200+ million in contributions towards a SNAP program. And I've heard this from literally leadership, Republican leadership in the Alabama state legislature. My mother is a senator in the Alabama State Senate. And so we've talked extensively about this. The state is not, this is a big blow to absorb in a short amount of time. I think anybody in any business setting, understands that. And so we obviously certainly understand the intent behind the cost sharing. We understand the results of the cost sharing. This is not an attempt through this amendment to run from either of those. This is an attempt to give states a fighting chance to absorb these new requirements in a way that does not jeopardize the programs as a whole. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Riley.
Thank you. I'd like to yield time to Jill Takuda.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that Georgia has amassed a $14 billion stockpile, but for the sake of Georgia, I think it's important to note that right now an increased cost share based upon the changes will result in $80 million more annually that they have to put into the SNAP program, and based on their error rate, just about $500 million more annually as well. And so as somebody who ran the Money Committee in the State Senate, I can tell you why $14 billion sounds like a lot. An additional over $500 million a year that is already being budgeted for this state, in addition to other costs that you will have to bear as a result of Medicaid and Medicare cuts in that big, ugly bill. That $14 billion is going to disappear fast, and people will, in fact, be hungry in the state of Georgia. Thank you very much, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
At approximately 1:30, we have a single series of votes.
Order. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady controls the time.
To be clear, I was talking about the additional costs that Georgia will have to incur based upon the cost share, but also reminded them that it's not just about the cuts to SNAP. When we take a look at state budgets and their ability to manage that under their surplus, we have to consider all the cuts we've done in totality as a result of this Congress's action of the big ugly bill, including Medicaid and Medicare.
I'm sure you're doing the same.
Does that come back
Whoever
to me?
holds the time, yield
Do I have
back.
the ball now?
Are we done?
So it's back to me. Shamari, you want more? Yeah, I'll take it. Go to Senator Shamari.
Gentleman yields.
Tag.
Yeah, I'm passionate about this issue because the state that I represent, we are, there's no other way to put it. It's one of the poorest states out there. Individual median income about $33,000 in my state. SNAP it hits a little bit different when 1 in 4 households in your district rely on it. And so we know changes are coming. We know that the state's responsibility with this program has historically and drastically shifted. All we are asking for in this amendment is time, reasonable time to allow state budgets to adjust. State budgets don't work based on mandates from federal budgets. We know that. And so they need time to adjust. And again, we got support from a number of organizations, bipartisan organizations, governors from both Republican and Democratic states that understand the impact that this is going to have on a budget. This is pretty basic. hundreds of millions of dollars added to a state like Alabama's budget, or any state for that matter, that is a blow and a shock that is tough to absorb without an appropriate runway. And so that is what this amendment seeks, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman? Yes, I seek recognition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support also of this amendment, which would delay the SNAP administration and benefit cost shifts. Right now, as we know, the federal government covers 50% of SNAP administrative costs, but with this, states will be now starting to pick up 75% starting in fiscal year 27. For us in Maryland and for Governor Wes Moore, that's not a small adjustment. It is a major cost shift. It would place an additional estimated $412.5 million burden on our taxpayers and more than $300 million above the state currently contributes to administer SNAP. That's not an insignificant increase for any state budget. And as some of my colleagues have said, that is in addition to the tsunami of cuts that are coming at our state budget, both from rifts that have happened across our agencies, and so we have less tax dollars into our state coffers, but also because of all these rifts and cuts that are happening, it's impacting state budgets as they have to deal with Medicaid and so many other costs as well. And we have to remember what SNAP does. In Maryland, the SNAP program feeds more than 680,000 people each month, including nearly 270,000 children. The average benefit is about $180 per month, and that's not excessive. It just helps basic families put food on the table. In FY26, we expect to issue more than $1.6 billion in SNAP benefits, and these changes enacted in H.R. 1 and signed into law in 25 will make it harder for states to maintain this support and harder for families. So I'm just asking that this amendment simply provides time for states to plan, time to adjust, and time to avoid sudden harm to both state budgets and the families who will rely on this program. We have to mitigate the carnage that can happen. I strongly support this amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wisconsin's error rate is 4.47%. A year ago, Alaska's error rate was about 60%. It's now at 24.66%. So Alaska has proven, which is a Republican-run state, and Wisconsin's a Democrat-run state, that you can move with alacrity when required. And all this is doing is trying to encourage responsible bureaucracy. And I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but it's not. Trying to encourage responsible bureaucracy, and the state of Alaska has proven to, reduce their error rate by 2/3 within a single year. One of the issues that we have with administrative costs is that there's no parameters set by the federal government. So states have been using this, including the state of Wisconsin, as a way to pad other parts of their budget. They just send a bill to DC and we pay the bill. So if we're talking about increasing the state cost share by 25% for administrative costs, which we are, it will encourage responsible bureaucracy by the states only charging the federal government or submitting a bill for what they're actually using for administrative costs. One of the things the state of Wisconsin bills the federal government for is job training under administrative costs. Guess what's in here? Job training. So they've been double dipping for a while. And I know this to be true because we called Tony Evers' administration on this, and they stopped responding to our emails and phone calls. So that's the type of stuff we're talking about. If the state is required to pay an additional portion of their administrative costs, I believe firmly that they will only charge the federal government for actual administrative costs and not try to float other things under the guise of that. That's why, I do not support this amendment. And as I said, the state of Alaska has proven that when they're encouraged to exercise responsible bureaucracy, that it can be done within a timely manner. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Congresswoman McDonald Rivet for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said earlier, the state share of this is going to collapse many state economies that are thriving, not to mention the ones that are state economies that are really struggling. And to hear more about that, I yield the rest of my time to Representative Figures.
Ms. Figures recognized.
Thank you. I hear you on the error rates, and I think everybody shares the ambition and the goal that we root out all unnecessary expenses, all double dipping, all double billing, anybody defrauding the system. We're with you on that. But the administrative expenses are not the bulk of the cost sharing that the states are about to absorb. Hundreds of millions of dollars to the state of Alabama. I mean, that is a shock that we just cannot absorb. I mean, it is going to jeopardize the program. And I'll be introducing an amendment later to hopefully come up with another alternative here. But, if this is not successful, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is the equivalent of, let's say you got $1 million in savings and your wife or husband comes home and says, hey, next year we got to pay $250,000 bill. And by the way, the year after that, we got to pay it again. The year after that, we got to pay it again. The year after that, we got to pay it again and again and again. That $1 million savings is without proper timing and proper ability to restructure some things fiscally, to reassess revenue streams, to reassess expense streams, without the ability to do that sufficiently, you're going to go broke. You're going to go bankrupt. Like, you won't be able to possibly afford that home you live in, the car you drive, or vacations, or whatever else you spend your money on. And so again, this is not some underhanded attempt to undo, anything about what was pushed through with it. This is about the only commodity that you cannot replace on this earth: time. You cannot get time back. And this is what this is about. This is about giving states time to adjust to such a significant change in circumstances and what they have to allocate money towards. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I yield the rest of my time to Ranking Member Chantel Brown.
Thank you. I just want to kind of point out that Alaska was used as an example of improvement. The 9% of the population, which comes to about less than 70,000 people, are on SNAP in Alaska. So to say that we're in my district alone, 120,000 people depend on SNAP. So while I appreciate the example, I think it is a little bit misleading to use that as a barometer of metrics on how quickly people can, states can adjust, because that is a fraction of what number of users in the state of Ohio are dependent on SNAP. So I think we have to take those things into account when we're starting to talk about how quickly people can turn, or states can turn things around. That is, in my humble and respectful opinion, a fine example, but misleading when it comes to the tall task that many of our states are up against when we are coming towards facing an administrative cost, a burden to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in a state like Ohio to try to shoulder. So with that, I yield to Ms. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes is recognized.
I just want to say, Democrats also want accountability and responsible bureaucracy, to use your term. I don't want this to be framed as if Democrats are not looking for any accountability, or we want these programs to run in a way that is not the most effective and the most efficient, because we want the maximum amount of these dollars to go to the people that need them the most. What this amendment is about is the time to do that. There seems to be this juxtaposition as if Democrats just want to give away everything with no accountability. That is inherently false. We want to make sure that every dollar that we appropriate through this committee has the most impact on the communities that we serve. We're just asking for the time to do that properly. With that, I yield back.
Time has expired. Recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
When I raised my hand up, this topic hadn't come up yet, but we've now beat up on it a little bit. But I was part of the negotiations when this first came out under the reconciliation bill, cost sharing, and I personally thought the original proposal was too steep. And so I remember sitting down with the chairman saying, hey, this is an exorbitant cost on states. And I thought we came up with, over time, I think a reasonable compromise here. States that have high error rates should pay more, and states that have low error rates should pay less. We added time to do it. And this way here, we incentivize states to administrate the program better. And those states with low costs actually save a lot of money in the long run. So it's a win-win thing, and it puts pressure on states to do a better job. Some states had terrible rates. Nebraska has a reasonably good rate, could be better still. But I think we got us to a much better spot. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Any other members? Mrs. Hayes recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to Representative Figures.
Thank you. Representative Bacon, I hear you, and I don't disagree with a word that you just said. This amendment is not about that, though. This is literally just about giving states like Nebraska, and I don't know Nebraska's budget situation. If I was guessing, I would presume it's something similar to Alabama, in that if they get stuck with a $220 million bill in 9 months, it's problematic. They got to make some adjustments. They got to, rob Peter to pay Paul. They got to shift some things around. And so this, again, is just about time. Just give states time to adjust to this. Because states are going to have to make, we made a tough decision here collectively as a Congress. Obviously, this side of the aisle voted against it. We made it a very tough decision to shift the cost-sharing burden onto states. Well, now states, when they absorb this, they have to make some tough decisions too. What programs to cut, what programs to no longer fund, and how to move money around. And so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to give states. And again, this is in the grand scheme of things, this is a bipartisan request, because we have, letters of support from bipartisan leadership at the gubernatorial levels and other levels across this country that too are asking just for the time to make these substantial changes. And with that, I yield back to Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I just would also like to add something that we haven't really touched upon. We're talking about error rates as if some states are just better at doing it right than others. As Representative Brown pointed out, you have to take into consideration the populations, the economies, but also, I'm from the state of Connecticut. We're a donor state. We pay more into the federal government than we get back, effectively subsidizing many of the states that we're talking about here today. So this idea, that including not just yours, Representative Figures, but this idea that if states wanted to do it right, they just could. We are a nation. We're no longer, a confederacy where every state is on their own. We make laws for the entire country. So this is what it looks like for the collective. And the idea that one state might have lower, you're absolutely right, and I applaud that, and we need to get these error rates down. But it's not as simple as just, if you wanted to do it right, you could. We're dealing about the economies, the population, the demographics, all of these things have to be taken into consideration. And once again, I'll say it as many times as I need to, my state gives more to the federal government than we get back. So this idea, if you make a mistake, you should pay for it, then everybody else should pay for their own states as well. California, literally, thank you, Mr. Costa, on behalf of a nation. So this idea, this is a little bit more nuanced than it's being presented here today. And again, all this amendment does is just ask for time for all the states to get it right. And with that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Brown's amendment? Mr. Salinas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Ms. Brown's amendment. Oregon does have one of the highest error rates in the nation. But to Ms. Hayes' point, a big part of that is overpayments. So whether you're paying too much or too little, that counts as a mistake, which equals an error. And so for the state of Oregon, having these new rules that we will have to implement to the tune of $150 million in our biennium budget is only going to cause additional errors if we do not have the time to think through it, to change our programs, to change the back end of the computer programs that are required. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy if we don't have more time to give to states to actually implement this in a way that reduces errors, if that is truly what we're talking about. I actually don't think that's what we're talking about. I think the intent here is to actually kick people off of food that they need. And with that, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Brown's amendment? Members, I will, let me get the final word here, and then we'll go vote from there. Just a couple of things. I don't want us picking on Alaska. I know they have a whole lot fewer people than Ohio. But what they have and what Pennsylvania and Ohio don't have, we can put 15 Ohios in Alaska. They have the challenge of amazing rural, we're talking rural all uppercase, which pretty impressive, the fact that Alaska can lean in and improve their error rate, given all those miles and that geographic area. I give them a lot of credit. I think they deserve credit. There's error rate was traditionally very high, and they're leaning into it. Just like I know the state of Pennsylvania is leaning into reducing their error rate, which 2 years ago was 17%, then 11%. And the other thing is error rates do come with a price tag. Comes with a price tag for states, and we're actually incentivizing them to save money in the long run. Since fiscal year 2014, FNS has assessed total liabilities of over $73 million in fines from the states, because when they do have an error rate, there's a fine that comes with it. And so incentivizing states to do a better job is going to save some money, and that, at least in that column, will save some significant dollars. The Working Family Tax Cut signed into law last year delivered long overdue reforms to the SNAP program, controlling costs and preserving the program for those who need it most. This amendment chooses the status quo over the $10 billion in erroneous SNAP payments per year. Now, bureaucratic state mismanagement and fraud and blank checks are for bloated state administrative expenses. And yes, I get it. Some of the errors are clerical in nature, and that's why the error rates were carefully designed with an encouragement to get to zero. And let's be clear about who the status quo really hurts. A single mom on SNAP working 2 jobs to get back on her feet, who has to repay hundreds of dollars in SNAP payments that the state overpaid her through no fault of her own. I don't know where she's going to pull that money from. When the SNAP EBT card is inappropriately overfunded, if you're a family, you're going to use that because you're shocked by it. You don't know why, but you obviously think that this is something you're entitled to, and you're going to spend that money. But the fact is, on an overpayment, the state is going to come back and is going to claw that money back in the future putting benefits on your EBT card. Or a grandmother raising her grandchildren who, unbeknownst to her, has been underpaid in her SNAP benefit for months due to calculation errors by her state. So I want to remind everyone that if states decrease these errors, they don't need to pay for any portion of the SNAP benefit. And encouraging folks to do better, I don't know when that became an unpopular or a bad thing, quite frankly. I see most of the states have really taken this very seriously, and they've stepped up, and they're doing a much better job. And I'm hoping that they all get to the point where they reach that threshold in terms of error rates where they don't have to pay anything, because it means that the system is working better that way. On the administrative side, the administrative costs just kept increasing exponentially. Yeah, and it really came down to, if you're spending other people's money, you're just not as careful if you're spending your own. And so there is an opportunity for for states to be able to not spend as much there if they just got serious, did a root cause analysis about their administration of the SNAP program, and put actions in place to be able to be efficient. In fact, with technology today, there are great opportunities to reduce the cost of administration if they're willing to do that. That is a state decision on how they pursue their administration. So it's imperative that these reforms go into effect when intended. A delay would be a disgrace to the taxpayers and our neighbors in need. And unfortunately, for those reasons, I will be opposing this amendment. With that, seeing no other conversation, my script. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on Ms. Brown's amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Yes, ma'am. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Is there further debate or amendments? I know that Mr. Vasquez has an amendment he had notified me of. The clerk will report the title of Mr. Vasquez's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 140.
Amendment number 140, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an easy fix for us on Title IV.
Give me a second
Sure.
here. The amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This afternoon, I have an easy fix for us here in Title IV, a mistake from H.R. 1. My amendment would cut the red tape imposed under H.R. 1 to ensure that no veteran is forced to go hungry after serving their country. For decades, federal law has recognized the value of military service by exempting veterans from SNAP work requirements. This was done pre-H.R. 1. This allowed our veterans, many of whom live with service-related health conditions which limit their ability to work, to use food assistance to feed themselves or their families after they worked hard to protect our American freedoms. However, under H.R. 1, the 8% of veterans nationwide that rely on SNAP face these new work requirements in order to keep their benefits beyond 3 months. New Mexico is among the top 4 states in which veterans rely on SNAP to feed themselves, a list that includes Oregon, Louisiana, and West Virginia. Making it harder for those who served our nation to eat each day is no way to thank them or to honor their service. We often talk about not doing enough domestically for veterans, and I've heard complaints from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that we spend too much on immigrants and not enough on veterans facing hardship. Well, here's your chance to live those values. While I understand that my amendment has an impact to the overall SNAP budget and restores partial funding to serve veterans, I can't imagine how anyone in this room can look a hungry veteran in their district in the face and say, you voted against feeding them because they aren't considered budget neutral in the Agriculture Committee. That's an insult to their service. So I think everyone in this room can agree that our service members have already worked hard to protect our freedom and have earned our attention and our support in this committee. I hope that we can work across the aisle to cut the red tape on veteran work requirements that were put in H.R. 1 and send them instead a big thank you from this committee for their service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank him for that. Other members that seek recognition to speak. Mr. McGovern.
I want to thank Mr. Vasquez for offering this amendment, and I agree with him. I think our veterans deserve a hell of a lot better. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I misheard you, but during the debate on Ms. Adams' amendment on the USDA report, I thought I heard you say that the figures with regard to hunger and food insecurity in this country have been exaggerated. And if that is indeed what you said, I strongly, strongly object. If anything, it's underreported. And within our veteran community in particular, it is underreported. Veterans who have served our country, who have put their lives on the line for our country, deserve a hell of a lot better. Certainly, they should not go hungry. They should not be in the condition of food insecurity. And the idea that somehow we are, kind of targeting this group and basically saying we are not going to provide them these benefits, that they now have to be subject to these new requirements, I think is particularly offensive. It's being, the justification is that somehow we're trying to save money. Well, I mean, I hate to tell you, but since you guys have been in charge, the debt has increased, in large part because of huge tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires and big corporations. Nobody has any problem with that. But the reality is that hunger is a real problem in America, and it is a big problem in America. I suppose if you're looking at life through the eyes of Mar-a-Lago, you don't see the extent of hunger in our communities. It's everywhere. It's in rural areas, it's in suburban areas, it's in urban areas. But I mean, we ought to understand that we have a special obligation to our veteran community. And again, I want to thank Mr. Vasquez for offering this amendment. I wholeheartedly support it. I would like to think that we could, at a bipartisan basis, unanimously approve this amendment. Again, I thank the gentleman for offering it, and I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you so much, Mr. McGovern.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I simply want to add my support for this very strong amendment. I'll be voting yes on this amendment to restore veterans' exemption from these paperwork requirements, and I would urge my colleagues to do the same.
Mr. McGovern, time is yours.
Do you need more than
Yes.
2 minutes, or?
No.
Okay, I yield to the gentlelady, Ms. Adams.
Recognize
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Adams.
I rise in support of this amendment. It's a great amendment. Honestly, if I have to explain why or try to convince people why it's important, then that's a problem. But I will point out that these work requirements for veterans exist because of the One Big Ugly Bill. The One Big Ugly Bill that Republicans drafted, passed over the summer, removed previous SNAP exemptions for veterans. North Carolina is home to 46,000 veterans who receive SNAP benefits each month. Men and women who served our country, they defended our freedoms, and now they deserve our support at home, not additional hurdles just because of a partisan bill. So let's fix this. Let's protect our veterans, make sure that the benefits that they rely on aren't taken away. Thank you. I yield back to the gentleman.
Back, Mr. Bacon from Nebraska is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. 70% of Americans in every poll, some up to 80%, support work requirements. Now, I would agree if there was no special protections, this is a legitimate concern. But under H.R. 1, states will once again be required to engage able-bodied veterans who receive SNAP and ask for 20 hours of work, or if they can't find a job, 20 hours of volunteering, or if that's not available, 20 hours of education, or 20 hours of job training, or 20 hours of looking for a job. But it does give special guardrails for our veterans. Veterans who are over the age of 64 will not have to have work requirements. If they have mental or physical disabilities, they will not have to have work requirements. If they have PTS, they will not have to have work requirements. If they're taking care of a dependent under the age of 14, they will not have to have work requirements. Taking care of a disabled child or an aging parent, they will not have work requirements. If they're participating in a drug or alcohol treatment program, they will not have to have work requirements. If they're in school, as already mentioned, if they're in school getting training, at least 20 hours a week, they could still be eligible for SNAP. So I think we got the guardrails in here, and when the American people hear these safety precautions, the guardrails that we have in there, poll after poll, Americans support work requirements at 70%. I yield.
Nice.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. And as Dr. Adams said, if we have to explain why it's important to support our veterans who are in these unique situations, that's already a problem. I'm just thinking, like in our community, in my community, how painful it is to see someone with, a hat or a shirt or something that identifies them as a veteran, and you see that they are homeless or unemployed. It's not enough to just keep saying thank you for your service if we are not actively working to support these veterans. And then to take away food for 3 years. I mean, this gets more and more egregious. Many of these veterans have trouble finding a suitable role. Many have little work experience beyond the military or just need support adjusting back to civilian life. I would argue that their debt to our country has been paid, and we need to do all we can to help them get back on their feet. And I just think about my interactions with my constituents who are veterans and even people in my family. Some of these things are not as obvious as they're being played out here. It's not like people just come home and go right back into society. Many of our veterans have a hard time even asking for help. You know, many of them literally are just devastated by the fact that they're even in that position to need help. And this seems like a very easy one that we can address. I mean, we've talked about all of the people who don't want to work, who don't want to do anything. These are people who literally were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for this country. And this is the group that we want to target here with this legislation. I mean, all this proves is that this is equal opportunity cruelty. No community is exempt. No person is exempt, you know. And again, we're doing all of these things in contrast to a bill that made tax breaks for the wealthiest individuals permanent, you know, at a time where it's been revealed that the commander-in-chief only paid $750 in federal taxes. You know, and this is the group that we want to target. So I will be supporting this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. If there's a group that we can agree that we need to support, I would argue that this is it. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Sorensen is recognized for 5 minutes.
Somebody remind me to call my cardiologist because I'm going to need some more blood pressure medicine. I cannot believe that we are here today. And people on the other side of the aisle are saying, you know what? Sorry, you may have gone off to war, but go get a job and then come back to us for your $6. I sit on the House Armed Services Committee right now, where we have tens of thousands of Americans in harm's way. These are the future veterans that we're going to need to take care of. How do you have it in your conscience to not say, very simply in this amendment, the amendment would exempt veterans from SNAP work requirements to improve access to nutrition assistance for those who have served? That's how easy this is. And you know what? As Mr. Lucas, I wish he was in the committee right now because he could help talk me down. He would probably so eloquently say that, and remind me that this isn't a political issue. Look, we're all running for re-election. We all need to prove to every veteran that we have their back and that we will do everything for every veteran, no matter where they served, no matter who they are, no matter what circumstance they find themselves in today. So let's find a way to make this the bipartisan amendment that we can all support. And with that, I yield to my colleague from New Mexico.
Thank you, Eric. Well, let me just say that for decades, existing federal law recognized the value of military service by exempting veterans from SNAP work requirements. Again, prior to H.R. 1, this was the law of the land. This is the way that Congress recognized we could give back to those veterans who served. Now, some of the exemptions that the gentleman from Nebraska mentioned, although they seem seemingly harmless, you know, this is more red tape. This is part of the problem when you add all these different categories and you're asking a veteran who's recently returned from war to see which category he fits into, where he's going to volunteer, how he's going to complete these 20 work hours. Listen, in my office, we deal with veterans that are dealing with the most basic issues to seek access to mental health care from their local VA or their local CBOC. We're in short supply of VSOs. It is not that easy to reintegrate and fit yourself into one of these categories. And that's one of the reasons why veterans were exempt prior to H.R. 1 from these SNAP work requirements in the first place. We should be making life easier for veterans for the most basic needs like feeding themselves. And we did that. We have a legacy of doing that in a bipartisan way. That was the federal law that was recognized prior to H.R. 1. And so I want to thank Mr. Riley and Mr. Gray for co-sponsoring the Feed Our Veterans Act with me, and for Congresswoman Hayes for leading on this issue as well for so many years in the past. So with that, I do urge a bipartisan support. Again, if you look at my amendment, it's probably the shortest amendment, if not one of the shortest amendments you'll see in this markup today. It restores in H.R. 1 this exemption for veterans, easy to do. It's a great way for all of us to go back to our district and say, hey, we're not just talking about how we're helping you here in Congress. We actually did it by making sure that we restored the exemption for you to make sure that you have something to eat every day. I think that's a pretty noble thing for all of us to be able to do when we get back home to our districts following this farm bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time to Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen's recognized.
To the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Figurs recognized.
Mr. Vasquez, how long are the benefits we're talking about extending to veterans? How long would they be eligible for the benefits here?
In perpetuity.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mr. Van Orden is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am the longest serving enlisted member of the United States military to ever get elected to Congress in the history of our country. I'm also the senior Navy SEAL here, meaning team time. I believe I have more combat time than any member of Congress in the history of our country. And I do have to say, we are different people as veterans. And, we're not children. We're not. And we are more than capable of doing things that oftentimes other people with the greatest intention, believe that we need to be done for us. And that's just not the case. And I serve as the subcommittee chair for economic opportunity, responsible for the GI Bill, the home loan guarantee, prevention of veteran suicide, of which I'm failing objectively at that right now, trying to get that done with the VA. And I'm going to support this amendment. The reason being is, oftentimes we are expected to carry some water that other people aren't. And so with everything I just said, it seems like I'm contradicting myself, but I'm not. And this is why. There's text in here in H.R. 1 where honestly this amendment is redundant because it doesn't apply. But I think it's very important that we send a signal to the less than 1% of Americans that serve in the military. So even though, let me be explicitly clear, the provisions in H.R. 1 do not prevent veterans from doing this. So I view this as duplicative. But for me, it's critically important, Mr. Vasquez, that our veterans do understand that we will go the extra mile for them. And that is why I'll be supporting this amendment. I yield.
Costa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening carefully to the comments of our colleagues on this amendment, and I too support it. We all draw from our own personal experiences, our families, and our constituents who we represent. As I said last night, I have the highest SNAP recipients in the state of California out of 52 districts. And when we talk about those who have served our nation, in my case, 3 generations of my family, my grandmother was a Gold Star mother, as was my aunt. making the ultimate sacrifice, we understand what it does to families. And we're talking about families here of veterans who, in my district, for the most part, are those who come back and who we salute and we try to respond to, who in many of the cases that we deal with in our constituent services have come back with disabilities. We work on their efforts with the Veterans Administration on sometimes as they age, their disabilities grow in challenges that they have to face. And so I think there's tremendous merit, I think, not just in my congressional district, but in all of our districts when we talk about our veterans who have to deal with challenges that because of their service to our country that otherwise were not a part of their makeup prior to their service. That needs to be taken into account, and I think this amendment attempts to deal with that. So I think, we all have different circumstances, but for the veterans in my district, I think this amendment will help our constituent efforts to try to respond to their needs so that they and their family can be able to at least enjoy a quality meal every night, knowing that in fact they are sometimes transitioned to a place of food insecurity. And I think this amendment helps address that issue, and I, for all those reasons, support the amendment and its efforts. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on it? Mr. Riley is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Gabe, for leading this, and thanks, Derek, for supporting it. I just, for the life of me, I don't know why this is so complicated. We're here debating whether a previous law and then a subsequent law made it so that certain veterans meet certain criteria or certain veterans satisfy certain requirements. I mean, they're veterans. They're veterans. Like that's good enough for me. It's that simple in my mind. If you're a veteran, you've served our country, you're some of the most patriotic people and self-sacrificing people around. If you're a veteran and you're hungry, the very least this place can do is give you $6 a day for a meal. So I am proud to support this amendment and the underlying bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do so too.
Gentleman yields.
And I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition? If not, I'll share my perspective and then we will call for a vote. You know, after the passage of H.R. 1 last summer, the states will once again be required to engage SNAP recipients who are veterans in work, volunteer opportunities, or job training for 20 hours a week after the first 3 months to continue, extend beyond the first 3 months of receiving SNAP. That was the status quo for 26 years before the Democrats demanded that we deny veterans a chance at the opportunity and upward mobility that comes from work and career and technical education and the Fiscal Responsibility Act negotiations. As you've heard previously, veterans who are over the age of 64, mentally or physically disabled, taking care of a dependent under the age of 14, taking care of a disabled child or aging parent in their home, participating in drug or alcohol treatment programs, in school at least half-time, or participating in a job training program at least half-time, are exempt from the work requirement. Exempting every veteran outright from this chance at climbing the ladder of opportunity is misguided. I think it's awful to deny these veterans an opportunity to be able to have, when they return to the community and take, the first 3 months, it takes a little while. Like I said, my son's last day in uniform after 22 years was just about 4 nights ago. And so there's a 3 months transition period, but to deny veterans an opportunity to have our country invest in their future through SNAP employment and career and technical education, I think that's disgusting, quite frankly. And of course, I'm a huge fan of career and technical education. I think it's education is the pathway to opportunity, and so I strongly oppose this amendment and urge all members to do the same.
Chairman, sorry, I'm late. Can I make a comment, or is that time over now?
Well, it's technically over, and I can't see who's speaking. Oh, there you go, Mr. Venman. There you go. Go ahead, Mr. Venman. I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just briefly here, I mean, as a veteran myself, as a representative of 72,000 veterans in my district, and nearly 20,000 active duty service members, and having been minted a veteran as a result of a couple of decades of conflict in the Middle East, and now on the precipice of minting God knows how many more veterans in a new conflict, a war of choice in the Middle East. I think what we're actually losing is the opportunity to provide veterans a hand up when they're in need. This is not obviously every veteran that's seeking SNAP. It's veterans that are in a particular situation that have found themselves in a situation where they need $6 a day of support. And I think that's just not too much to ask, is that we provide veterans that are put their butts on the line and are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for this country, $6 a day. And that's what it comes down to for me. So thank you.
Hearing no further conversation, question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Yes, sir. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And I've got a running list of folks who have reached out, starting with Ms. Takuda from Hawaii has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seek recognition to call up amendment number 128.
It's supposed to be Cat. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 128, offered by Ms. Takuda of Hawaii.
Very good. Having
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady sponsored amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year, the administration eliminated $660 million in local food for schools funding. That's 42 benefits throughout the country that benefited from these funds. Secretary Rollins said it wasn't in alignment with department priorities. Feeding children fresh food grown by American farmers, helping schools buy directly from local producers, making sure kids have healthy meals on their trays, providing a $660 million guaranteed market for American farmers. If this isn't a priority of the USDA, we should be asking ourselves, why not? On the USDA website, it specifically states we have a vision to promote agriculture production that better nourishes Americans. Call me crazy, but this sure sounds like it's in alignment. What this really was about, though, was taking locally grown food out of the mouths of children to feed more tax breaks for billionaires who've already gotten fat off of our tax dollars. That is the truth behind these cuts. Because these weren't abstract dollars on a spreadsheet. They were real contracts, real crops, real expectations. Farmers planted fields believing there would be markets. Small producers invested in certifications and infrastructures. Schools built procurement plans around serving fresher, healthier meals. For millions of kids, school lunch isn't optional. For many, it may be the only meal that they get that day. The local Food for Schools program made sure school meals were healthier while driving dollars back into rural economies, strengthening small farms, and keeping food supply chains rooted in their communities. Programs like Local Food for Schools are rare in government because they work on every level. Local farmers and ranchers need stable markets. Hungry children need nutritious foods. Putting those two needs together strengthens rural economies, shortens supply chains, improves public health, and encourages and introduces young Americans to the value of locally grown food, creating the next generation of consumers who will sustain American agriculture. That's not waste, that's not misalignment, that's smart policy. And for anyone questioning whether this amendment is germane to the Farm Bill or this committee's jurisdiction, the answer is quite simple. This program is funded through the Commodity Credit Corporation, an entity directly under the authority of the Secretary of Agriculture, the very department overseen by this committee. Secretary Rollins was the one who made the determination to cut this funding. Schools and child care centers are merely the distribution point. This is, in fact, an agriculture program, food from our farmers, which means the responsibility to restore these cuts belongs to us. We cannot claim to stand for farmers while eliminating their markets. We cannot claim to care about nutrition while cutting programs that put fresh food in front of children. And we cannot claim to make America healthy again while dismantling one of the most effective farm-to-table programs this country has ever implemented. My amendment is straightforward. It restores the funding that was terminated by the USDA. It honors commitments made to farmers. It gives schools and child care centers certainty. And most importantly, it ensures that our kids eat. We can disagree passionately, as we have all day today, on many amendments before this committee. That's part of the process. But this should not be one of those fights, because at its core, this is about something bigger than politics. It's about whether we can come together around a simple idea. American farmers should be the ones feeding American kids. Canceling these cuts means farmers sell what they produce. Canceling these cuts means communities grow stronger. And canceling these cuts mean our children are able to eat. I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of this aisle to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Other members that seek recognition to speak on to Mr. Costa is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to speak to support in this amendment. As I noted earlier several different times about the level of SNAP recipients in my congressional district, this afternoon I'll meet with Natalie Caples, who's the CEO of the Central California Food Bank. The food bank in our area is trying to make up the difference for the gaps that have now only grown greater for those folks that are food insecure. And this program that was ceased last year, as the author of the amendment noted, has really made a difference in our area in terms of negatively impacting the schools and negatively impacting the farmers that participated in the program. And the fact that these farmers were able to do what they do so well, which is grow some of the most nutritious food, and to make it available for the schools in the four-county area has really created a vacuum. And this amendment obviously would restore that program. It's good public policy for the farmers that participate in the program because they economically benefit. It's good for the schools. I have the third largest school district in California, Fresno Unified. Every day they provide 55,000 lunches in 85 school sites and 19,000 breakfasts. I mean, it's amazing. And so when this program was cut last year, it created a vacuum. It impacted the school districts in the four-county area, it affected the food banks, and it affected the farmers, and affected people who are food insecure. For all of those reasons, I urge you to consider supporting this amendment because it just makes good sense. It's good public policy when you can marry together the important needs of people who are food insecure and the farmers who are preferring to be able to provide that to local markets and also support the food banks in their efforts. For all of those reasons, this is a very good amendment. We should restore this program. It was effective until it was ended, and I think we need to put it back in place. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Other members that seek recognition. Ms. Pingree.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for submitting this amendment about an extremely important, maybe not well-known program that did so many good things while it was operating. And I have to say, I just shake my head when I think about why the USDA would cut off this program. Had huge bipartisan support, and it did all of the things that we say as members of the Ag Committee and as supporters of American agriculture that we're here to do. It was the perfect coming together of giving farmers contracts to sell food locally and making sure the kids got more healthy food in their school lunch programs. Two things we talk about all the time. Now, in a state like mine, in the state of Maine, this was very beneficial to many farmers who were able to get contracts with local school districts for something that they were producing. Perhaps they increased the amount of carrots they were growing that year. Or somebody like the Milk House Dairy Farm in Monmouth, Maine. Their creamery was supplying yogurt to many Maine schools. And while I didn't participate earlier in the yogurt debate, let's just make it clear, the best yogurt is produced in Maine by some of our farmers, and if you haven't tried it, please enter me in the yogurt contest, because you will admit without a doubt that this is the best. But that gave kids an opportunity to try these locally grown foods that taste better. I know from talking to parents and teachers and others that often when a kid is eating some food, if a carrot shows up or Brussels sprouts on their lunch plate, but they know it came from a local farm, they know the farmer, or maybe they've been able to visit, or the farmers come to visit, it makes them even that much more enthusiastic about eating those healthy foods. And that's the other side of this. School lunches are an important place for kids to try new foods and to get a healthy meal every day. For many kids, it's the only important meal that they get during the day, and it gives them that opportunity to make sure that they're getting the proper nutrition and eating the foods that are going to make them have a productive day at school. It also is a way for school lunch programs to stretch their budgets. We all meet with so many of the people who work behind the scenes in our school lunch program, food service people, who tell us all the time they're just barely scraping by to put enough food on the plate. And they often have to feed kids things that they know aren't as healthy as they would like, but it's just what fits in the budget. More rice, more starchy food, less protein, less fruits and vegetables. And so the fact that this was also supplementing that program was so critically important. I want to just tell you that we have never had a farmers' rally in the state capitol in Maine before this past year. And the first time that I had witnessed farmers coming in on their tractors and showing up to show how mad they were last year about the agriculture policies of this administration was right around the time that their contracts got canceled. They were so angry that the USDA would turn their back on them midstream and cancel these contracts that they had counted on to produce enough income to get through the year and planned on to make sure that they could make ends meet. And we all pay lip service to farmers' bankruptcies and trying to help farmers make ends meet. Well, this was a simple program that accomplished so many things but made sure it was another source of income to our farmers. So why the USDA would cancel a program like this and why this committee wouldn't make it a priority to reinstate it is truly beyond me. As I said, it did all of the right things. It promoted more local foods. It put money in the pocket of our farmers. It gave kids healthier school lunches, helped out our schools, and made sure we got more healthy, nutritious food on kids' plates. Again, this is such an important part of the MAHA agenda. We've heard RFK talking about making school lunches healthy again. We've heard him talk about getting kids healthier food and fruits and vegetables. All of these things could be accomplished with this program. So I wholeheartedly support this amendment. I hope for all of the reasons I've stated, you will support it, and we will continue to do what we know is an important thing for our states and our communities. And I thank the sponsor again, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any member, Mr. McGovern is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the gentlelady from Hawaii for the amendment. I think it's an important amendment. And like the gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, I don't understand why USDA canceled this. I mean, I thought this had broad bipartisan support. I thought everybody thought this was a good idea. And then all of a sudden, it's gone, and everybody's now rallying around defending it being cut. You know, the new dietary guidelines call for eating more whole foods, and our school meal programs are supposed to align with the dietary guidelines. I mean, eating whole foods like fruits and vegetables and meals that are scratch cooked are more costly, quite frankly, than serving our kids frozen pizza. That's just a reality. I mean, but we owe it to our kids to serve them nutritious breakfasts and lunches in schools. They learn better when they have access to nutritious food. That's why I have long championed legislation to increase the reimbursement rate for school breakfasts and lunches. But what I can't understand is how the Trump administration is on one hand telling schools to serve kids whole foods, and on the other hand, cutting the very programs that actually help schools purchase those foods. It just doesn't make any sense. So I strongly support Representative Takuta's amendment to reinstate the local food for schools program, which helps school districts buy fruits and vegetables from local farmers. It's good for our kids, it's great for our farmers, and it makes no sense as to why this administration wants to kill this successful program. I've visited schools all across Massachusetts that have used this funding to transform meals programs. I toured a farm in Hadley, Massachusetts, which is in the western part of the state, with the mayor of Boston, where they were purchasing vegetables from this farm to be used in meals in Boston public schools. And she was making the connection with the farmers about the good that they were doing in Boston, but she was also going back to Boston and telling the kids and teachers about where this food comes from and about the importance of supporting our local farmers. These kids are now more aware of where their food comes from and how it's grown. The kids love the food and the farmers love the program because it gives them new markets for their products. So if we want to transform school meals and help make them more nutritious, we have to restore the local food for schools program. Again, this is hugely successful. It used to be bipartisan until this latest administration took place, but it just doesn't make any sense. You know, and I want my Republican colleagues to defend some of these programs that you know are good, push back a little bit on this administration when they're overreaching, when they're doing things that, quite frankly, are not only harmful to our farmers, but harmful to the health and well-being of our students. And so I support this amendment wholeheartedly. I hope we get a unanimous vote. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Figurs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I associate myself with the remarks of all of my colleagues on this point. This is an opportunity, I think, again, for us to, show the American people that in working on the Farm Bill, we actually remember where food comes from and who helps grow it and produce it for us. This is a wildly successful program, something that had tangible benefits and tangible outcomes, tangible productive and positive outcomes for hundreds of thousands of students across this country. The state of Alabama lost $16 million in this project. When this funding went away, we lost $16 million. Now, that's not $16 million to the state of Alabama. That is $16 million to the farmers in the state of Alabama. That is $16 million to the people that are out there in the dirt, in the mud, planting, harvesting these fresh fruits and vegetables. And that's what this bill is supposed to be about, is supporting the people that are supporting this country, supporting the people we say that we all want to support, supporting the people that are producing the things that we say are critical to our national security. I think national security is even in the title of this year's iteration of the bill, and I too think that food is a issue of national security. But these are the people that are out there doing it. And, they aren't veterans in the sense of the military, but they are veterans in the sense of providing this country with the fuel it needs to go, literally, for human consumption. And so I think we have an obligation to restore this program. I think it is consistent with a lot of bipartisan goals that we want regarding health and nutrition and well-being of children. And it's a program that has made sense. There's not been any evidence produced of any fraud or any waste or any abuse or any gross mismanagement of the funds associated with this program. It's a program that's been around for a very long time, a program that has been doing exactly what it was designed to do, and a program that at the same time, while achieving those outcomes, is benefiting and supporting our local farmers. Our local farmers. They're not a bunch of middlemen involved in this process. This is literally directly from the farms to the school systems, and in some cases directly from the farms to the individual schools. This is common sense. We haven't been provided with a sufficient explanation as to why this program was cut in the first place, but it has tangible results. I've met with some of the farmers who had contracts under this program in the state of Alabama, and it's a big hit. It's a big hit, $16 million in farm revenue. That's a big hit. And so it's my hope that we can take this opportunity to show the people that we know where food comes from, know who produces it. And with that, I'll yield the balance of my time to Mr. Kudo. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Dr. Adams recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support this amendment at a time when farmers are facing increased input costs and uncertainty due to tariffs, and when grocery costs have not come down. More families are relying on food banks and school meals. It's reckless and cruel to not reestablish this program. I've heard from farmers, food banks, and schools in my district that were devastated to see this program canceled by the administration last year. The program is simple and it makes sense. This program created a market for farmers. It helped farmers connect with community and vice versa. It allowed children to have access to local, healthy foods. This amendment reestablished local food for schools with $660 million a year in annual mandatory funding, which matches what the program received in 2025 before the administration canceled it. I support the amendment. It's a good amendment, and I appreciate the member for bringing it forward. And I would ask that we get support, that we support this amendment because it's very much needed. Our children can't wait. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members who seek recognition to speak on this amendment. The other members seek recognition. The ranking member is recognized.
I'd just like to reiterate my support. Thank you.
And the gentlelady yield back. Okay. That's all right. If there's no other members seeking recognition, I'll weigh in on this, and then we'll call for a vote. Just a little background. The Local Food for Schools Cooperative Agreement Program was a temporary USDA program funded by the Commodity Credit Corporation in the Biden administration. It was not authorized by Congress. I'll be honest with you and give you some inside baseball. You know, I thought it was a really good proposal, but unfortunately, Secretary Vilsack saw no use of the legislative branch. You know, I thought this is how we do it. We're supposed to legislate it and not go ahead without that. USDA awarded funds to states in that circumstances for food assistance, purchases of domestic local foods for distribution to schools and child care institutions. I really liked it, not as chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, but quite frankly as a senior member on education workforce, you know, connecting our kids with where their food comes from. But that's, I was shocked when the parliamentarians actually approved this amendment in our jurisdiction, and they did. But clearly, we don't provide for the food. It may be administered by USDA, but that's education and workforce, and I'm not pushing that issue of jurisdiction. The parliamentarian said it was okay to do. This amendment would reinstate the Local Food for Schools program with $660.1 million in annual funding from the CCC, which I'm not sure can handle. Well, I know it can handle, beginning in the year 2027. This bill we have, we were able to work with another author. It authorizes the state-led local food purchasing program similar to the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement, which was a sister program to LFS that provides food for distribution to food banks and food pantries. That's a part of this bill. And so, you know, I thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. I want to work with her going forward as chair and also a senior member in education workforce. You know, I'm proud that the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026 authorizes new state-led local food purchasing programs similar to the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement Program, or LFPA, which USDA operated with temporary funds until last year. This program will provide whole, nutritious foods for food banks and food pantries. But because of the budgetary constraints, at this moment, I have to recommend a no vote on this amendment, but I would really like to work with Mrs. Takuda on ways to support local purchasing programs into our school system. I think it's not just great nutritional food, but having these kids connect with where their food comes from. But we do, we may need to be creative and find some ways to be able to get that funded. I'm not sure the CCC is going to be able to handle it. Maybe in the future we could, anyways, I look forward to working with you on that. Sadly, I'm going to have to recommend a no vote at this moment. So, hearing no further conversation, questions on the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. Independent chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not
Mr. Chair, I'd like to
adopted.
request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And I believe there, let's see, Mrs. Kamick has an amendment at the desk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and this amendment is simple.
Hold on a second. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 126, offered by Mrs. Kamick of Florida.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is simple. If SNAP benefits are used to produce meat, if SNAP benefits are used to purchase meat, seafood, dairy, eggs, fruits, and vegetables, then these products should be grown, raised, harvested, or produced here in the United States, with the reasonable exception being that if something isn't available or it would create a financial burden, this requirement could be waived. I believe if American taxpayers are funding the program, then it should be American veggies, fruits, meat, and dairy products that should be used. This amendment is about strengthening our domestic agricultural production. It is about strengthening our supply chains, and yes, it is about national security, because as we all know, a nation that cannot feed itself is not secure. SNAP represents tens of billions of dollars in annual food purchasing power. That purchasing power should support the farmers and ranchers who operate under some of the highest labor, safety, and environmental standards in the world. It shouldn't undercut them with imports produced under much weaker standards. But that is exactly what is happening. Decades of poor record keeping can only give us ballpark estimates of imports, which is why I am grateful for the report language included in this package, which will require that data finally be acquired, updated, and maintained. In Florida, our farmers and ranchers have weathered hurricanes, inflation, freezes, and unstable markets. And they're not asking for special treatment. They're asking for fairness. When federal nutrition dollars are spent, those dollars should strengthen the American producer and our supply chain. I want to be clear. This amendment does not restrict access. It includes flexibility if products are not available or if there would be an undue burden, and I have to emphasize that because there have been questions on this. It provides time for our retailers to adapt. This is practical, balanced, and it aligns with nutritional policy and our domestic production capability. We talk a lot in this committee about food security. Food security starts with producing that food right here at home. And again, if the American taxpayer is paying for it, then it should be an American product that they are purchasing. I look forward to continuing the conversation and about implementation and jurisdiction, but my goal here today is to highlight this critical adjustment very much needed in our system today, and to continue working towards a solution that supports American agriculture. With that, I am willing to withdraw the amendment, and I look forward to working with the chairman in this committee to advance this. I yield.
Well, I thank the gentlelady for offering this. All of our federal nutrition programs, including SNAP, should support the purchase of food products grown, produced, and manufactured in the United States to the extent practical. Look forward to continuing to work with the gentlelady in assessing the feasibility and the impact of this change. Any other members have, well, I know there are. We have a queue here. People have indicated. Mr. Figures from Alabama is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 88.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 88, offered by Mr. Figures of Alabama.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Alabama, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is an amendment I will be honest with. I would like to think that we can get unanimous support for because it offers every member on this committee an opportunity to put a stamp on something that we all have said and or affirmed. Regardless of how bitter the HR1 process got, regardless of how divisive or how divided our ideologies have seemed over the SNAP programs, one thing I will give credit to everyone in here for doing is I never heard a single member of this committee say it was their intent or their goal to eliminate the SNAP program. Not a Republican, not a Democrat has said that that is their goal. This amendment gives us an opportunity to stand by that goal. We created a significant problem in HR1 with SNAP. What we did was, we'll call it an unintended consequence, but what we did was, for the first time in that program's history, created the potential for a state to eliminate the program altogether if they cannot meet the cost sharing. We're well aware of the cost sharing requirements that have been implemented, but what was not addressed in HR1 and what has not been addressed by USDA is what happens if a state cannot or does not meet the cost sharing for whatever reason, whether intentional, whether unintentional, whether fiscally related or whether politically related. What happens if a state does not meet the cost sharing? We had a hearing here with several witnesses from around this country where I asked their understanding of what happens. And this is a bipartisan panel. These are witnesses I had no hand in picking, and I presume the majority picked the majority of the witnesses. I asked each one of those SNAP program administrators, what is your understanding, or is it your understanding that if a state does not meet the cost sharing, will the SNAP program exist in your state? And their answer was it was their understanding that it would not exist. If a state could not meet the cost sharing, then there would be no federal share to come with it. And in sitting on this committee, when we went through this process, that was nobody's stated intent. That was no one's stated goal to put states in a position where they had the authority to, for all intents and purposes, eliminate the SNAP program altogether. And so what this amendment does is provide a safeguard. It provides a guarantee that if a state cannot meet the cost sharing for whatever reason, if they do not meet the cost sharing, then the federal share will still be paid. It does not mean that the federal government will take on the state's share that they were supposed to share. It only states that the federal government share will still come to those states so that the states will at least still be able to provide benefits to the SNAP recipients that otherwise would have been there, albeit it will be without the state share. So it will still be a lower amount than the state should have had altogether. This is pretty straightforward. I think this is something that no one here wants to happen. I will give that benefit to everybody here, that you do not want to see states eliminate the SNAP program. But that is the dynamic that we created. That is the potential that we created with a lack of clarity within HR1 and a lack of subsequent clarity to come out of USDA. And so I urge all of my colleagues to stand with me on this issue and provide that clarity, provide that certainty, because if we do not, then we run the risk of states refusing to participate in SNAP programs. And all of the passionate dialogue and talk that I've heard in this committee today about wanting to preserve and maintain SNAP and get the benefits to the people that need it the most, we cannot stand by those words if we do not support this amendment, because this amendment ensures that at least the federal share will come to those states. Again, I'll say this again for clarity. This is not an amendment that says, hey, if a state doesn't meet the cost share, that the federal government picks up their cost share. That is not what this amendment is seeking to do. This is seeking to ensure that there are SNAP benefits available in every single state. In every single state. And I would like to believe that everyone shares that same ambition, that same goal. We understand where we are with what is passed with HR1, and I understand, I'm a realist. I know we aren't rolling back in all likelihood of the cuts associated with it. But at a bare minimum, we can ensure that the SNAP programs are not eliminated in states across this country if they, for whatever reason, do not meet the cost share. This does not cost the federal government a single extra penny than what it would already be on the hook for if the state did meet the cost share. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and ask for unanimous support of this amendment.
I thank the gentleman who yields back. Other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I simply want to say that bipartisan governors and state and local officials have spoken out very strongly about their concerns with H.R. 1's SNAP cost shifts, and they've asked members of Congress to delay these unfunded mandates, citing fears that it will undermine the program's viability in many of their states. Some have suggested their states may opt out of SNAP entirely due to this unfunded mandate. This amendment would ensure that states that can't meet their match aren't forced to stop participating in SNAP altogether, and that hardworking families struggling to afford groceries aren't the only ones forced to pay the price by losing their food assistance. I urge my colleagues to please support the amendment by our colleague and join me in supporting this amendment.
Now recognize Dr. Adams for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to support the amendment as well, and thank the gentleman for bringing it forward. It's about protecting families' access to food while ensuring that states can continue to participate in SNAP. Now, under Republicans' big ugly bill, some states will struggle to meet new benefit cost shift. I know North Carolina is already grappling with this. This is a hard decision of possibly not being able to carry SNAP. This approach recognizes the fiscal realities that states face while keeping the focus where it belongs, making sure children, seniors, working families do not see their food assistance taken away. SNAP supports not only households, but also local grocers and rural economies. Ensuring continued participation in the program protects both families and communities. I support the amendment, and I would certainly urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you for bringing it forward. I yield back.
Delay yields back. Mr. McGovern's recognized.
No, I would just say to Mr. Figures, I strongly support the amendment. I have a radical idea that when we deal with farm bills and we get to the nutrition title, we ought to be talking about how you end hunger in this country once and for all. And instead, we're here, offering amendments to kind of block attempts to basically take food away from hungry people. And it really kind of misses the point, in my opinion. Look, I mean, the notion that we may have some governors, we may have some states that may not be able to meet the match, and then they can't provide food for the people in their states is unconscionable. And there may be even some governors out there that may intentionally want to opt out of this program because they don't believe that this is an appropriate role for government. But what is frustrating to me is that we live in a country where we have a hunger problem. Tens of millions of Americans are food insecure, are hungry. That is a national tragedy. It is costly. And at a time when, the federal government is now cutting all kinds of benefits to the state. In the big, beautiful bill, we cut Medicaid by $1 trillion. We're cutting programs left and right that are essential to states to maintain a clean environment, to be able to feed hungry people in their state. We're cutting all this stuff, and we know states are going to struggle to try to make up the difference. We ought to be committed to making sure that nobody loses these very, very, quite frankly, small benefits. These aren't even adequate. $2 per person per meal is not an adequate benefit. We ought to be talking about how we expand the program, how, and how we get more people access to good nutrition in this country. But I strongly support the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Anyone yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Riley for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield to Shamari.
Mr. Figures is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. This is about us doing what we said we all wanted to do, or certainly not doing what no one said they wanted to do in terms of eliminating the SNAP program. There was HR 1 was a big bill. I'll give you that B. It was those 2 Bs. It was a big bill, a lot of changes, and relatively a rushed and condensed time frame. And when you rush big bills through short time frames, there's a lot of what ifs. There are a lot of things that are not addressed. There's a lot of lack of clarity. There are a lot of questions that are presented. What we did not get was clarity regarding the long-term viability and sustainability and existence of the SNAP program in the event that a state cannot meet the cost sharing. What happens to the benefits? What happens to, in a situation where a state can only meet part of the cost sharing, right? Does the federal government send zero money? Do they send a allocated percentage of the money? We don't know. It's not answered in that bill. We've not gotten that clarity from USDA, but what we do know is that under the current state of the law, there's nothing that prohibits USDA from saying, we ain't sending anything. We're not doing anything. That is a risk that is not worth taking. Not in my district, not in Mr. Moore's district, not in Mr. Finster's district, not in Mr. Bacon's district, not in your district, Mr. Chairman, not in anybody's district on this side of the aisle either. That is not a risk that we signed up to take. I don't think, look, I didn't vote for H.R. 1, but I don't think that's the risk any of you guys signed up to take. I do not think that. That is the optimist in me, all right? But we have a chance to put that doubt to rest in a way that will have real consequences for people, because we have now complicated this process so much that, it's complicated enough to get, through a committee here authorizing language and appropriating language for a SNAP program. Now we have shifted this to the states as well. Now it has to go through a state committee, in some states, multiple states, then through a full, a full legislative process on a House side, a Senate side, then get a governor to sign it. At any point in that chain of events, there could be a hiccup. And it could lead regardless of people's intentions, it could realistically lead to a state not passing a budget that is inclusive of the money that's required of them for the cost share. Should the citizens in that state be left with nothing in terms of SNAP benefits? I think if we went around this room and polled everybody individually, everybody would say the same thing. No, they should not sign up for that risk. That is not what we intended. And so now we have an opportunity to fix this. We can provide that clarity, we can provide that certainty, we can ensure that SNAP is not eliminated. 1 in 4 families in my district, 1 in 4 households in my district rely on SNAP. That's 25%. That's 25% of households, assuming those statistics stay the same after the new changes. But either way, even one person being in doubt is too many, right? We're talking about all of the vulnerable populations. When we've gone through around this committee and people have talked about all of the exceptions and what's included in the bill and what's not included, and when we've seen the differences of opinion in terms of who's eligible, who's not eligible, well, regardless of what your standard of eligibility is, it's everybody that we're talking about that's at risk now. These are the children, these are the pregnant women, these are the veterans, these are the people who are laid off at 64 years old. These are all of those people. If we do not clarify this, we run the risk of states literally saying, we can't do SNAP. And I don't think that's what any of us intended. So I think this is very straightforward, very commonsensical, and some clarity that we can provide that doesn't require us to alter H.R. 1, doesn't require us to spend a single extra penny than what's envisioned by H.R. 1. All this does is provide the certainty to say if a state cannot or does not, for whatever reason, meet the cost sharing, that the federal share will still come. And that federal share does not have to compensate for the state share. It's just what the federal share would have been under the current calculations, given the current error rates and, at that time. I think this is just as basic as it gets. And I think this is something we have the authority to do and something that we have all stated that we have the courage to do in terms of preserving SNAP for the people who need it. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Figure's amendment? Any other members seek? If not, I will add the final word here. I want to thank the gentleman for raising the issue today. This amendment would allow the Secretary to waive the SNAP benefit cost share for a state who's unable or unwilling to pay for any reason. I want to remind everyone that states who have SNAP payment error rates under 6% do not have to pay a penny towards SNAP benefits. I think transparency and accountability is a responsibility of every level of government, and that includes the folks in the state. And in some states, unfortunately, they kind of, like California, I know is one of them, it's on a county level that they administer. The state kind of passes the buck on to the county to administer that. But so there's an opportunity here We are incentivizing better behavior. We're incentivizing better management. We're incentivizing taking care of the beneficiaries by not underpaying or overpaying those benefits. I think that's a good thing. You know, we did do it, so get it under 6% because, 6% was fair. There's some errors are counted. They're just clerical. Somebody didn't fill out the form correctly, something like that. So that was the minimum. And then on the and I don't think we, the cost share in terms of administrative costs, I mean, our states have a great opportunity to be more efficient. Honestly, I have watched the administrative costs by these states just balloon when it was 50-50. I mean, they didn't, it's like they didn't care, it's, if you have a state where your state elected officials are not getting the job done, they're not serving these most vulnerable people in the most efficient way, well, that's what elections are for. Somebody else more competent needs to probably be in place, that will do the root cause analysis, look at what the actions are to take, to avoid, to get the error rate under 6%, and quite frankly, to be very efficient, to bring their administrative costs down. They have that control. Every state on that list of all 50 states has achieved that less than 6% in the past at one time or another. Federal policy should not excuse more waste and mismanagement in the SNAP program. So based on that, I urge a strong no vote on this amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I
Hearing no
request a
further
recorded vote.
conversation, the questions on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 313I2. Further proceedings on this amendment shall be postponed. And I think that, are there any additional, trying to go back and forth best I can, any additional Republican amendments pending? If not, we're going to go to Mr. Riley from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 43.
Very good. Ms. Riley has a amendment number 43. Amendment number 43 at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 43, offered by Mr. Riley of New York.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New York, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the debate we've been having throughout much in the morning about SNAP. And look, we can disagree with each other. We have some real differences. But we also need to be able to use this process to try to find some common ground where we can. And I'll tell you, most of the folks, a lot of the folks at least, who sent me here, they don't really care all that much about political parties, don't really like political parties. They just really want us to come together and get some stuff done. And so I listened to the debate about SNAP benefits and everything, and I found two things that I heard in that debate that I think are common ground. One of them, just as is taking everybody at their word and giving everybody the benefit of the doubt, one of the things I heard is nobody wants kids to go hungry. And the other thing is nobody wants to tolerate waste and fraud and abuse and theft and all that kind of stuff. We all, I think, based on the conversation, is the heated debate, but I think we all share those principles, and so I want to see if we can do something together about it. So this amendment number 43 that I've got, this is a bipartisan amendment that I'm leading here in the House with Mike Lawler and Dan Goldman. Over in the Senate, it's John Fetterman, Ron Wyden, and Bill Cassidy. So this is a real, truly bipartisan bill. About 1 in 5 of the households that I represent, maybe 1 in 6 of the households I represent, get SNAP benefits. And we talked about this earlier. They're working families trying to make ends meet, feed their kids, a lot of seniors on fixed incomes who can't afford the utility bills and the groceries. I was talking to Derek Van Orden about this earlier. It's, a lot of families like Derek's from growing up in rural poverty. And the problem is you've got these criminals who are preying on these folks by stealing their SNAP benefits. I mean, these folks with SNAP benefits are some of the most vulnerable folks in our community, and the criminals are literally stealing their lunch money from them. So this amendment here, it's to fight that crime and also protect the crime victims. It's also about fiscal responsibility, because this vulnerability of SNAP theft has already cost the taxpayers tens of millions of dollars. And just a month or two ago, the USDA Inspector General published a study showing that it's going to cost over $500 million more if we don't get our act together and fix it. That's money we should be spending, obviously, I think, to feed these families and not enrich a bunch of criminals. And so what this bipartisan amendment does, super simple, it's going to equip SNAP cards with secure chips. So if you have a credit card, it probably has got a chip on it at this point. And what that's going to do is it's going to make it so the criminals can't access the cards. Because right now what they're doing, it's called skimming and cloning, where they're basically copying the magnetic strips and the numbers, and that lets people steal the benefits. And so put the chips on the cards, it's going to keep the benefits safe and make sure they're going where they're supposed to go. So I'd encourage everyone to support this bipartisan amendment. Let's crack down on the criminals, protect taxpayer dollars, and feed families who need a hand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mr. Moss is recognized for 5 minutes.
Maybe bacon? I'm just teasing on you. He's a little bit older than me. No, I'm just. I speak in favor of the amendment. I'm the Cyber Subcommittee Chairman on the Armed Services Committee. We focus on external threats there. But we also have a Cyber Subcommittee within Homeland Security. We know our agriculture is being targeted significantly from foreign actors, but also criminal actors out there. And I think we need to put more emphasis on defense. And so I've been just being short, I support the amendment. I yield.
I thank Mr. Bacon. No, got it right that time. Other members seek recognition. Mr. Van Orden.
I'd like to also speak in support of this amendment. You know, we talk about waste, fraud, and abuse and how it's rampant in the system. This is just a very practical way to bring 21st century technologies into the realm to prevent, in this case, fraud from taking place, so that we can get the money that we allocate for hungry kids to hungry kids, where it belongs, and not in some fraudster's pocket. So I speak in strong support of this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do so also.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in strong support of this amendment from my colleague, but I do want to point out here that USDA has been required to issue a rule on EBT security since the passage of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2023 in December 2022. In October of last year, the administration told GAO they plan to publish the rule in January of 26, and as of yesterday, the Unified Regulatory Agenda website still indicates the same past due January 2026 timeline. So I want to congratulate my colleague, Mr. Riley, for his diligence here in encouraging everyone to vote for this, even though this should have already happened. But thank you for continuing your push, Mr. Riley. And I support this bill and encourage all of my colleagues to support as well. Thank you.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? That's right. Well, I know that. Yeah. If not, I will, let me get a final word on this. This amendment will require USDA to issue regulations related to EBT chip cards and theft. The amendment would also require, which, by the way, the states have always been empowered, or at least for many years, the states have always been empowered and have had the options to utilize a chip device within their within the EBT card. And we know it works. The fraud and abuse at the gas pump was rampant before they added those chip cards, the chips within those credit cards. And so we know it's a very effective method. But it was the states had that. This amendment would require USDA to cover the costs, all the costs associated with transitioning to EBT chip cards. So it has a scoring problem financially. I want to thank the gentleman for raising this issue. It's an important issue. We're all concerned on both sides of the aisle about increased rates of card cloning and theft and skimming in SNAP. We know SNAP EBT cards are more vulnerable to criminals due to the lack of chip technology and due to budgetary constraints. As I mentioned before, the scoring, because this amendment puts it all on USDA to pay the way for the states, which is we're unable to include it in the text of the gentleman's amendment in the bill. However, I'm proud that the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026 does address skimming and other card theft schemes by requiring USDA to publish that proposed rule on EBT card security measures no later than 6 months after enactment of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act. So I look forward to continuing to partner with the gentleman in this effort. I think it's but it did run into some scoring issues that I'm not able to support at this time.
Could I just, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Ives,
Yeah, so just, I think whatever amount is going to be spent here to get these chips on these cards and make these cards more secure, I guarantee it's going to be less than the $500 million that the criminals are stealing from these families. This is probably, I would venture to guess, one of the smartest investments we could make because, as you noted, these families are already vulnerable. The USDA Inspector General just showed that if we don't do this, it's going to cost us $500 million. I would also say the provision in the current base text, Section 4108 on EBT card security regulations, it's basically just telling USDA to do what they've had a legal obligation to do for years now. So we clearly have to put some more teeth into this, which is what my amendment does. The current base text, at least as I'm reading it, doesn't include the chip requirement, which everybody knows is the most state-of-the-art security technology, whereas this amendment is going to be real clear to USDA. We're not screwing around anymore. You got to get this done. And so I'd really encourage everybody to vote for this. Let's get it into the bill that we're working on now, and then I'd love to work with you on scoring and budgeting after that.
I'd love to work with you going forward on this. Do I agree from a practical perspective that there'd be significant savings? Getting Congressional Budget Office to recognize that is impossible, unfortunately. It's just, it can be very, very frustrating dealing with the accountants, the folks in CBO on how they score these things. They don't see that as a pay for. So I, unfortunately, at this point in time, I'm going to have to vote no, but I look forward to continuing to work with you on that. Maybe see what we can work out here. We got to go to the floor and on the Senate side and figure out some solution to that dilemma. So, all right. Hearing no more conversation, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Riley. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
The recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I believe that we have a queue here working with the ranking member of folks who have indicated. So Mr. Tandor is recognized with an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 117.
Without objection, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 117, offered by Mr. Tandar of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentleman, distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear. The recent Republican proposal in the One Big Ugly Bill that completely eliminates SNAP-Ed is not only harmful to the American people today, but it will also make it harder for the working class to achieve the American dream for generations to come. The Department of Health and Human Services claims it wants to improve the health of Americans through the Make America Healthy Again initiative. This farm bill even includes changes to the purpose of SNAP, saying that SNAP should be designated to prevent diseases like obesity, diabetes, hypertension, heart disease. If that is the case, Mr. Chairman, why are you and the Trump administration so hell-bent on eliminating programs that give participants the knowledge and tools to make the nutritional food choices that leads to a healthier life? All across the country, SNAP-Ed has made an incredible impact on the health of the American people. The two states implementing agencies in Michigan are Michigan State University Extension and the Michigan Fitness Foundation. Together, they serve more than 4,000 sites across the great state of Michigan. In my district alone, there were a total of 263 sites that provided SNAP-Ed programming in 2024, the last full year before the changes to the SNAP-Ed in your Big Ugly Bill. Historically, SNAP-Ed has contributed to reducing food insecurity among children, older adults, and people with disabilities. The program has also proven to increase the consumption of nutritious food such as fruits and vegetables and boost physical activity in those enrolled in the program. Mr. Chairman, the fact is that SNAP-Ed is a highly effective, evidence-based program that helps individuals and families make more nutritious food choices, stretch limited food budgets, increase physical activity, and make healthier choices easier in their communities. The fact that Republicans are willing to sacrifice the health and well-being of Americans in order to spend money on tax cuts for their billionaire donors is frankly disheartening and disappointing. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Mrs. Pingree is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for submitting this amendment about SNAP-Ed. And I just want to add my voice to all the others who have been talking for these many hours about Title IV of the Farm Bill and just the egregious cuts to SNAP benefits that occurred in the Big Ugly Bill. It is hard to fathom, as we have said so many times, how in the wealthiest country in the world, we insist on debating whether or not people deserve to have enough food on their table and how much they should be allowed to purchase. This committee should be fully dedicated to making sure that every opportunity we get, we are looking for ways to support that, and the idea that we allowed this to be cut $186 billion, which it was in the Big Ugly Bill, and that funding went to tax cuts for the wealthiest people in this nation. We saw just recently that Amazon's tax bill because of those tax cuts, went from $7.6 billion down to $2.8. In a year, they had a 45% increase in their profits, is egregious. This is such a valuable program, and it meets so many of the criteria of the valuable things that we want to do to make sure that people eat more healthy foods. When you look at the USDA's website, and they talk about some of the reform and innovation that they're trying to do at the SNAP program, they're looking at restricting certain foods and making sure there are stocking standards in the stores. And one of the things they've said is they're asking states for reform and innovation of enhanced nutritional programs. Well, nothing is better than SNAP Ed. So many of us were able to see in our home states how well this program has been used. In my state, it's been implemented in all 16 counties. Over 20,000 people participated. And one of the things that people routinely said was it increased their confidence in buying food and cooking food. And if you're trying to feed each individual in your family for $2 per person per meal, you need a lot of assistance in figuring out how to cook the most inexpensive yet nutritious foods. And so this program has been incredibly beneficial in helping people do that. It's also been shown that kids eat more when there's been SNAP Ed benefits in the family, when people have learned more about cooking healthy food. So I don't understand any rationale for cutting this program and not restoring it in this farm bill. We often talk about how this farm bill had to be put together in a budget-neutral way, but again, this is an expression of our priorities, and our priorities should be related to making sure that everyone gets enough healthy food and that people are able to afford it. So cutting SNAP benefits and then going even further to cut this educational program that has had so much benefit around the country doesn't make any sense to me. In my state, it was a $5 million value, which isn't a lot when you compare it to the full SNAP benefit program. It's $536 million in the United States. That is nothing compared to the $186 billion that was cut out of the big, ugly bill. And it is nothing compared to the fact that we're giving tax benefits to some of the wealthiest people in this country, that we're starting another war in Iran that's already spent more than $1 trillion, that we have a $3.4 trillion deficit that was added to the national deficit because of the big, ugly bill. So there is no logic to me in why we would cut a program as beneficial as this. I encourage my colleagues to support this. It's not a lot of money, but it's an important way that we enhance people's use of SNAP and make sure that they get healthy food on the table every day. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady, and she yields back. Ms. Brzezinski is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of my colleague's amendment. Mr. Chairman, our job is to make sure that the programs we create actually work for the people that we serve, and that when we make changes, we understand who will be affected by those changes. When the Republicans passed the Big Ugly Bill, they purposefully cut the funding to the SNAP Ed program. SNAP Ed is incredibly important to districts like mine because it provides the free community-based nutrition education and obesity prevention services to families who qualify for SNAP, helping them stretch their grocery dollars and make healthy choices close to home. At the University of Illinois, SNAP Ed has played a critical role in providing solutions for families that are struggling financially. The Illinois Extension Program hosts Illinois Nutrition Education Programs, INEP, provided by SNAP Ed. Their program and community outreach helps families to make healthy and practical eating choices while also promoting physical activity solutions to transform the healthy communities of Illinois. The University of Illinois Connect program works with individuals who qualify for SNAP, and they teach them how to utilize their benefits in the most efficient and healthy way. The program has reached over 300 communities across Illinois and over 130,000 adults and young people through their classes. Children who participate prefer healthier foods and beverages, improve their cooking skills, and are more physically active, all because of SNAP Ed. We have the reach. What we need is the resources. When COVID-19 hit, INEP worked to pivot their methods and expand digital education and messaging to reach their families and continue providing classes. These programs are working beyond their means to make sure that children and families are getting the nutrition that they need and making better habits for their future. We should not and cannot be the ones to stand in the way of this progress. In Illinois, approximately 36% of the population has obesity. The rate of adult obesity is projected to increase to 52% in 2030. Across the nation, adult obesity rates have reached 40.3%. This is about prevention. We need to be providing our districts with the resources and education to promote health from the bottom up, starting with what is on their plate. I want to extend my gratitude to Congressman Tander for filing the amendment to restore this program. This program has proven results, and by re-implementing this program, we are helping children and encouraging adults to make healthier choices for a healthier life. At a time when grocery prices are hitting record highs and our healthcare system is strained, we should not be pulling back on programs that educate the American public on nutrition. It just makes no sense. And so because of these reasons, I urge this committee to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Jill yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I'll take the final word, and then we'll call for the vote. Yeah, I thank the gentleman for bringing up this issue. Two separate USDA studies, both under President Obama, I believe, if my math is right, 2012 and 2013. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm married, I'm used to it, being corrected. So, found no evidence that the SNAP Ed influenced long-term behaviors or affected nutrition or obesity in any meaningful way. I was shocked by that, quite frankly. I think education is really important when it comes to nutrition. In 2019, a GAO report found that USDA's nutrition education efforts lacked clear evidence of effectiveness. Specifically, the GAO found that USDA is unable to assess the effectiveness of the interventions used across the country to determine whether SNAP Ed is achieving the program goals, end quote. Moreover, there is an entire office at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention with a budget of over $1 billion that has the same focus as SNAP Ed and provides identical services. Ending the SNAP Ed program in H.R. 1 eliminated what appears to be ineffective duplicative spending and saved taxpayers $5.5 billion. So I urge so our country is not walking away from nutrition education, and urge a no vote on this amendment. And with that, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is
Mr.
not
Chair.
agreed to.
Mr. Chair, may I request ayes and noes?
The recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Rule 3, Committee Rule 313I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed, and have votes been called?
Yes.
Okay. I've been informed that a vote series has been called. The committee shall stand in recess until the vote series is, not until the vote series is complete, because we know that the votes can vote right away on that last vote. We want to reconvene 15 minutes from the time that last vote is called, so we can keep going here. Thank you, everybody.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.